But, as you could imagine, that didn't go anywhere. The two other points they had to go off of was the radio tower and the bomb itself. At the radio tower, the forensics team took a pretty good record of what went down going off of the dirt road and path in front of the radio tower itself. So they could see from the dirt that Brian's car drove up, there were several people standing out front of the radio tower, and as indicated by the dirt, there was a sort of scuffle where it seems a couple people fell over before Brian's car drives away. Assumedly, it was at the radio tower that this bomb collar would have been put onto him. So the question is, what went down at 8631 Peachtree? It seems that there was some kind of a fight in the dirt, but other than that, they didn't have a lot to go on. The other lead was the bomb itself, which was weird to say the least. The inner machinations of the bomb itself weren't that complicated. It was just two pipe bombs laid in front of Brian's chest that were filled with smokeless powder. It's pretty much the most elementary bomb you could make. The actual locking mechanism around the neck was effectively a giant handcuff, with the same system of ratchets that click into place, and a key that's needed to release the ratchet so that it can come undone. Now, while that was the basic construction of the bomb, it had several other complications. Like, while one key could be used to undo the whole thing, the bomb itself had 4 keyholes and a 3-digit combination lock. On top of that, the inside of the case holding the bomb had 2 kitchen timers that were seemingly used for the countdown that would start the explosion sequence indicated by the beeping noise. But there were also a lot of really weird implements on the bomb as well. Like, for example, there was a fake cell phone that was put into it, seemingly just to throw people off, as well as several wires that didn't go anywhere. On top of that, there were several warnings written on the collar itself that said things like, if you cut the wrong wire, it will cause an early detonation. If you try to remove it this way, that will cause a detonation. And seemed to be a way of giving red herrings to whatever police officer would try to remove the device. It was an otherwise simple mechanism that was made overly complicated to throw off investigators, kind of like this entire case. Another point to mention is that in order to keep the bomb collar intact during the investigation, the police decided to remove Brian's head during his autopsy. As you could imagine, this decision was highly contested by the family, but since the bomb collar was the only thing the police had to work with, they decided that keeping it intact was paramount. See, at this time, the FBI began building a profile and putting out to the public that whoever's doing this isn't just in it for the money. There's easier ways to steal $250,000. They're partially in it for the game of it all. Because think about it, supposedly just kidnapping a random guy, throwing this collar on him, and then doing things like the fake instructions or the ridiculously long series of notes to give to the bank teller and the entire scavenger hunt of the crime itself. It seems that whatever was going on here was more than just a bank robbery. However, it would get far more complicated than anyone expected very soon. On September the 20th, 3 weeks after Brian's death, the Erie police receive a phone call. The phone call is from a man named Bill Rothstein, who says he has a dead body in his freezer. Bill says that the body is of a man named James Roden. However, Bill says that he did not kill James Roden, and that the killer was a woman named Marjorie Deal Armstrong. Marjorie is one of the most important players in this entire case, and for good reason. See, Marjorie had a history of legal trouble in Erie, Pennsylvania. In 1984, she was the focus of the most famous murder case in Erie's history, up until this murder case. In 1984, Marjorie murdered her boyfriend by shooting him in the chest 6 times while he was asleep on the couch. It was a whole legal trial because Marjorie said that she was being abused by this boyfriend, and that the reason she killed him while he was asleep is because she felt it was the only time she'd be safe from him. And after a very messy and public trial, Marjorie was released. 8 years later, in 1992, Marjorie's at-the-time husband came to the hospital for a brain hemorrhage. He was unresponsive, but according to Marjorie, he had hit his head falling into the coffee table. Her husband died while at the hospital, and Marjorie sued the hospital for malpractice and won. However, given her past history of shooting the guy to death, as well as her current endeavors, several people think maybe her husband didn't die from just falling into the coffee table. There was also apparently a boyfriend somewhere in there, who she dated for a while, who took his own life, so she has a history of men dying in her presence. So back in this timeline, Bill calls the police and says that Marjorie murdered James Roden, and the body is now stuffed in Bill's freezer. Bill says that Marjorie had murdered James over a money dispute and had Bill get rid of the gun. Bill, being afraid of Marjorie and knowing how manipulative she can be, decided to help her get rid of the evidence and store the body. However, it was after Marjorie asked him to grind up the body of James Roden that Bill couldn't do it and decided to call the police. So why does any of this relate to our Brian Wells case? What does any of this have to do with a bank heist on August the 28th? Well, the address that Bill lived at, where James Roden's body was located, was 8645 Peach Street, effectively the front yard of the abandoned radio tower. Whenever Bill calls the police, he tells them to arrest Marjorie, who is currently living at Bill's house. So the police go to get the body, they arrest Marjorie, and they go through both of their houses, and both of them were compulsive hoarders. Not only did they have clutter and just various things to such a degree that the police weren't able to find the floor as they were walking through the house, but Marjorie here also had 400 pounds of butter and 700 pounds of cheese, all of which were completely rotted. The officers who arrested Marjorie said that the most distinct memory of the entire event was A, how loud she was, and B, how stinky she was. The entire house was covered in dog poop and rotten food, and she smelled like both of those things. And before you're like, wow, Wendigoon, that's really mean to make fun of someone who's in poverty. For one, Marjorie was not in poverty, because if you'll remember, she won a ton of money from her dead husband's malpractice suit. The specific amount seems to be private, but she bought a ton of expensive things and continuously told people that she was rich. And two, Marjorie is really, really annoying. She would never stop talking, she would constantly yell and berate people around her, even people who were trying to help her, like reporters and her own attorney. A few doctors diagnosed her with things like bipolar disorder, but other doctors just said she had a narcissistic personality disorder. The FBI agents who would interrogate her over the coming months said that anytime they would go to talk to her, she would just yell expletives at them, tell them to kill themselves, that she hated them, and then one of them would compliment her, be like, your hair looks lovely today, and she just stopped immediately. In that 1984 case, whenever she murdered her boyfriend, her own defense attorney said that she should have never went to trial, because if she goes to trial, she can get off for some level of mental incompetency or being battered or what have you, and said that she should instead be put into an institution where she can be locked away forever. She is dangerous and smart, and that if she is allowed to go free, this will happen again. Which, if your own attorney's saying that, that's pretty bad. So Bill Rothstein calls the police, says that there's a dead body in his freezer, that Marjorie did it. The police already know who Marjorie is. So they go to arrest her, and they get James's body out and begin sifting through the house. Right after Bill made that phone call, he apparently attempted to take his own life. A lot of sources say that he only wrote the note and then never made any physical attempts to do it. But in the Netflix documentary, there's a scene where the police are walking through his house and ask what the bag of blood with a razor blade in it is, and he says that that's his. And this point's never refuted, so I imagine the police tested it and it turns out that that was his blood. So it seems there was some kind of physical attempt made. Bill hurriedly wrote a note after he called the police, assuming that he would have finished the deed by the time the police got there. In the note he says, "The body in the freezer in the garage is Jim Roden. I did not kill him nor participate in his death. My apologies to those who cared for or about me. I am sorry that I let them down. I am sorry to leave you this mess, Bill Rothstein." However, the most interesting part is what he wrote at the beginning of this note that says, "This has nothing to do with the Wells case." Okay, so picture this. You're an investigator. You get a call that there is a dead body at this location directly in the front yard of the radio tower, right where the big mystery location of the bomb collar bank robbery. And officially, there's no connection because James Roden come to find out in the autopsy, was killed 3 weeks before the day Brian Wells was killed. So seemingly, it's an unrelated incident. I mean, obviously they're going to investigate it, but the hard evidence is that it's just coincidence the two were located so close to each other. And then the guy who assisted in moving the body of James Roden writes in his note, this has nothing to do with Brian Wells. So at this point, the FBI has 3 bodies that seemingly have no relation to each other, except for the guy who said that one of them is definitely not related, so definitely don't look into it, and whenever he's asked about it, he says he has no idea what they're talking about. I can't profess to know exactly how the FBI was feeling at the time, but if I had to guess, it was probably something like... Because it seems like while they've been investigating for the past month, these wheels have been turning in the background that there's been no evidence of for them to stop before it's too late. But now it seems that their best leads are Bill Rothstein and Marjorie Diehl Armstrong. So right now, let's talk about Bill Rothstein. Bill Rothstein, like Marjorie, was also a very annoying person, but for a different reason. Bill was the kind of guy who always felt like he was the smartest person in the room. He would constantly use needlessly complicated words and always talk down to people who he felt weren't as educated as he was. In a lot of the interview segments I've seen with him, he would randomly switch into speaking French or Hebrew and then be like, oh, you don't speak French? Okay, well, I guess I'll speak English for the commoners. He was the kind of guy who always wanted to prove how smart he was. Bill also had a lot of technical know-how. He was fluent with several different kinds of machinery and metalwork, and according to those around him, he was a very gifted guy who never really followed through on anything. He was going to be a pilot for a while, but then he decided he wasn't interested. He was going to be a professor, then decided he wasn't interested, which eventually led to the situation of him living in a derelict biohazard of a home while telling people around him that he's smarter than them because he can speak Hebrew. The way that Bill knew Marjorie is that the two of them were lovers, at least for a time. Several years back, Bill and Marjorie dated, and according to some reports, were even engaged for a time. However, the two broke up on bitter terms, but according to everyone who knew these two, Bill could never get over Marjorie. So anytime she had trouble or wanted something from him, he was at her beck and call. It's also important to point out that both of them were smart. I know that I've mentioned they had physical smarts, like she was conniving and he was fluent in things like French and Hebrew, but they both seemed to be clever as well. Marjorie had a master's degree, and Bill had apparently taken all kinds of college classes, and led a group called the Fractured Intellectuals, which was, I imagine, a group of people who thought they were too smart for everyone else. I mean, he called his group the Fractured Intellectuals, like, okay. And it seems that a lot of the troubles with the investigation came from investigators underestimating these two. So anyway, Bill is now in interrogation for the phone call he made that's got Marjorie arrested and led to the body of James Roden. Bill is completely open with everything. He explains that Marjorie had hated James Roden for a long time. They were a very on-again, off-again relationship where they would be very passionate and in love one minute and then wanting to kill each other the next. Bill said one night, in a fit of rage, after they had had an argument over money, Marjorie loaded a shotgun and shot James in the back. Bill came over to help her, and after she gave him $2,000, he took the body to put in his freezer and then used a torch to melt down the shotgun. And as mentioned earlier, he was content on keeping it into the future, but whenever she asked him to grind up the body, he said he wouldn't do it. And once again, it was determined that James Roden was killed 3 weeks before Brian Wells. So, seemingly, the two deaths were unconnected, other than the fact that it just so happened the body was hidden very close to the radio station. During this time, the only other person that the police were able to loop in to their investigation was an old roommate of Bill Rothstein's named Floyd Stockton. Floyd Stockton had lived with Rothstein supposedly at the time of James Roden's death and was currently in hiding for having physical relations with a 14-year-old girl, so real stand-up kind of guy. Eventually the police find Floyd and he backs up everything that Bill says about the James Roden case, but says he has no information about Brian Wells. So I want you to think for a second. There is currently a woman who has a history of murder. Again, she got off on him, but She has at least definitely killed 2 people at this point, Roden and her first boyfriend, justified or not. And then she has a lover, or on-again, off-again lover, who lives in the front yard of the location where Brian Wells was kidnapped, and he has an affinity for building metal contraptions and making things needlessly elaborate and trying to prove how smart he is. And they're trying to figure out who in that radio station, at that abandoned radio station, would put together a scenario where a man gets a bomb strapped to his chest and is told to follow a scavenger hunt. And they've got these 2 literally in the front yard. And what does the FBI do? After talking to Stockton, they remove Rothstein from the Brian Wells investigation. He's still having his whole investigation with James Roden, but they said, no, this guy looks totally clear of Brian Wells, even though he lives in the front yard of where the whole Wells situation went down. And when he wrote a suicide note, the first thing he said is, this has nothing to do with Brian Wells, so don't ask about it. I'm convinced that, like, police television shows, like, you know, serial dramas, like Law and Order, Criminal Minds, those have to be funded by the State Department. Like, we know the Department of Defense funds games like Call of Duty because it's like propaganda, right? And like Homeland Security or the FBI or someone's got to be funding those TV shows, because those shows are always like a cop sees a strand of hair and they're like, this clearly relates back to the cold case I read about in 1972 during my day off. When in real life, every single case I read about, the cops are like, after 8 months, they eventually searched the skeleton pile, only to find that it was full of skeletons. So, after the police cleared Rothstein, Marjorie finds out about it, and she's not happy one bit. Also, if during the whole time of me mentioning them being on-again, off-again lovers, let me just clarify that publicly, they absolutely despised each other. If they did have a relationship, it was one built on hate, because they were constantly saying things to try to get the other one locked up. So, while Rothstein gets cleared of suspicion on the Wells case, while Marjorie is being moved through prison and the press are all over her with cameras, she looks at them and yells, Bill Rothstein is responsible for Brian Wells' death. So that opens the door back up. Okay, well, the person that we think killed Wells is now saying Rothstein killed Wells. So even though Rothstein wasn't the Fed's primary guy at the moment, people began to ask him questions, and over again, Rothstein said no, he has nothing to do with the Brian Wells case. Also during this time, Bill had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and his condition was slowly getting worse, and eventually, in 2004, he ends up in a hospital. In July, during his last month of life, feds would continue to go to his bedside and say, look, you're almost dead, you're definitely not going to go to trial at this rate, you'll be dead before anything happens. Why don't you just tell us, did you have anything to do with Brian Wells? And one agent said that after he asked him that question, Bill, laying on the bed, not even looking at him, sarcastically drew a big no with his finger. And up until Bill Rothstein's death on July the 30th of 2004, he denied any association with the Brian Wells case. So Bill is now dead. I could draw X's there. Oh, I could do the thing that they do in... Yeah, look at that. Oh, I've always wanted to do that, like the old CIA pictures and stuff, bulletin boards, like the target's dead or whatever. I get to put the X over the eye. That's cool. I like that. Like I said, YouTube's just a glorified daycare. I guess I draw an X over their eyes too, since they're dead. Do I draw an X over their eye? Feels kind of rude. I'll draw a red X over their eye. That feels less harsh. Y'all probably can't even see that, but yeah, red X is just to symbolize their death. So shortly after Bill's death, probably realizing there wasn't a lot of ways for this to play out, they pretty much had her dead to rights. Marjorie at the bank, Brian had a bomb strapped to his investigation, came from investigators underestimating these two. So anyway, he was right where the big mystery she had before able to try, and he, for one, she mentions to investigators that Rothstein had her buy 2 kitchen timers to be used in the explosive. This was a big deal because the fact that there were 2 kitchen timers wasn't made public knowledge, so it would be something that only the people who were a part of the case would be privy to. She also mentioned that it was weird how Rothstein had a blue van that he hid after Wells' death that he only began to use again after he was cleared of Wells' death. And if you'll remember, a blue fan is what Lamont King saw out in the tree line the day of the bank heist whenever they went to the woods to find a clue and he saw a van out in the distance, meaning it's quite possible that that was Bill Rothstein's van. Also, during this time, they found a letter from Marjorie that indicated she was furious at PNC Bank, the same one Brian Wells robbed, because she thought that they were letting her father dip into her savings account, which wasn't true. It was his money to begin with, but she was still mad at PNC. So as feds would gently pressure her about things like this, like, hey, weren't you mad at the bank that the robbery took place at? She just keeps saying more stuff. She starts to talk about how Rothstein was coordinating it. She says that Stockton, Rothstein's old roommate, was in on it. Also, in the meantime, this case keeps making the rounds through news sources and television shows. I think it was on America's Most Wanted like 3 times. And as they would keep telling this story over and over again in the press, new information would come out. Like, for example, remember how at the beginning of the story I said that the phone call that ordered the 2 pizzas that kicked all of this off was made from a payphone at a local gas station? Well, that's where the call was traced back to, but initially there were no eyewitnesses of who made the call. That is, until a guy in Erie was watching America's Most Wanted and saw the picture of Bill Rothstein and Marjorie Deal and said that those were the 2 people he saw at the payphone the morning of August the 28th. Meaning that's an eyewitness saying that Rothstein and Deal kicked the heist off. On top of that, another witness who was driving down the highway through Erie the day of August the 28th says that he saw Marjorie in a car driving on the median in the opposite direction up the highway going like 70 miles an hour, and said that she had a very distinct and abnormal face that he immediately recognized whenever he saw it on television. So that is 2 people who placed Marjorie as the one, along with Rothstein, who kicked off the entire event by telling Wells to come out to the radio tower, and someone who saw her speeding down the highway in the wrong direction at the time everything was going down. And what was funny is the feds would go to Marjorie with this, because, you know, you can't convict someone for murder or bank robbery off of one eyewitness, right? So they would go to Marjorie and be like, Marjorie, this information's not looking good. And Marjorie would be like, well, if you get me immunity, I'll tell you everything I know. And they'd be like, oh yeah, what do you know? And she'd be like, well, I know that on the day of August 28th, and she would just give them information. Like, she couldn't quit talking because she was so full of herself, so she would just talk all of her information out the window. Eventually, the feds asked if she would do a ride-along with them to show them where she was at the day of August 28th, the day of the heist. So she gets in the back of the car and drives them to every location she was at that day, which was always immediately next to Brian Wells. It was next to the bank, next to the McDonald's, next to Eyeglass World. And I guess she was saying all that in case someone had spotted her at any of these locations, but her story was that she was just conveniently shopping like 100 feet from Brian throughout the day, and also didn't know anything about the event, despite the roads being shut down, despite a bomb going off in the middle of town. Said she didn't see or hear anything until she went home that night and saw it on the news. So she gets into the car with the feds, tells them all of that, and then when they get back to jail, she goes, but I won't tell you anymore without immunity. Like, do you even understand what a negotiation is or immunity? Like, I hyped her up a little bit, saying like, oh, she's smart, she had a master's degree and all that, but she is not smart when it would sacrifice bragging. Also during this time, the feds were building a case against her, even though she was doing a pretty good job of that herself, but they were building a case against her with information that had been taken from the past several years. For example, whenever she was in prison awaiting the trial for James Roden, there were several other women in the prison who began to literally take notes on the things she would say. Among these was a woman named Kelly McKellar, who anytime Marjorie would say something relating to either Roden or the Wells case, would write it down. Among those, she said things like Stockton being involved as one of the conspirators, and quote, it's not like we didn't measure his neck for the collar. I should also mention that the reason these notes took so long to come forward as evidence and be made known to investigators is because the police department took the notes and filed them away in a desk inside of an envelope labeled snitch notes, and seemingly just forgot about him until years later. So yeah, see my skeleton pile joke from earlier. So while the feds are building their case, there's another character in this story who they've been keeping an eye on, who I should mention now. That man is named Ken Barnes. Ken Barnes was a local drug dealer who knew Stockton, Rothstein, and Deal personally. As a matter of fact, Barnes and his girlfriend would often go out fishing with Deal and Roden. During the Roden investigation, Barnes was very complicit with the police and would tell them about how Deal and Roden would get into fights all the time, and he's not surprised that Deal would eventually kill him. Also, if you'll remember, whenever Marjorie was trying to get her sentence reduced or some kind of immunity, she was trying to out Ken Barnes for an old cold case, so no honor among thieves. In 2005, while Barnes was in jail for completely unrelated drug charges, he was talking to his brother-in-law and said something about him being involved with the Wells case. So Barnes' brother-in-law went to the police and said, hey, I think my brother-in-law has something to do with the bomb collar bank heist. So the police began to interrogate him, and Barnes starts to say vague things about Marjorie's involvement. After Marjorie gets wind of this, she changes her story and says it wasn't actually Rothstein who was the mastermind of this whole thing. It was Rothstein and Barnes who were the mastermind of this whole thing, and she's of course innocent. And this kind of goes back and forth for a while, with Barnes saying stuff about Marjorie's involvement and Marjorie saying stuff about Barnes' involvement, until eventually Barnes realizes that eventually Marjorie's going to take some kind of plea deal and he's going to be out of luck, so he decides to get ahead of the curve. So on December the 9th of 2005, Ken Barnes gives a full confession. Ken says that the entire purpose for this bank heist was Marjorie Deal wanted her dad dead. Marjorie's mother had died years before, and Marjorie's father was at one time a very wealthy man. As he got older, he began to give more and more of his money to people in the community and local churches. Marjorie didn't like this, thinking that her father was giving away her inheritance. Which, funny side note, the father was asked and said that his daughter was never in his inheritance because he knew that she was crazy and would probably try to kill him. But nevertheless, Marjorie thought that if she could kill her father, then she'll get his money faster, and, before he donates it. So, she asked Ken Barnes how much it would cost for him to kill her father. Now, Ken says that he would, of course, never have done this, but he was just seeing if she'd be dumb enough to give him some of the money up front. I don't believe him at all, because there's no way they went through the stages of planning a whole heist over a joke, because he definitely wouldn't murder her father. He was so going to kill her father. But Ken says he would be willing to murder her father for $250,000. So, the four of these people decide to plan a heist that they will be completely physically removed from. Ken says that the day before August the 28th, on August the 27th, there was a meeting to discuss the events of the heist that would be played out the next day. Ken says the people at that meeting were Floyd Stockton, Bill Rothstein, Marjorie Deal, Robert Panetti, and Brian Wells. According to Ken Barnes, Brian Wells was a part of the conspiracy that would end up killing him. This was an immediate shock to everyone. Other than maybe the idea that he got in with the wrong crowd, no one thought that Brian was a part of his own murder. On top of that, Barnes says whenever they originally came up with the idea of the heist, James Roden was supposed to be the driver. But Barnes hadn't seen him for a few weeks before all of this went down, which is why he wasn't at this meeting. So seemingly that connects the Roden case to all of this, because it seems that Marjorie killed him, perhaps because he wasn't going to go along with it or was going to tell somebody. At the very least, it seems Roden knew about the bank heist. And according to an eyewitness who apparently saw Brian Wells with this group of people on August the 27th, and the confession that Stockton would later give after giving a plea deal, all three say that Brian Wells was a part of the conspiracy. Specifically, according to Barnes, he thought that he was going to go in with a fake explosive, and that fake explosive was just a means of innocence if the plan doesn't work out. Because theoretically, if the cops stop him and they open the bomb case and see that there was never an explosive, but that Brian thought his life was on the line, then they're not going to thank him as one of the perpetrators. So according to Barnes, Brian was a part of it, up until the bomb was real. According to Barnes, this was the events of August the 28th. Barnes says that he was picked up by Marjorie that morning to get ready for the heist. Everyone set up at the radio tower, and then Marjorie and Bill went to order the pizza. Whenever Brian got there with the pizza, he was standing there in front of Ken, Floyd, Bill, and Marjorie. As they're standing there, Stockton brings out the bomb collar from inside of the radio tower. Wells, realizing that something was wrong, or perhaps realizing then that the bomb was real, tries to get away. As he does, Barnes and Stockton tackle him, and while they're scuffling on the ground, Rothstein fires a bullet into the air. This is corroborated by the signs of struggle that were seen on the dirt road that day, as well as locals who said they heard a gunshot before the heist took place. Stockton and Barnes latch the bomb collar onto Brian's chest, and then Marjorie puts the t-shirt over him that says, "Guess." While she's doing that, she tells Brian that if the police ask who did it, just to tell them that it was 3 black guys. This explains why Brian, before his death, said that it was 3 black men he couldn't identify. Over the course of the robbery, Marjorie and Ken drove around to the locations that Marjorie had told the feds that she was at during the robbery, and the two of them watched with binoculars as Brian went through the steps of the heist itself. Whenever everything went wrong and the bomb exploded, Marjorie decided to get out of there, which resulted in her taking the wrong turn into the wrong direction of the highway and driving down the shoulder, as the witness saw. On March the 27th of 2007, Stockton also made a confession in exchange for immunity, and his story corroborated Barnes. Now, at the time, it was not customary to record confessions. The thought process being that if someone is confessing in front of a camera, they're going to speak differently. So at the time, the FBI would just record notes and keep them internally. But according to the FBI, the two reports matched each other. Again, check out the Netflix documentary, because in the Netflix documentary, he calls Barnes directly, and Barnes gives him a recounting of that confession. Again, this entire video is basically just an advertisement for Netflix, so you're welcome. Here's a free one, I guess. Now, neither Stockton nor Barnes knew exactly who came up with this whole thing. They both kind of presented the idea that they were more so hired into the scheme. Although, since all this went down, the police have all but confirmed that the person who at least built the collar was Rothstein. After sifting through all of the junk in Rothstein's house, they found diagrams that were a one-to-one match for the explosive collar itself, as well as writing that matched between the two, and even what appears to be a small glimpse of Rothstein's handwriting on the back of one of the notes. So, at least the physical aspects, it seems Rothstein was the mastermind of. However, even if he did the physical building, which, again, we figured considering that he worked with metal and was a sort of craftsman, that's not to say Marjorie wasn't still the mastermind. Marjorie continues to say that she had nothing to do with it, but knows everyone else is involved, but at this point, it's their word against hers. So, Marjorie finally goes to trial for the conspiracy of bank robbery and use of a destructive device and blah blah blah, and she is eventually convicted on all 3 counts. During the trial, she was very annoying and loud and constantly yelled things like liar, and then the judge had to keep shushing her. And by the end of it, she was sentenced to life plus 30 years. Specifically, the charges that she was convicted of was armed bank robbery, conspiracy to commit armed bank robbery, and using a destructive device in a crime of violence. So, she gets sentenced to life and then some. Barnes got his sentence reduced from 45 years for being responsible for the conspiracy down to 22 as part of his plea deal to testify against Marjorie, and Stockton just walked as a free man because he had already served his time for the 14-year-old girl thing that I mentioned earlier, and he somehow managed to get immunity for talking about all this. Also, during the trial, Marjorie was diagnosed with breast cancer and was given 7 to 10 years to live. Up to the end, Marjorie continued to say over and over again that she was not responsible for the conspiracy, that they got the wrong person, that the FBI's idiots for letting everyone else get away, and that Brian Wells was a part of the conspiracy. She maintained this up until her death on April the 4th of 2017. While he was scheduled to be released in 2027, Ken Barnes died on June the 20th of 2019 due to complications related to being diabetic. Floyd was never in court to testify against Marjorie because during the time of the trial, he was actually undergoing heart surgery. Again, he was free to go after the trial anyway because of the immunity deal he cut. And Stockton died last year on August the 10th of 2022 due to an acute respiratory failure. So now, every single person on this board is dead. And it seems that whatever this story was, whatever everyone's true account in the conspiracy might have been, it's dead with them. But there's one person up here who's still alive and still has a story to tell. And that's Jessica Hoopsick. See, the only way I've mentioned her in any of this so far is that she was a phone number written down in Brian's house after his death. During this entire series of events, for 15 years, the FBI, the local police, family members were all trying to get a hold of Jessica, but she always seemed to be just out of reach. Police would approach her, ask if she knew anything about the Wells case. She'd say that she didn't, and they didn't have, anything to arrest her with, so they just have to let her walk. News crews, the guy who made the Netflix documentary, the feds, all tried to get in contact with her, and she was always just out of reach. She came around whenever they did the initial trial and hearing regarding the case of Brian Wells itself because she was summoned, but after she gave a short testimony of not really knowing anything, she just walked out and never followed up with anyone. As a matter of fact, again, I know I keep mentioning the Evil Genius documentary, but in that documentary, the creator of it goes up to her and asks to do an interview, and she agrees to meet him later that day, and then never shows up. See, the reason the police wanted her so bad, otherwise she would just be a number that Brian had. And again, he had a couple of prostitutes' numbers as well. There seemingly shouldn't be a reason that they're after Jessica so much if that was just one contact that Brian knew. But the reason that the police wanted her so bad is because she was mentioned by Ken Barnes. See, as mentioned earlier, Ken was a drug dealer, and specifically, he sold crack to a lot of the people around Erie. One of those people was Jessica Hoopsick. So, we finally have a tangible connection of all of this web of people that goes back to Brian. See, in spite of seemingly all this being cleared up, we had accounts from two different guys who were involved, and it seems pretty definitive that Marjorie and Bill were the main masterminds, or at least ones who did the physical labor of the heist. A lot of the little details don't make a lot of sense. Like, for example, he says that the day of August the 28th, remember they call Brian, he comes out to the radio tower to deliver the pizzas, to get set up for this heist, and then a fight breaks out when he realizes the bomb is real, right? Well, in his story, he says that Brian drives up to the radio tower, gets out of the car, and then waits for them to hand him the money for the pizzas. Which, what? Supposedly, according to Barnes, Brian is walking up to have, he's about to start a bank heist, and the phone call was just a ruse to get him out of work. So he's now standing there in front of him, and it also looks good like they kidnapped the random pizza driver, right? So he walks up to them, and he's like, okay, give me the money for the pizzas so I can take it back to my boss, and then I'll come back and we'll rob a bank for $250,000. And the documentary maker confronts Barnes about this, and he's like, wait, why would he be waiting for the money? You all are about to rob a bank. And Barnes says, oh, well, actually, Wells didn't know that we were about to rob the bank. And the documentary maker's like, what are you talking about? You said he was at the meeting the day before. And Barnes is like, oh, well, yeah, he was at the meeting. He just, he didn't know we were doing it then. So according to Barnes, Brian was there the day before at the pre-planned meeting. And then the next day when he shows up to the abandoned radio tower to go through with it, he doesn't know they're doing the robbery. Also, Barnes mentioned that Robert Panetti was at the meeting the day before as well. Yeah, remember that guy? And apparently, again, not public, but apparently Stockton corroborated this as well. But then he just disappears from the record. They don't say that he's at the radio tower. They don't say he was a part of a conspiracy. They just say he was at the pre-plan, supposedly to make sure that, Brian is able to take that call, I guess, to drive out to the radio tower, and then he overdoses a few days later. What I think was happening is that they were, and again, I'm just a YouTuber, I am effectively a stupid child who is just saying his opinion as someone who reads cases like this a lot, so take it with a grain of salt. But in my opinion, it sounds like these guys were crafting the narrative that the FBI wanted to hear. They had their boards, they were asking questions about Pinetti, they had suspicions that Wells was somehow involved because he knew the prostitute that bought crack off of Ken Barnes. So the FBI keeps pushing. It's like, oh, was Pinetti involved? What about Wells? Was that guy involved? So they're just like, yeah, Pinetti was there, and Wells too. But Pinetti didn't show up again. We didn't see him till we heard about him after he died. And Wells, he was there too, but he didn't know we were doing the robbery the day after we had the meeting for the robbery. So it seems like they're just crafting a narrative that fits what the FBI thinks is the story of what happened, because then they're able to get stuff like half of their sentence and full immunity in order to deliver these stories. I also think it's super suspicious that the guy who, again, had relations with a 14-year-old girl, such a heinous crime that if he did anything after that, he would be put under the jail, got full immunity in a murder bank robbery heist to give specifically information that was never made public, but corroborated with what Barnes says. That just feels a little bit weird. So there's some inconsistencies in their confession, and yeah, they're right about the parts about Rothstein and Marjorie, sure. But when it comes to stuff like Brian and Pinetti, like, what are they talking about? Well, again, whenever the creators of Evil Genius were doing the documentary, Hoopsick went to prison on, again, an unrelated drug charge at the same time that Marjorie was still alive and in prison as well. While in there was apparently a fight between Marjorie and Jessica, where Marjorie said some heinous things to Jessica and apparently backed her up against the wall, maybe hit her a few times. So after Jessica gets out of jail, she called the documentary makers who she had previously stood up and said she's ready to tell her side of the story. So after about 15 years of silence, Jessica gives her side of the story. She says that one day she was buying crack from Ken Barnes when Ken Barnes mentioned to her that he's planning a bank robbery. Again, back on my suspicions that Barnes and Stockton were more involved than they made themselves out to be. They just wanted themselves to sound good to the FBI. She says that Barnes was planning a bank robbery and asked Jessica if she knew somebody who would be a good gopher for the robbery they were about to commit. Effectively, they needed someone who would follow orders and they could scare into getting what they want. A couple things to note here. At this point, according to Jessica, her and Brian were not just on a business relationship, but they had seen each other enough times that they had a weird sort of friendship dynamic. They would go out to eat on occasion. Brian would drive her to her doctor's appointments. The other detail, and I do not mean this to be mean. This is going to sound mean. I know people are going to be like, oh, you shouldn't say that, but it is important to this case, and I think it's what a lot of people are implying, but no one will say specifically, so I'm going to be the one to get in trouble. Who cares? Brian Wells, from everything I've read from all the accounts around him, seems like a dumb guy. And I mean that in the nicest way. Everyone who spoke to him said he was such a kind, loving soul who was a joy to be around, but some of the nuances I hear imply that, I'm not saying that he was mentally deficient, I think he was all there, but that he just simply wasn't the brightest. He dropped or failed out of high school, depending on which entry you read. He went to be a mechanic and then quit that and became a pizza delivery driver, and he had done that for the past 10 years and only showed up late to work on one day, and it was the day his cat died. He was a hard, diligent worker, and it seemed to be kind to those around him. His landlord said that anytime he would get happy, he would do a dance. Like, anytime he had an emotion, he was just bursting at the seams with it. And once again, I'm not saying that to say he was mentally deficient or there was anything wrong with him in any sense. I'm just saying he seems like the kind of guy who you could easily scare and get to do what you want. And it seems that Jessica thought that way too, because Ken Barnes said, if you can find someone for this heist, I'll give you crack for it. And she said that a client she regularly sees, Brian Wells, would be the right guy for the job. Jessica said that Brian was a pushover. And after giving his information to Barnes, Barnes had Jessica get Brian's work schedule so that they would know the times he's delivering pizzas and they'll plan the heist for a day that he'll be delivering. So despite years, over a decade, of the family and prosecutors believing that Brian and Robert were a part of this scheme, if Jessica's to be believed, it seems like both of them were innocent. And again, this isn't a perfect outcome to everything, right? Why would Jessica, who, mind you, is the person who gave Brian over to Barnes and this whole heist, according to her, she had no idea that they were going to kill the guy. She just thought it was part of a robbery, which I'm willing to believe. But she's still admitting to dragging an innocent man into this whole web of crime. And as the feds have pointed out, why be silent for 15 years and just come out with a story now, when she's in, theoretically, just as much danger, if this is considered a murder? She's in just as much danger as getting charged with something now as she would have back then. And keep in mind, at this point, the FBI had closed the file. They said all these people were involved and that Brian Wells was a co-conspirator. And at the hearing for it, the family shouted and screamed that that was a lie, that Brian would have nothing to do with this, and Jessica stayed silent through all of that. So it's understandable to not believe her now when she comes forward after getting into a fight with Marjorie and saying that Brian was innocent. But at the same time, I don't know what she herself would have to gain from saying that now, because she was effectively cleared of any relation to it, or at least they couldn't get her on anything. And at the time she was in jail with Marjorie, it was just for an unrelated drug charge. So now she's out in the world, she can just walk away from it, but decides to go to the film crew and let them know that Brian was innocent. The documentary also brought up another interesting point. Perhaps the reason that Stockton, Barnes, and Marjorie, even though Marjorie never admitted to being a part of the scheme, she said she thinks Brian's involved, which, okay. But perhaps one of the reasons they all perpetuated the idea that Brian was involved is because, again, as the documentary points out, if Brian is a part of the scheme and dies when the bomb goes off, then that is almost kind of self-inflicted. It's like they were all conspiring for this crime and effectively an accident happened and he died. But if he's an innocent pizza delivery driver who they kidnapped, then it's murder. Then there's no statute of limitations on it. Then no one's getting a plea deal. So it was in their best interest to implicate Brian. And again, I'm pretty sure Robert was just because the feds kept asking about him. So they said, yeah, sure, he was at the meeting. But everything I've seen, every source I've read, Robert had nothing to do with it. He was just a guy who had a drug problem, and during the stress of this whole thing, overdosed. So while, again, there's no definitive answer, it's pretty much who you want to believe out of this den of thieves, I personally don't think Brian was involved. While I was reading through all these case files and these court reports and what have you, before I ever got to Jessica's part, which was, it was really cool researching this, because it's like, you know, I was experiencing the revelations as they were happening. But before I ever got to Jessica, the whole Brian thing didn't sit right with me. I know the FBI announced that they've officially concluded that he's involved, but they also officially concluded that Waco was justified. So, you know, I got problems with those little press conferences they do. But whenever I was reading all of this, and like they just kept saying like Brian was involved, Brian was a part of the conspiracy, and he was up until because he thought it was going to be a fake bomb, but then oh no, the bomb's real, and then he got scared. But then other people were saying he thought the bomb was fake the whole time until it started beeping on the street. And there was no consistency, especially with stuff like Barnes saying he was waiting to take the money for the pizza. It just felt like it was an easier case if Brian is part of the problem, if he's part of it, because he did stuff like lie to the police about there being 3 black guys who threw it on him. He was knowingly embedded with a prostitute who knew Ken Barnes. Like, it just seemed easier if Wells was a part of it. No one goes to jail for murder. And I'm not directly saying this to imply that, you know, the feds made stuff up or whatever. I'm not saying that. But it just feels like after a series of cases that went on for over a decade, that they just like, okay, this is an answer, this closes it up. Well, by the time the FBI made their announcement, it had been 3 or 4 years, I think. But the trials continued over years and years. I don't know, it never set right with me. And then to hear Jessica say that she was the one who gave Brian's information to Barnes to kick this whole thing off, that it's hard to explain. It's just like you look at all the pieces laid out, you look at the puzzle as it's built, you look at 15 different interpretations from different articles and journalists of what it all means, and Brian being set up is, to me, the only way all the pieces fit together. So again, just a dumb kid on the internet, but I do think that Brian Wells was innocent, and I think it is horrifically tragic that a guy can go in to just start delivering pizzas one day, and within an hour, his life is over. I also want to clarify that Brian's involvement may not be as clear-cut as I've kind of been making it out to be. As I said earlier, he was a guy that could be manipulated, so maybe they approached him and threatened him or his family if he didn't comply with the plans they had moving forward. I mean, that would certainly explain things like Marjorie saying they measured his neck for the collar. Some reports say that Brian owed money to Ken, so maybe Ken threatened Brian and said if he didn't go through with this heist, something bad would happen. Another element of the story I forgot to mention in my initial recording is that shortly after Brian's death, Jessica had a child who she believes is the son of Brian. Perhaps she told Brian about this. Perhaps Brian thought something bad would happen to Jessica or his soon-to-be-born child. We don't know exactly what happened, but regardless if Brian was a part of this plan from the beginning or the day it happened, I still feel like Brian was a victim. So, it seems like at the end of this, Marjorie was the mastermind of it all. She got Rothstein to do the manual work, and then all these two guys, Stockton and Barnes, were co-conspirators who did whatever level of legwork, and the victim was Brian Wells, coincidentally, because of the stress of it, Robert Panetti, and Jessica seemed to be the link between Barnes and Wells. And I got to that point, and I was like, yeah, I'm satisfied with this, it makes sense. But there was one question that kept bothering me through it all. So if this whole crew staged this robbery, which was not only, the biggest crime to ever hit Erie, Pennsylvania, one of the most insane and biggest crimes to hit the United States. Like, in 2003, this was the case everyone was talking about. So there's this massive case that has all these moving parts, angles, and questions. And why, if that's the case, then why would Bill Rothstein call the police over James Roden's body that was lying in his freezer? Because, again, his story is that, Marjorie killed Roden, and then I couldn't say no to her, so I stuffed the body in the freezer. Which is all well and good, but now we know that they had just committed a huge heist together, right? So why 3 weeks after that heist would you call the police on a body that you helped hide a month and a half ago with your co-conspirator? And here's my conspiracy theory. Here's how I think it played out. I really got the idea from this when I was reading the notes from Jim Fisher. He was an FBI agent who worked this case. Wired did an article where they recorded a lot of his thoughts. That Wired article is pretty good. I'll drop it in the description. But it was Fisher's idea regarding the case that made me look at this differently. So, off of his word, and again, I'm not smart, I'm just reading what smart people wrote down, my idea is effectively this. Marjorie, as it seems, orchestrated the whole thing. Her father agrees that she hated him, she wanted to kill him to take the money that he was giving away to people, and was seemingly going to do that through Ken Barnes. And I also don't believe anything that Barnes said, that he was not going to kill her father, because you don't plan a heist for over a month over a murder you're not going to do. So Marjorie and Barnes begin to plan the heist. They drag in Rothstein and Stockton because Rothstein was old lovers with Marjorie and would do whatever she said. He was also good with mechanics and building things. And Stockton was there and also a criminal. And if you're sheltering a fugitive from the law, then I guess, Pirates Code, they have to help you with future crimes. So the four of them plan out this heist, and it seems to me like Rothstein came up with a lot of the inner workings of it. See, Marjorie just wanted $250,000. Her goal was not to do a heist, it was to kill her dad. So, which out of these four people would have a proclivity for wanting to make an overly complicated series of notes to give to both the bomb hostage, the bank teller, and the police would set up a giant scavenger hunt that Wells would have to drive through, which, by the way, the FBI recreated that drive multiple times during the trial and determined that there was no way to survive it. Even if Brian floored it the whole way and got from one location to the other without missing a beat, there was not enough time. By the time he got that road sign, he was just going to drive wherever it told him and then blow up. So who would set up such a cruel series of hoops to jump through only to eventually get killed with a bomb and a giant metal device that is, once again, needlessly complicated? You can just tape a bomb to a guy's chest. You don't need the giant handcuff thing. Which out of these people would do all of that to look smart? Probably the guy who does everything to look smart. The self-titled fractured intellectual. So, Marjorie wants the money, Rothstein takes over all of the inner workings of it, decides like, okay, it's going to be a series of notes, we're going to kidnap a guy, makes a heist that is more complicated than it needs to be. So the heist is carried out. Again, my belief is Barnes talks to Hoopsick. Hoopsick drags Brian into it by giving them his work schedule, making him be the pizza man that comes out. While they are putting the bomb on him, Marjorie says to say it was 3 black guys, and I believe that Brian, genuinely thinking if he does what the perpetrators said, that he'll be allowed to live or they'll let him go. I think the reason he said it was 3 black guys is because he was so afraid that if he disobeyed, he'd be killed, that he just said what they told him to say. Again, like Jessica said, he was a bit of a pushover. So after Brian dies, the police are looking everywhere. They have nowhere to start, to the degree that they are just looking for black men who are tangentially related to Brian Wells. So it seems like these 4, at least for now, are in the clear, and then Rothstein calls the police over Marjorie's dead boyfriend. I think what happened is Rothstein was a bit smarter than perhaps I initially, while reading this stuff, or a lot of the investigators gave him credit for. I think Rothstein knew that Marjorie had a big mouth, and 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. So he decides he is going to get out in front of this. And if anything happens, he is going to be the one who's buddy-buddy with the police, and more importantly, in front of whatever Marjorie says about him. So he calls the police over a murder that Marjorie had committed, and then, in such remorse over it, plans a suicide. If you'll remember, he wrote out that suicide note. And then, we're getting real harebrained conspiracy here, but stick with me. I think that Rothstein was smart enough to know that if you put at the top of the note, this has nothing to do with Brian Wells, the first thing the police are going to do is look into Brian Wells. And there's also that bag of blood that was at his house from his supposed attempt. Now, once again, between us, if you have a blade and are determined to do that, it's not that hard, frankly. So the idea that he only did it a little bit and then left the evidence, the blood and the razor, in a bag for the police to find, to be like, oh yeah, I attempted, and there's the evidence of it, that seems really suspicious. I think Rothstein, after this heist went through, which again, I think Marjorie gave the inception of the idea, and Rothstein ran with it, I think that Rothstein staged everything afterwards that would eventually lead to exactly what happened. The FBI looked at how complicit he was with the James Roden investigation, and he had turned so much attention to Marjorie regarding Brian Wells that Marjorie was yelling on the news that Rothstein, Bill, he's the one who killed Brian Wells. Everything went according to plan, that the FBI told them to walk, told them to get out of here. So this guy both assisted with the hiding of the body of James Roden and everything involving Brian Wells, and walked out scot-free. I think a lot of the things that were seen as a sign of distraught, like the note, or some of the comments that he made about Marjorie being manipulative and evil, I think that it was Rothstein, once again, being a bit smarter than perhaps I gave him credit for. And the most frustrating part about it is he was the first one to die. Like, as soon as that was over, he gets released, and then a year later, he's dead in a hospital bed. And still there on his hospital bed saying, no, not involved. When we know he was involved to some degree, right? Like, he has to be from the records that were seen in his house. He at least built a bomb collar. So he was involved, but the idea that he was the mastermind who just got to pass it off and die free. makes me want to break something. Jim Fisher said it best when he said, Rothstein had to be the mastermind, and the most frustrating thing is he died with all the secrets. So yeah, that is my take on the crime, that Marjorie began the idea, Rothstein took it and ran, and all of this resulted in a scenario where Brian Wells was the victim. And in the end, once it was all over, Rothstein pulled the rug on everyone and was the only one of this entire crew who died without a conviction. I mean, Floyd wasn't convicted for this case specifically, but he was convicted for cases before. So yeah, that was a really needlessly long explanation about the bomb collar bank heist. I really hope this was interesting at all. I absolutely think this case is wild, like reading and learning about it. I tried to emulate that. I hope it came off some, the idea of like, oh, well, the guy who has a bomb around his neck, he's guilty, but then it turns out he's not guilty, or maybe kind of, depending on who you believe. And Marjorie was the mastermind, only maybe not. Maybe Rothstein was, but he's dead, so we don't know. So back to Marjorie. It's a really wild and turbulent case to read about. I understand why I give the feds a lot of harshness for some stuff, and most of it's in jest, because I do understand why this would be incredibly frustrating to investigate. But I think it's very interesting. So hopefully you think it's interesting too. Again, I know I mentioned it 100 times, but it's because it wasn't only a documentary, it was in the field work. It was in the field work. Check out Evil Genius on Netflix. It's fantastic. There's also a ton of other, YouTube videos. Famously, BuzzFeed Unsolved, Shane and Ryan, my boys, not that I know them, I just like their channel. Shane and Ryan made a video about this on Unsolved, but when they made the video, it was before Jessica Hoop 6 confession, so that's another layer added to it. But yeah, check out that video too. I'll link stuff like that in the description. I'll throw some links in there. A couple notes to end on. For one, thank you very much to Dwayne from church for giving me the shirt that I wore in this video. It is very comfortable, and I hope I did you proud by wearing it in the video about a crazy murder heist thing. And also, this is a very large case with a lot of moving parts, and I'm sure that even after a couple revisions, I got something wrong. So if I can think of anything that I said out of order, or anything about the timeline or events that I got wrong, look in the description after this video's up. Underneath the ad, I'll put a little addendum section for any corrections I can think of. So yeah, if you think I got something wrong or want to make sure all the info's right, just check the description. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I think it's such an interesting case. Again, one of the most wild things ever. And I've talked about before, but true crime is kind of flooded with like serial killers and I guess some cults from time to time. But like some of the stories around bank robberies and like drug lords are by far the most interesting in my opinion. Like I'm not gonna, if someone wants to steal this idea they can, but how about some train robberies, huh? Train robberies are cool. No one talks about those. I'm gonna talk about one of those soon. But yeah, I love stories like this. I think they're interesting. I think they're neat, and hopefully you think they're neat too. And yeah, I've spoken my piece about it. So hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. More videos coming out this month. Stay tuned for hopefully some cool announcements with some projects and collaborations I'm working on in the future. That should be neat. Again, check out my YouTube community post and Twitter for signs of that. Wendigoon8 on Twitter for new announcements and whatnot. But I believe that should do it now. Now that we're done talking about this mess, I need to edit and get pictures and try to make this comprehensible, so wish me luck. But for now, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! Hello everybody. Today we are going to be talking about the true story of the assassination of civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. Along with the assassination of John F. Kennedy, this is one of the most highlighted examples of state corruption and conspiracy in all of American history. So I thought that we would take a look at the information today, and I can tell you why I myself, as well as the family of Martin Luther King, do not believe that James Earl Ray was the shooter. And furthermore, why in 1999 the King family sued the government for a wrongful death and conspiracy to kill Martin Luther King Jr. and won. Which, let me highlight now to cover all of my bases. These are all jokes. Everything that I'm saying is a joke. This is all irony and satire and in Minecraft. And if I ever unalive myself, no, I didn't. But before we get into that big pile of awful, let's talk about something not awful, like saving money. Specifically, saving money when it comes to online shopping. And you can make your online shopping experience even better with today's sponsor, Honey. Honey is the free internet shopping tool that scours the internet and tries to find you the best deals and promo codes available whenever you're at checkout. To get Honey on your computer, all you have to do is install it with just 2 easy clicks, and then whenever you're checking out at a website, Honey will pop up on your browser and ask if you want to apply discounts. So then all you do is hit apply discounts, and it will search the internet and find you ways to save money. Then all you have to do is wait a few seconds for Honey to test its promo codes and just watch your price drop from there. Honey's become a staple for me, especially doing routine purchases like ordering pizza or buying gifts from people, because I make sure to always do it on my laptop, because every time I come to checkout, I save money with no extra hassle. What a lot of people don't realize isn't only how easy Honey is to use, but also that it can probably save you money on things you're already buying, like food, or clothing, or computer parts, or whatever. And now you can save money too for free at the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon. That's right, Honey is absolutely free to get on your computer. All you have to do is go to the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon. Just go there, do the 2-click process to get it on your computer. I ask that you please use the link because it lets them know that I sent you, and it really does help the channel. But it's totally free, and you can start saving money today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope that you check them out. It helps me. Again, link in the description. And we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into all of that. But first, and as always, thank you for watching. To make sure we're all on the same page, I'm going to start by giving the FBI's official account of what happened, and then after that I'll explain why it's all a lie. As a joke, of course. For starters, Martin Luther King Jr. was a civil rights leader who was not only an effective speaker and leader within the civil rights movement, but was also no stranger to death threats. As a matter of fact, in 1958 he was stabbed in the chest and was nearly killed, and in 1963, after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he told his wife Coretta King, quote, "This is what's going to happen to me also. I keep telling you this is a sick society." King would also travel with other members of his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and go to different cities across the U.S. where King would speak at different rallies and protests. In 1968, King, along with a group of members from that association, came to Memphis, Tennessee as part of a sanitation workers rally. Now, there had been a long history of black city workers within Memphis, Tennessee being underpaid and put into harsh labor conditions. However, the event that sparked this particular rally was the death of 2 sanitation workers who died while on the job, and their family was not given any insurance payout for their death. So King led a march in Memphis on March the 28th, and then planned to lead another march after that during the following week. On April 3rd, King stood in front of the Mason Temple in Memphis, Tennessee, and gave his famous "I've been to the mountaintop" speech.
To do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
The next day, on April the 4th of 1968, King was staying in room 306 of the Lorraine Motel. Another pastor who traveled with King, a man by the name of Ralph Abernathy, said that they stayed in that specific room so often whenever they visited Memphis that it was nicknamed the King Abernathy Suite. The group was getting ready to go to dinner before King was set to deliver another speech that night, and his final words, officially at least, were to the musician Ben Branch, in which King said, "Ben, make sure you play Take My Hand, Precious Lord in the meeting tonight. Play it real pretty." King then leaned over the balcony on the second floor of the Lorraine Motel to speak to Jesse Jackson, who was standing in the parking lot beneath. At that moment, at 6:01 p.m., a shot rang out which struck King in the right cheek. It immediately broke his jaw and several vertebrae while severing the veins and arteries in his neck. King was immediately knocked out. However, one of his colleagues, who was holding his head as he was bleeding, found that he had a pulse, and he was immediately taken to the St. Joseph's Hospital. However, there, Martin Luther King was officially declared dead at 7:05 p.m. on April the 4th of 1968. The police were quick to arrive on scene and concluded that the shot had been fired from the bathroom window of a boarding house across the street from the Lorraine Motel. Immediately next to the boarding house, the police found a bed sheet which contained someone's personal clothing and a sort of overnight bag, as well as a Remington 760 Game Master rifle. Within the pump-action .30-06 was an empty rifle casing, indicating that someone had fired the gun and not ejected the old casing. The rifle, as well as the belongings in the bed sheet, were covered in the fingerprints of someone identified as James Earl Ray. James Earl Ray was an escaped convict from Jackson City, Missouri, who was arrested and serving 20 years for robbing a grocery store before he broke out of jail. Not only that, but in the aforementioned boarding house, one of the rooms was being rented by James Earl Ray. He was on the run for 2 months before he was caught in London at the Heathrow Airport as he was trying to board a plane to Rhodesia. After his arrest on March the 10th of 1969, Ray, in order to avoid the death penalty, pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder of MLK. The FBI concluded that the reason for this murder was that James Earl Ray was poor and there was a bounty put out by racist Southerners for the killing of Martin Luther King Jr. In a book titled He Slew the Dreamer, which came out shortly after the death of MLK, the author says that James Earl Ray was a very racist and hateful person who was trying to collect a bounty from members of the KKK for the murder of MLK. So this all sounds pretty cut and dry, right? A civil rights leader was killed by a racist person trying to collect a bounty, and his fingerprints were found on all the stuff, and he pleaded guilty to it, right? No, and here's why. 3 days after he confessed to first-degree murder, Ray fired his attorney and said that his attorney told him that if he does not immediately confess to killing MLK, they'll either give him the death penalty or someone will kill him quicker.
Came in with the paper and wanted me to sign it saying that, we'd enter a guilty plea. He gave me a list of reasons why we should enter a plea. He also said the newspapers done convicted me by pretrial publicity. And so I told him I didn't think that was the grounds for entering a guilty plea because I thought we could overcome some of this adverse publicity during the trial. His next gamut was that if I didn't enter a guilty plea, they might put my brother Jerry Ray in prison as a co-conspirator. And he also indicated that if I forced him to trial, he wouldn't put forth his best efforts.
Through his new attorney, William Pepper, Ray said that he believes he accidentally assisted with the murder of Martin Luther King Jr., and he believes that he himself was a victim in a larger conspiracy. In the following years, there were several requests for Ray to have a retrial, although for reasons we'll get into in a bit, none of those really panned out. And there was no significant headway made in the case until the King family themselves, who had been doing their own research to the side, came to the conclusion that James Earl Ray was an innocent man, or at least innocent for killing King. He still robbed a grocery store, but I don't really think that matters at this point. In 1997, Dexter King, the son of Martin Luther King, went to the Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary in order to meet James Earl Ray. Whenever the two met, Dexter said, "I just want to know, for the record, did you kill my father?" To which James Earl Ray replied, no, I didn't, and Dexter said, "I know, and my whole family knows." Over the next few years, the King family fought vehemently for James Earl Ray to get a retrial. And in 1999, Coretta King, the wife of Martin Luther King, along with her family, sued Lloyd Jowers, which I'll explain who he is in a little bit, along with the entirety of the federal government for committing a conspiracy to murder MLK, to which, as I mentioned earlier, they won the case. The case took place in Shelby County, Tennessee, and the lawyer that represented the King family was William Pepper, the aforementioned second attorney for James Earl Ray. During the case, Pepper brought in over 70 witnesses and 4,000 pages of transcripts, to which, according to him, in those transcripts, Those who were a part of the conspiracy were the FBI, the CIA, the U.S. Army, the Memphis Police Department, and the Mafia. The jury unanimously ruled in the King's family favor and awarded them $100. The reason it was $100 is because the Kings were very adamant that it was not about the money, it was just about proving that the government had something to do with Martin's murder. However, if this was justice for the King family, it didn't come soon enough for James Earl Ray, who died a year earlier in 1998 in prison due to an injury he received during a prison fight. So it seems like there's two completely stories happening here. On one hand, you have the pretty straightforward story of some racist whack job getting a rifle, killing Martin Luther King, and then getting arrested for it. But on the other side, you have the King family trying to get this guy out of jail, and then you have a lawyer who was an expert on both sides of the case, who then comes into court, brings all this evidence, and ends up winning with a jury saying that, yeah, the government definitely did it. So how are there two completely different things happening here? Well, your boy went through some of the records from that lawsuit, and for reasons I'll get into, 100% agree with the King family as well as the civil court ruling. Of course, as a joke, this is all satire. So in order to break all this down, let's look at the specific moments leading up to and during the shooting itself. The night before Martin Luther King was shot, James Earl Ray rented a room above a place known as Jim's Grill in a boarding house owned by a Bessie Brewer. The official story is that he stayed in the room that night, and then the next day he took his rifle down the hall to a communal bathroom that had a good view of the Lorraine Motel. He stood in the bathtub and fired the shot, and then jumped out, didn't eject the shell casing, ran back to his room and threw the rifle as well as his bag of clothes into the bedsheet, threw it all together with the bedsheet, put it on his back, and then ran out into the hall. He was then spotted by a man named Charles Quitman Stevens, who was the state's lead witness in this entire case. Charles said that he saw a man running out of the hotel, and he later ID'd it as James Earl Ray. Again, according to official reports, James Earl Ray was then walking down the street whenever he saw a cop car parked across the street, to which he panicked and dropped the bedsheet in front of the aforementioned department store. He then hopped into his white Mustang and sped away down the street. So to give a little illustration of it, this is not remotely drawn to scale or whatever, so I'm sorry, I promise I'm trying. The distance from the bathroom window, which is right here, to the spot King was at the motel was about 70 or 80 yards. According to that story, Ray was sitting in the bathroom window and fired his shot across the street at the motel balcony where King was staying. Everything here is taking place on the second floor of the building. So then Ray goes down the hallway into his room, gathers his stuff, puts it in the bedsheet, goes back out and down the staircase by Jim's Grill. That's when he begins walking down the street, and here at however you pronounce it, Amusement, he sees the cop supposedly, drops his bag right here, ducks the other direction to get into his vehicle parked somewhere over here, and then speeds off down the street going that direction. So let's talk about the first big issue in this entire case, and the one that should have been a red flag to the investigators, but wasn't, again, for reasons we'll talk about. The rifle that was in the bedsheet was never matched to the bullet that hit Martin Luther King.
That Remington 760 Game Master they've got in the Civil Rights Museum is not the murder weapon. The thing the state relied upon was the rifle, but modern scientific methodology excluded that rifle from being the murder weapon. The bullet they pull out of King's body has a rate of rifling twist of 1 turn in every 11 1/4 inches. The rifle that Ray had a rate of rifling twist of 1 turn in every 10 inches and a bad manufacturing defect that is not apparent on the death slug.
For those that don't know, the way that a rifle works is within the barrel itself, there is a series of grooves that spin the bullet and allow it to have a spiral and more accurate trajectory after it comes out of the barrel. While rifling is always similar on similar model of guns, The exact combination of what happens between the chamber and the bolt and the rifling and everything else is entirely unique to every single gun. And the most conclusive evidence they could say is that both the bullet that hit King as well as Ray's gun were probably the same model of rifle. Which, yeah, there were literally millions of Remington 760s in the United States. That doesn't prove anything. The other hiccup in the story is that James Earl Ray's fingerprints were never found in his room or the bathroom that the shot was taken from. The bathroom detail can almost be looked over. If the window was already open, I could see him walking in there, standing in the tub, taking the shot, and then leaving. However, if he stayed in the room overnight, and as we're going to see in a bit, this guy was no criminal mastermind, he would have left a fingerprint or a hair or something in his wake. Furthermore, police were on the scene of the shooting within 2 minutes of whenever the shot was fired, and none of them reported ever having seen a white Mustang. This would mean that Ray would have to take the shot, run back to his room, pack his stuff, load it up, walk out of the hallway, go downstairs, go across the block, see the police, drop his bag, go the other direction, get in his car, and speed off, all within 2 minutes. And to cast another shadow on that whole theory of what happened, Guy Canup, the guy who owned the store that James Earl Ray supposedly dropped his bag in front of, said that what happened, according to him, is someone walked up, dropped the bag in front of the store, calmly walked away, and then a couple minutes later, he heard the gunshot. Meaning that that bag with the rifle that did not match the round that hit MLK, as well as James Earl Ray's personal belongings, were set up there before a shot was ever fired.
He was one of the first people to cast doubts on the state's case against Ray in his book, Cover Up.
That's ridiculous. He's required to have gone to his room in the flop house and picked up the widest collection of junk. Bobby pins. Bobby pins. Cans of beer that hadn't been opened. You know, a guy has done a crime like that and he's fleeing for his life. He's going to pick up a couple cans of beer or a bobby pin. The box didn't hold the rifle. He had to put the rifle in that. All sorts of other junk. A ridiculous collection of it. The one thing that bundle served to do was to point a finger at Ray.
Another issue with that story is the logistics of the shot itself. As you can see from these pictures, wherever I decide to put them, Martin Luther King was standing on the balcony where you see the white wreath. He was leaned over it talking to someone in the parking lot below. And then, as you can see, the boarding house located across the street has several windows, one of those believed to be the one where Ray took the shot. However, for the logistics of that shot to have worked out in the angle that the bullet trajectory says it did, Ray would have had to be standing on top of the bathtub and in a very awkward position. Even more so, at the time the shot would have been taken, there was a large tree just outside of the window that would have made it near impossible to see across the street to the motel, let alone get a shot through it.
I did talk to a Captain Tommy Smith, who retired as head of homicide for the Memphis Police Department, who was the first detective on the scene. He said the shot couldn't have been from the flop house. There was a limb about this thick growing diagonally through the window, and you couldn't even see the Lorraine Motel from that.
Don't worry, we'll talk about what happened to that tree in just a minute. So remember that guy, Charles Stevens, the state's lead witness, who said he saw Ray run out of the bathroom and then down the street? Well, Charles Stevens had been arrested 155 times, most of them due to alcoholism. He was known for getting drunk in public and causing a wreck, and the police would have to bring him back home. At the time of the shooting, Stevens was drunk in a stupor, and as a matter of fact, he didn't come forward to police saying that he saw Ray until a bounty was put forward for $100,000 to anyone who can give police information. The police had already found the fingerprints on the gun, which were connected to the escaped convict, and said they were looking for James Earl Ray. So Stevens comes to the police and says, yeah, that Ray guy, I saw him. During an interview with a CBS journalist, the journalist held up a picture of James Earl Ray, and Stevens said, who is that? And the journalist said, this is the shooter, James Earl Ray. And Stevens said, oh, that wasn't the guy who was running out of the hotel.
Look at that picture. Does that look like the man?
Well, excuse me, from the glimpse that I got of his profile, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, sir. Certainly doesn't. For one thing, He's too heavy. His face is too full. He has too much hair. And his nose is too wide.
Again, remember, this was the state's lead witness. Not only that, he was the only witness who claimed to have seen James Earl Ray at the time of the shooting. And you may be thinking, well, shouldn't have there been more people around that saw someone do something during this time? Oh, there were, they just didn't see James Earl Ray. One of those people was Stephen's wife, who said that she heard a shot not from inside of the building, but from just outside the building's window. She said that she heard a shot from outside, looked out, and saw, quote, a short man with salt and pepper hair in an army jacket and plaid shorts. At the same time this was happening, a cab driver who lived in that building said he was walking in after work for the day, and as he passed the hallway, he looked into the communal bathroom where the shot supposedly was taken. He walked a few more feet into his room, heard a gunshot from outside, and then sprinted outside to see what had happened. Considering that he looked into the bathroom possibly seconds before the shot went off, that completely clears the idea of James Earl Ray standing in the bathtub. Now, it was true that Ray owned a white Mustang. However, what that same cab driver reported as being weird is that whenever he pulled up to the house, there were two white Mustangs parked a couple hundred feet from each other. At first, Ray was trying to remove himself from any sort of guilt and said that during the actual shooting, he was at a nearby service station. However, in later stories, it seemed that he was serving as the getaway driver for a man known as Raul. Now, we'll get into the whole mess of Raul in a second, but for now, let's keep talking about James Earl Ray. After the shooting, Ray realized that he was on the run for the murder of MLK. However, he was being financed by someone only known to him as Fat Man. For those close to the case, it was no secret that James Earl Ray wasn't exactly the most dedicated of assassins, and the only reason he was able to escape from prison is he was loading shipment boxes onto a truck, and one of the boxes was empty, so he just got inside, and then they just put the lid and never checked, and that's how he got out. But according to those who knew Ray, the stories about him were wildly untrue. As a matter of fact, according to his family, Ray had a black girlfriend for some time, which greatly contradicts the stories of a racist Southern KKK member that the media afterwards portrayed him as. Not only that, but Ray knew comedically little about guns. Whenever Ray went to the gun shop because he was told by somebody that I'll explain later to buy a .30-06 Remington 760, he bought a .243 instead because he didn't understand how calibers worked. He then had to return the gun and get the same model of rifle chambered in .30-06. Everyone in the gun store said he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about when it came to the scope he wanted on the rifle, or what he was looking for in a rifle, or anything like that. And while James Earl Ray was in the military, he had the lowest possible marksmanship score that someone can have and still qualify. Keep in mind, this is the same guy that the FBI would later state was able to give himself several fake IDs and passports and elude the largest investigation in the United States history for 2 months straight. We'll talk about James Earl Ray's full story in a moment, but for now I want to ask the question you're probably thinking, if not Ray, then who took the shot? Well, there were two people who were staring at Martin Luther King the exact moment he was shot. They were his chauffeur and his attorney who were talking to him. They were each watching him as he was leaned over the balcony the moment the shot was taken, and both of them said that as soon as he was hit, his entire body shot upwards. As a matter of fact, they each said that from the angle of the bathroom window, there was no way that they could have hit him in the lower right jaw, considering he was facing like this. Remember how I said Stephen's wife, who was staying in the boarding house, heard the shot from outside and then saw a man running by in the bushes? Well, she wasn't the only one. Reverend James Orange, who was with King at the moment of the shooting, said he looked over and saw in the bushes in front of the boarding house there was a plume of smoke that came up through the branches. Several other witnesses who were all walking the street at the time of the shooting said that they all heard a shot coming from the branches, and a couple people even reported seeing a man in a white shirt sprint around the back of the building.
I interviewed Solomon Jones in the lobby of the St. Joseph Hospital approximately about 7:05. This was the story he told all of us. as soon as the shot was fired, he looked out over the limousine. He saw a sniper with a white sheet on his face, ducked back down into the bushes. A few seconds later, he rose out of the bushes without the sheet, walked to the wall, jumped down from the wall. And you must understand that other people were coming out of the fire station at the same time, jumping from the wall. Solomon said this person he saw in the bushes joined in with the people jumping from the wall, jumped from the wall, walked on the premises, and he said he was scared.
There was a firehouse located in the general vicinity of all of this, and one woman said that she saw a fireman trying to show police the bushes where he saw someone fire a gun and then run away from, but the police ignored him and ran inside. As a matter of fact, all of the witnesses who told police that they heard a gunshot come from outside were told that they were simply mistaken and it came from the bathroom window instead.
New York Times reporter Earl Caldwell was staying in motel room 215 when he heard the shots.
What I saw, this man just very clearly rise out of these bushes. He was in sort of a...
Your skill has increased.
...position. I did not see a weapon in this man's hand, but I saw this figure directly across from the motel. And also, of course, the man in the bushes was awake. From the day of the assassination until this day, no police, no FBI agent has ever come to me and said, "What did you see?"
And every single account that I've given you up until this point is either corroborated by several different witnesses or was in the official transcripts or what have you. But there's this one witness that isn't that reliable, but I have to mention. A hobo by the name of Harold Cornbread Carter, yes, his name was Cornbread, was drinking wine in the same bushes when he said he heard a shot, rolled over, and a man in a white shirt ran by him and then sprinted around the back of the building. I don't know how much I can put my faith in a man named Cornbread, but I wasn't going to not mention that. Speaking of the police misleading people, remember how I said there was a really big tree in the way of the bathroom that wouldn't have made any sense for someone to shoot directly through the tree to get to the Lorraine Motel? Well, the Memphis Police Department were up all night after the shooting, cutting down the trees in front of the boarding house to, quote, help with the investigation.
Growing diagonally through the window, and you couldn't even see the Lorraine Motel from that location. He said, I came back with crime scene in about an hour and the whole tree had been cut down, and I found out there was a cut down order sent out to the sanitation department.
So there's this entire active crime scene, and for some reason the police decide to go out at 4 in the morning and just start cutting stuff with a chainsaw. As a matter of fact, the only report that day that a shot ever came from the bathroom of the boarding house was the drunk Stevens that I mentioned earlier. Every other person who was there that day reported the gunshot coming from outside in the bushes in front of the boarding house. So we've established that the official narrative is incredibly biased for some reason, and that James Earl Ray seems to be an incompetent patsy who just kind of stooped into this whole thing. Furthermore, it's the opinion of the King family, the attorneys, and everyone who was there that the official account is not what happened. So why so much cover-up, and why all of this hoopla over what could have been a simple dry and cut assassination? And this is the part of the video where I want to emphasize that this is a joke, and if any of the names that I say correspond to real people, that I made the names up, and it is purely coincidental. So, that being said, the FBI murdered Martin Luther King Jr. They murdered him so hard. I tried to go as long as I possibly could in this video without saying it, and it made me want to die. So, let's fix that. During the time of a shooting, there was a black detective who was put on task of protecting Martin Luther King during his stay in Memphis, who was currently at home hiding. The reason he was hiding is because 2 hours before the shooting, someone called saying they were planning to murder him. It turns out that this report was entirely made up and came from no other than the FBI.
Lieutenant Larkin arrived and stated I was wanted at headquarters. I said, for what? He said, I don't know, just get in the car, let's go. I was told to bring you back. The director, Frank Holliman, stated that the man standing across from me was Secret Service from
Washington stating that there was a contract out on my life. At that time, he told Larkin to take me home and wait until someone arrived to guard me. Once we arrived at my house, while seated in the car awaiting the security for me being there, I imagine no more than 5 or 10 minutes, the radio blasted out Dr. King had been shot.
This departmental communication reveals that by 4:15 that afternoon, Lieutenant Arkin of the Memphis Police Department had been alerted by a phone call from the FBI that the assassination threat attributed to Reddit was a mistake.
So the FBI made up a completely false story that this head detective that was protecting Martin Luther King needed to go home in order to avoid. Not only that, but a few minutes before King was shot, there was a bomb threat called in downtown Memphis that made the police focus their attention there instead of on MLK. Now, most often with events this large or assassinations that would cause this much noise, it is very rare that an actual member of a government party will carry out the assassination themselves. They almost always get fall guys to do it. And that's not even a conspiracy. Just look at historical cases like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, where they got a bunch of teenage freedom fighters to carry out the work of politicians. So let's take a look at who some of those fall guys might have been. One of which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Remember how I said that the boarding house was located above a place called Jim's Grill? Well, Lloyd Jowers was the owner of Jim's Grill. The day after the shooting, a cab driver said that he was sitting in Jim's Grill whenever Lloyd told him to come look at what he has under the counter, to which he slid out a .30-06 rifle. Not only that, but whenever an investigator followed up on that lead, a waitress said that she was working the day of the shooting, heard a gunshot, and then Lloyd ran in the back room holding a rifle and had mud on the knees of his pants, implying that he was kneeled in the grass outside, to which he then took his rifle, wrapped it in a white sheet, set it under the counter, and when the police came by, said he didn't hear anything. Jowers' business partner by the name of Willie Adkins said years later that Jowers had confided in him and told him that he had a part in the King shooting and his job was to get rid of the rifle. And according to Adkins, Jowers passed the gun off to someone else who threw it off a bridge into a river. Jowers himself was a former member of the Memphis Police Department and still very close to several of the leading members of the department itself. He told Adkins that the reason he was given that job is because they trusted him and his business was directly across the street from the Lorraine Motel, which, if you'll remember, I mentioned earlier, was so popular for having King stay there that they even named one of the rooms after him. Over the years, Jowers was pressured to come forward about his involvement in the murder, and finally in 1993 he went on ABC television and told them that he was paid $100,000 to help with the murder of Martin Luther King. More specifically, he said he was paid by known mob man Frank Liberto.
Jowers ran Jim's Grill across from the Lorraine Motel and claimed another Memphis businessman, Frank Liberto, paid him $100,000 to contract a killer.
What did Frank Liberto ask you to do?
He asked me to handle some money transaction, hire someone to assassinate Dr. Martin Luther King.
Your skill has increased.
Frank Liberto openly despised King. He had several different produce factories and manufacturing plants around the city of Memphis and said that King was making things harder because, those pesky workers, them and their human rights. The day of the shooting, John McFerrin was working at one of Liberto's produce plants when he heard Liberto answer the phone and say, quote, "I told you not to call me here. Shoot the son of a bitch when he comes on the balcony." Years later, a woman known as Lavada Atkinson was at a restaurant whenever Liberto got drunk and was trying to impress her and eventually said, "I'm the one who had MLK killed." Remember James Earl Ray's first lawyer, the one who pressured him to confess to killing MLK? Well, that lawyer, Percy Foreman, was a known affiliate of the Mafia and was very close to Frank Liberto.
I don't give a continental damn whether there was a conspiracy or not.
Mr. Foreman, did you ever ask your client whether he was a part of a conspiracy, whether he'd been hired?
No, I never asked him that, but I asked him enough other questions to convince me that he was not.
Lloyd Jowers was also asked, well, if you were just the guy who got rid of the gun, then who actually shot Martin Luther King? to which Jowers said it was Memphis Police Department Lieutenant Earl Clark. Earl Clark had several accusations of taking bribes from gang
Your skill
members
has increased.
and was publicly a friend of Frank Liberto. Not only that, but he was the highest rated marksman on the Memphis Police Department. According to Jowers, as soon as the shot was taken, Clark sprinted down the hill, handed him the rifle so that he could then dispose of it, which, as I mentioned earlier, he brought it to the back door of the restaurant, while Clark jumped over a nearby wall and escaped in, you guessed it, a white Mustang. According to a janitor who worked at the Memphis Police Department, the night before the shooting there was a meeting in the police chief's office between the police chief, the mayor of Memphis, Earl Clark, and another man by the name of Lieutenant Strausser. According to that same janitor, Strausser spent the entire day at the rifle range shooting his .30-06 over and over. Around the bushes of the boarding house, there were footprints of a size 13 shoe, and lo and behold, Strausser had a size 13 shoe. All of these assassinations, there's always a grassy knoll or some, a brambly bush that the actual killers hid in for some reason. I don't know what their aversion to buildings is. So to kind of summarize all of that, it seems that as part of this conspiracy involving the Memphis Police Department, two shooters, one most likely being the primary shooter and the other being a backup, of Clark and Strausser, hid themselves in the bushes in front of the boarding house, took the shot whenever King walked out before having someone else ditch the guns as they got away in nearby getaway vehicles. So going off of all of that, one or two shooters placed in these bushes in between the boarding house and the motel went down, split most likely into two separate directions. One of them handed their weapon to Jowers, who then took it around this direction before carrying it into the back of the building that was connected to Jim's Grill and eventually disposing of the rifle. The shooter went this direction before interacting with a wall that was located over here, jumped over it, got into a getaway car, and then made his way down the street. Anyone else, a backup shooter, or someone else set to get rid of the weapons, most likely followed a similar route, either getting into a getaway vehicle here, or, as the cab driver reported, getting into one of the two white Mustangs that were located on a street between these two buildings. Either way, everyone in the investigation was focused on Ray leaving the window, going out of this building, and then getting away on this street, whereas there were several different avenues of escape left open to whoever the other conspirators might have been. So that's all well and good, but what's with this rifle that has James Earl Ray's fingerprints, and him having rented the room in the house right above them, and all of this so perfectly falling in line for him to be the fall guy? Well, now that I've given you the official telling of the assassination as well as the unofficial but more widely believed telling of the assassination, let's get into James Earl Ray's story of what happened. And to do that, let's talk about James Earl Ray himself. At the end of World War II, James Earl Ray was part of the Office of Strategic Services, also known as the OSS. That organization then became the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA, after the war ended. James's brother said that he would never really talk about what happened while he was in the OSS and would only say cryptic things like they're kind of like the mafia. Once you join, you're never really allowed to leave. Specifically, James said that he was haunted by events that took place while he was in the OSS and later the CIA, and said that they would drug him and did other things to, quote, mess with my mind. This is kind of out of the scope for this video since I'm trying to talk about the specifics of King's assassination itself, but there are several that believe James Earl Ray was a part of the early MK Ultra experiments. Also, further on his backstory, his escape from the Jefferson City prison was weird. But this wasn't his first escape attempt. He had tried several times before, and every time he would just be administered medicine and then allowed to do it again. It's believed that Ray was one of many people kept on a leash by the government that they would let off if they ever needed them to commit whatever act that they couldn't have their hands directly tied to. Not only that, but shortly after completing this escape attempt that he definitely shouldn't have been able to get away with, his cellmate, who had told him to try to escape, was found hanging in his cell with his arms and legs broken. The official story being that he hung himself and then broke his arms and legs. I don't even know how to tie that back into the whole conspiracy. That was just, what? It was shortly after escaping jail that he met the figure known as Raul. Despite the name and every description that was given of him, Raul was not Spanish, and it's not uncommon for operatives to have names that intentionally mislead those trying to look for them. This Raul seemed to be very generous to the escaped convict and began supplying Ray with money as well as fake IDs and passports so he could move from the United States to Canada. It was even Raul who gave Ray money and told him to go to Birmingham, Alabama and buy himself a nice car, to which Ray bought the white Mustang. According to Ray, Raul was a weapons dealer who was selling guns to Cuban militants who were hiding in the United States. Ray was sort of working as Raul's pseudo-business partner for a while, and then one day Raul told him that we're going to need about 200 rifles to sell to a group of these Cubans. He then asked Ray if he could go to Alabama and buy a rifle to show the Cubans as a preview of what the other 200 rifles are going to be like. That is when Raul told Ray to specifically purchase a Remington 760 in .30-06, to which, as I mentioned earlier, Ray went there, bought it in the wrong caliber, and then after showing Raul, Raul told him he had to take it back and get it exchanged for the right one. The day before Martin Luther King was assassinated, James Earl Ray said that Raul met him at Jim's Grill and said, "Tomorrow I'm meeting the Cubans in order to make this weapons deal. I need you to rent a room in the boarding house above this restaurant so that I can make the deal. And if anything goes wrong, I need you to be waiting outside to be my getaway driver so that I can get out of here if we need to." This is why there was an identical Remington 760 that had his fingerprints on it while wrapped in the bedsheet. This is the reason that despite renting the room in his name, James did not have any fingerprints on the bathroom or the room itself, and why he was waiting outside when, according to him, he heard a gunshot and Raul runs out, jumps in the back of the car, and he drives away. Ray believing that the deal went bad, someone got shot, and now he's trying to get out of there. According to Ray, he was on his way out of Memphis whenever he began to slow down the car. Raul jumped and rolled out of the back seat and ran away, and James never saw him again. From there, James drove all night till he hit Atlanta, where he said he met the before-mentioned fat man who gave him a bunch of money and new passports so that he could be on the run for 2 months before being caught in England. And it wasn't until turning on his radio on the way to Atlanta that he found out that he had actually taken part in the killing of Martin Luther King Jr.
After a while, I got out on the main street. I was going to call this telephone number in New Orleans and find out, make contact Raul, see if anything happened there, because I thought maybe being some guns around there, some type of raid or something. Well, anyway, when I was driving out there, it said something about, I had radio and it said something about Martin Luther King had been shot. I didn't think too much about that. And then about 10 minutes later, when I was on the outskirts of Memphis, and maybe I was actually Mississippi, it said that they were looking for a white man in a white Mustang in connection with the shooting. So I decided then that I'd better, move on out of there. I drove on and cut off and went to Atlanta. Went on to Canada.
So, while that does tie up all the loose ends of why there was a bedsheet that some stranger supposedly dropped off that had Ray's fingerprints on it, and while that makes sense that he never touched the rooms that he rented, even though he did rent them, and while he was a getaway driver in the white Mustang at the time of it, and why there would have been 2 Mustangs, and blah blah blah, it makes everything make sense, that's still just the word of one escaped convict over, the entirety of the FBI's investigation? Well, it does line up everything cut and dry. We can't just take his word as being the truth. And the cool thing is, we don't have to. Daniel Ellsberg of Pentagon Papers fame swore on an affidavit that Agent Brady Tyson told him in confidence that it was J. Edgar Hoover who had Martin Luther King killed. If J. Edgar Hoover sounds familiar, that's because he was the director of the FBI during this time. More specifically, that Hoover had a right-hand man by the name of Clyde Tolson, who was known in the agency for carrying out Hoover's dirty work. That included getting mob members to carry out killings that the FBI couldn't handle themselves, or more specifically, didn't want to be associated with handling themselves. According to this testimony of Agent Brady Tyson, it was Tolson who paid several informants to monitor Memphis at the time and figure out exactly where King would be staying. Not only that, but according to Ellsberg, Tolson paid off the warden at the Jackson City prison so that Ray would be able to escape. This makes sense as to why immediately after escaping, he met this really kind guy who just seemed to love him and gave him a bunch of money and fake passports. So several former agents, as well as James Earl Ray and those closely connected to the killings like the King family themselves, all believe the FBI to be the main culprit in this entire plot. And considering that it's believed Frank Liberto had many associations with the FBI in which he would carry out favors for them and they would look the other way on his operations, so it seems like the FBI, perhaps Tolson, had Liberto carry out the on-ground operations that it would take in order to have King killed. Also, this Raul guy, as well as Liberto and everyone else, connects to like the JFK assassination and also the Robert Kennedy assassination, but I won't get into that right now. In December of 1963, 1 month after JFK was killed, there was supposedly a meeting between Hoover and other high-ranking members of the FBI as to how they will have MLK taken care of. See, the FBI hated him for a whole slew of reasons. For one, people weren't exactly accepting of new ideologies at the time, and furthermore, King was causing issues for the established rule of how businesses and agencies were set up. Not only that, but this was at the height of the Russian panic or Red Scare thing, where everyone was super afraid of communism, and while King's ideas by today's standards are fairly moderate, his ideas of a sort of universal income or guaranteed health coverage and things like that were seen as super evil commie at the time. So the FBI wanted him out of the picture. As a matter of fact, they were so determined to find dirt on him that they began bugging his hotel rooms with hidden microphones. How did they do that? Well, they had the help of people like Marel McCullough, a former CIA operative who worked in South America, who was then moved into their early surveillance or COINTELPRO operations. McCullough was a close friend and member of King's inner circle, and it's believed that he was one of the people who began bugging his hotel rooms wherever he went. As a matter of fact, it's believed by many that he is the figure kneeling over the body of MLK right after he was shot.
In the famous Lau photograph of the associates of Dr. King pointing away from the motel and toward the rooming house, there was for a long time a mystery about the person who was kneeling over Dr. King checking him for life signs. That person was Marel McCullough, who somehow, when hearing the shot, instantly streaked up the stairs to the balcony and checked Dr. King. He was an undercover operative for the Memphis Police Department, but reporting directly to an intelligence officer of the Memphis Police Department.
Remember Lloyd Jowers that I mentioned earlier, the owner of Jim's Grill? Well, according to him, the day before the shooting, there was a meeting of conspirators in Jim's Grill that all had a part in the assassination. The meeting consisted of 5 men, and only 2 of them Jowers could identify. One of them was the aforementioned Police Lieutenant Earl Clark, the supposed shooter, and unbeknownst to Jowers at the time, one of those men was Marel McCullough. If all this is true, that would mean that McCullough was not only a close associate of King's, who was actually a government agent and bugging his hotel room, but that he was also part of the direct conspiracy to murder him and was at the meeting for it the day before. Using these hidden mics that were placed in King's hotel rooms, the FBI got information that they believe showed him as having extramarital affairs. Believing this to be a good way to hurt King's image as the reverend and civil rights leader, they wrote him an at-the-time anonymous letter that has come out several years later to have originated directly from the FBI. In this letter from the FBI, where the writer pretended to be a former supporter and fellow black man of King, they say in the intro, "King, in view of your low-grade, abnormal personal behavior, I will not dignify your name with either a Mr. or a Reverend or a Doctor, and your last name calls to mind only the type of king such as King Henry VIII, and his countless acts of adultery and immoral conduct lower than that of a beast." Talk about an intro. After proceeding throughout the entire course of the letter to call King a fraud, it ends by saying, King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do. This exact number has been selected for a specific reason. It has definite practical significance. You are done. There is but one way out for you. You better take it before your filthy, abnormal, fraudulent self is bared to the nation. So if you ever think that the government didn't hate Martin Luther King, 4 years before his assassination, here's a letter where they literally told him to kill himself. The head of the Memphis Police Department at the time was a 25-year veteran of the FBI. And as a matter of fact, whenever he came to position, he said his #1 goal was to make sure that the FBI and the MPD had a two-way street of communication. After the first march took place on March the 28th within Memphis, King decided that it was too dangerous to stay in room 306, as it was a large windowed room that opened up into an open street. He decided to change his room to room 202, that being a more secluded room facing away from the main road. However, before King got there, someone called the hotel and said that they were part of King's accompaniment and asked if they could have the room changed back to 306. By the time King got there, everything else had been booked, so he decided to just stick with room 306. However, that call ahead was not part of King's group, and as a matter of fact, no one has ever identified where the random caller came from. However, I can think of a couple people it could be, and they both start with FBI.
During the course of our investigation, we revealed the fact that the mission of the FBI was to destroy Dr. King. That is all documented in the course of our reports, and we did criticize him severely for the illegal, unconstitutional way in which his civil rights were violated.
Also, the day of the shooting, the FBI immediately took over the investigation, which made no sense because at the time it had nothing to do with anything outside of the state of Tennessee. It should have been a state issue. Even more weird, as soon as the FBI got MLK's body, they never performed an autopsy. Also, remember that book I mentioned earlier, He Slew a Dreamer? The book that had all the information about how James Earl Ray was a racist and how he just really wanted to kill King? Well, the author of that book was William Bradford Huey, and he was very close friends with, you guessed it, J. Edgar Hoover. Immediately after MLK's assassination, a high-ranking agent by the name of Cartha DeLoach put out a bulletin to Hoover saying that there's so much misinformation going around about the case that the FBI should quietly fund a book that would then allow there to be correct information about James Earl Ray and how racist and evil he was. Cartha DeLoach, that name sounds familiar. Oh yeah, and while we're going down the rabbit hole of suspicious stuff that happened around this, let's just keep going. The day of the assassination, whenever they were investigating the boarding house, Captain Ed Atkinson said that he overheard Earl Clark say to another police officer, "We're gonna have to cut the branches down. He couldn't have taken a shot from here." Which, if you'll remember, the branches mean a shot couldn't have been taken, and the MPD worked all night to make sure none were there. Also, Tennessee State Commissioner at the time, Harry Avery, began his own investigation to try to figure out how James Earl Ray, a supposed klutz of a convict, was able to amass so much money and get so many fake IDs, to which he was immediately fired by Governor Buford Ellington. A nurse who was at St. Joseph Hospital at the time that MLK was brought in said that he still had a pulse and they were attempting to resuscitate him before a group of men in suits came in and told them to step away from the body. As she was leaving the room, she turned around and said she saw the men take off King's life-saving equipment. And the only remaining doctor in the room who was with the men was the one who gave King the official time of 7:05 as being his time of death. And speaking of deaths related to this whole thing, let's talk about some of the weird ones. A cab driver by the name of Lewis Word, that's the third cab driver in this whole thing, anyway, said that the night of the shooting, he met with another friend of his named Buddy, who was a cab driver picking someone up from the Lorraine Motel whenever the shooting took place. Buddy said that he was looking at Martin Luther King whenever he was shot, and then turned to his left and saw someone run out of the bushes in front of the boarding house, scale a wall, and get into a vehicle and drive away. Lewis Ward said that a few days later he stopped at the cab agency to ask if anyone had seen Buddy because he hadn't heard from him in a while, and they said that Buddy jumped out of a moving car going down the highway and was immediately ran over and killed in a supposed suicide. They also said that before his death, the last time they saw him, he was trying to tell everyone the story of the shooter who was escaping the crime scene. Remember how I said earlier that despite all this, James Earl Ray couldn't get a retrial? Well, at first, he had a lawyer, Z.T. Osborne, the former lawyer of Jimmy Hoffa, come and say that he would try to get him a new case. 3 months after this, Osborne committed suicide, and his wife said that she never believed that he actually killed himself. Shortly after this, a judge said that he would look at the case because the evidence shows that Ray needs to be retried, and then he died of a heart attack. Another judge came in his place and says that Ray needs to be retried, and then he died of a heart attack. And then the third guy says, nope, no retrial, don't need it, just leave him in there. A year after the assassination, Martin Luther King's brother, Alfred King, was also looking into all of the details of this, until he was found floating dead in his at-home swimming pool. The official story is that Alfred drowned. However, Alfred was a fantastic swimmer, and even more alarming, did not have any water in his lungs. He was also wearing just his underwear and had severe bruising around his neck, but the police decided that it was a drowning. In 1971, Bill Sater, a reporter who was looking into the whereabouts of this assassination, was asking questions in Waco, Texas, whenever his drink was poisoned and he died. 6 years after this, the FBI Assistant Director of Intelligence, William Sullivan, was set to testify against J. Edgar Hoover in the House Select Committee of Assassinations. However, a few days before he was set to testify against Hoover, he was shot in the middle of the woods by a man who, quote, mistook him for a deer. Also, that thing I just mentioned, the House Select Committee of Assassinations, if you'll remember in my JFK video, this was an entire committee put together that was made up of senators and other government members to determine if the JFK assassination and the MLK assassination was part of a conspiracy. The one real piece of evidence that they managed to get out of that was, remember how in the beginning I said that Ray was supposedly taking a bounty to kill King from 2 KKK members? Yeah, it turns out they were dead at the time that that happened, so yeah, that's not true. However, the House Select Committee didn't come to the conclusion that MLK was definitely a conspiracy, but in 2012 it came out that the liaison that was giving them the information to review was actually a CIA agent. So in the committee that was put together to determine if the CIA killed MLK, it was determined that the CIA did not kill MLK because the evidence provided by the CIA said so. So to go ahead, cover all my bases, I do not want to unalive myself. I'm a great swimmer. I do not look like a deer. Is there anything else I'm missing?
You're a questionable swimmer.
Oh no. There was also a group of the CIA that was currently monitoring King at the time of the assassination, known as the 902nd Military Intelligence Group, that was being led by a Colonel Downey. They had cameras set up everywhere, secret agents set up everywhere to see what would happen with King. Now, you would imagine that whenever the shooting happened, they would have like a picture or something. And according to one former agent, there were in fact several pictures of Jowers running down the hill and around to the back of Jim's grill. Whenever they were asked for these pictures as part of evidence at the House Select Committee of Assassinations, they said that they got rid of all of them. That every picture they took of the day of the assassination disappeared and they dumped it. And isn't that convenient? So after all of that, do you see why Shelby County, Tennessee gave the King family $100? It was this information as well as personal accounts of witnesses and everything combined that led a jury to believe that, yeah, the government as well as several other agencies, including Lloyd Jowers, were a part of a larger conspiracy to kill Martin Luther King Jr. So take everything I just said as the evidence that the conspiracy occurred compared to the evidence of James Earl Ray, which is one drunk guy's report and fingerprints on a gun that did not shoot the bullet. And most of the people who were involved in this whole thing are either dead or ineffective now anyway. Yet when we see people like Martin Luther King, who were so resolved to make a difference, that he garnered the hatred of those around him, and including the country that he resided in. While we may not be able to hold these people accountable in any court on earth, it is our job to better understand the past so that we can be more prepared for what actions come in the future. And on that note,
the FBI killed Martin Luther King.
I am further emphasizing that everything I just said was in Minecraft as a joke. It's all part of a big satire post that I'm doing right now, and none of it's real. None of this at all is real. It's all just me trying to be funny on my comedy YouTube channel. And boy, I sure do love jokes, and I thought it was pretty funny. And I hope that you thought it was funny too, and thank you for watching. But first of all, I need to make an announcement. So for starters, let me fix this. Now that's better. I'm excited to announce the new film from writer Evan Royalty and director Stephen Hancock, SCP Heretic. If you're watching this channel right now, then you've probably heard about their previous works. The likes of SCP Dollhouse and SCP Overlord are some of the best movies ever put to YouTube. Not only are they incredibly well shot and edited movies in their own right, but they also serve as a love letter to the SCP community, one of the foundations of internet horror. Their new film, Heretic, is going to be the end of their trilogy and shaping up to be the biggest yet. Evan did a better job at describing the movie than I ever could, so I'm going to leave a link to his video about it in the description. There will be a link to the Heretic Kickstarter in the description. I myself will be donating, and any bit helps. And even if you can't donate, which is totally understandable, just sharing the Kickstarter or the video introduction to Heretic itself will certainly help get the ball rolling. These movies serve as a testament of what can be done by independent creators on this website, which is why I'm so honored to be talking about it now. As a matter of fact, I have a video coming out in the near future about the other films that they have done, so stay tuned for that. But for now, check out Evan's previous videos and check out the links in the description and be on the ground floor of something really amazing. Thank you for listening to this. It certainly is a labor of love, and hopefully you love it at least a little bit as much as I do. So check that out. I hope that you enjoyed, and we are back to the video. It's been a while since I've done a video like this that required this much research, especially about something like an assassination as a joke again. But I really love doing it. I love getting into all of the nitty-gritty about this. I've spent the past few days just combing over documents and watching documentaries about it, and I love it. This is my stuff, and I love having the opportunity to do that. And thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to do that, and thank you for putting me where I'm at. And let me just say thank you so much for 1 million subscribers. This is honestly... Hello everybody, today we are going to be discussing the conspiracy and mystery of the Boys on the Tracks. One night in August of 1987, two boys, Don Henry and Kevin Ives, would meet a tragic fate when they were hit by a train in the outskirts of Saline County, Arkansas. Normally this would just be a gruesome and sad story of two lives that were cut short. However, that is until the bizarre details come into play. Through medical examinations, it was determined that the boys had been murdered prior to the train hitting them. And as a matter of fact, it seems that the boys were placed on the train tracks in order to cover up evidence. What would follow is a series of murders and cover-ups that involve the local police, the FBI, the CIA, and even a United States president. So why so much carnage over the deaths of two young boys? And furthermore, what did they see that led to their fateful end in the first place? This case has been 35 years in the making, with revelations coming out even to this day. And today we are going to be taking a look at the entirety of this case, breaking down several of the leads and theories about what happened, and we'll try to connect some of the dots to figure out why this became so much more than two boys on a train track. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around as we unravel the mystery of what happened that night in the Arkansas wilderness. But before you get your daily dose of internet scares, let's set the mood for those scares with today's sponsor, Galaxy Lamps. Galaxy Lamps allows you to make any room a showstopper. As you can see, the Galaxy Lamp is a very compact package that even has its own built-in stand so that you can point it towards any wall or ceiling of your choosing. Using the Galaxy Lamps app, you are able to cycle through different light colors, different light cycles, and even times for the lamp to turn on and off. Galaxy Lamps even hooks up to your Google Assistant or Amazon Alexa, or if you like to keep it simple like me, there's a big button on the side that you can just press to cycle through the different options. I love the Galaxy Lamp because you can make any setting 10 times more interesting. Because why spend your time laying back or watching movies or just relaxing when you can do it in style? From a relaxing afternoon to a romantic evening, and even your nighttime terrors, the Galaxy Lamp has you covered. And right now is an offer you don't want to pass up, because if you go to the link in the description at galaxylamps.co/Wendigoon, you will be able to get your Galaxy Lamp for 15% off. That is right, go to the link in the description at galaxylamps.co/Wendigoon to get your lamp for 15% off. The Galaxy Lamp is a fantastic time, and this is a fantastic deal that you don't want to miss out on. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Galaxy Lamps for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now before we begin, I want to emphasize that this is still an ongoing case. With a lot of the stuff I cover, everything happened decades ago, and someone was eventually caught for it. However, this is not one of those cases. So because of that, there is a big allegedly on top of everything I'm about to say, especially with some of the people implicated. I feel comfortable with several of these allegations because, as you're going to see, the legal system does as well, but this is not meant to be a witch hunt. At the end of this video, I'm going to talk about how you can help the correct way. On that note, I want to give a massive thank you to another YouTube channel known as Carnage on Ice. Bads Dane, the guy behind the channel, has done a phenomenal job at piecing together the massive narrative that this tragedy has created. So much so that he has become personal friends with several of the people in the case. So not only has he compiled information, but he has gone to the source and gathered first-hand accounts. And if you think my videos are long, this guy has 10 hours of material dedicated to this topic. So if this interests you, I really emphasize that it would not have been near as easy to find this information, and some of it wouldn't exist at all without him. So his channel will be the second link in the description just below the ad. Head over there and show him some thanks because I really appreciate it, and hopefully you do too. With those disclaimers out of the way, let's get into the story. Our story begins at about 4 in the morning in Saline County, Arkansas, specifically on a section of railroad tracks known as the Crooked Creek Trestle. At 4 a.m., a Union Pacific locomotive was making its way through the area. The train was about a mile long and was traveling at about 50 miles an hour. While traveling through this area of Saline County, one of the train operators saw something ahead on the tracks. They immediately began blowing the horn and braking the train. However, a mile-long piece of metal moving at 50 miles an hour doesn't have a lot of room to stop. Because of this, the train hit whatever was lying on the tracks and continued to travel for another several hundred feet. Between the time that the initial lookout saw what was coming ahead on the tracks and the point where the train actually hit whatever was on the tracks, all 4 men aboard the locomotive said that lying in front of them were 2 boys seemingly asleep with a green tarp draped over them. And despite the rattling of the tracks and the noise of the train and its horn, the boys never moved. Right before the train hit the boys, the people aboard the train thought that these were 2 people who were doing it on purpose. While tragic and relatively rare, this is a method that isn't necessarily unheard of. However, the first note of suspicion came whenever the train made contact with the 2 boys. So, whenever a train hits something, it's pretty grisly, if you could imagine. And while it isn't common with people, hopefully, it is pretty common for train conductors to hit wild animals such as deer. So while gruesome, people who operate trains are pretty familiar with it. And not to get too graphic, but this is necessary for the conspiracy I'll explain in a moment. Whenever something is hit by a piece of metal the size of a train, the pieces of whatever was hit disassociate at a very rapid pace. And again, while grisly, the fragments of it are particularly aerosol in nature. Think like when a water balloon gets thrown at something really fast. Train conductors are pretty used to this, and that's why they immediately noticed something was off with the 2 boys. Instead of the normal reaction, the residue from this instance was more purple and thick compared to normal. This is something commonly seen with deoxygenated blood. See, whenever blood is amped up on oxygen and running through your body, it stays red and thin, but if the person or animal dies, the blood begins to turn a darker color and become more thick. The instance with these two boys followed the latter scenario. So after the train hit them, the people aboard the train said, "Oh, I guess these two were already dead." So the train stops, they call the local police, and within 30 minutes, the police, EMTs, and everyone's arrived at the scene. The EMTs take the same notice and write down that it appears the two were dead before impact. However, the police begin to treat it like an accidental death. As a matter of fact, that night the police didn't really treat it like anything. They were just gathering up whatever they could and throwing it in evidence bags. They also were never able to locate the tarp, and in years since have simply said that all 4 men aboard the train were hallucinating. And no, I'm not kidding, the police's official response is they made the tarp up. And the police also seemed to be in such a rush that they left the foot of one of the boys at the crime scene and didn't come get it till like 3 days later. The boys were taken to a local medical examiner and identified by their dental records. They were identified and later confirmed as being Don Henry and Kevin Ives. Don, 16, and Kevin, 17, were best friends throughout their entire upbringing and into high school. At the time they were identified, their parents were already looking for them. The night of the accident aboard the train tracks, August the 23rd of 1987, the two had left their house around midnight to go spotlighting. Spotlighting is when two guys go hunting and one of them has a flashlight and the other has a gun, so whenever the guy with the flashlight holds up the flashlight, the guy with the gun has to shoot whatever's in the beam. The boys left towards their normal hunting location at around midnight, that location being the train tracks where they were later found. So the big mystery of the case is what happened between midnight and 4 a.m. on August the 23rd. Also, when the bodies of the two were recovered, so was the .22 rifle that they took hunting. It was essentially destroyed, seemingly having been hit by the train as well. The parents, as you could imagine, were beside themselves and wanted answers as to what happened to their sons. About a week after they were identified and a funeral was held for the two, the state sent in a high-profile medical examiner named Dr. Fahmy Malik. Dr. Malik did his autopsy
Your skill has increased.
and said that the reason that the two died is because they had smoked so much weed that they were completely incapable of hearing or moving from the oncoming train. His exact words within the report were that they smoked an estimate of 20 marijuana cigarettes and that they had become so high that they had fallen asleep and couldn't hear the oncoming train horn, which is no. Not only is this written like someone whose only interaction with marijuana is Dare commercials, but even if these two high school students sprinted into the woods and smoked 20 joints each, that wouldn't be enough to put them in a stupor where they decide to lay down on a train track and the train can't alert them. And you're probably hearing this and thinking, that's ridiculous, how did that guy get away with it? Well, it turns out he gets away with it a lot. Malik has a long history of absolutely absurd medical examinations. Among my favorite are the time that he accidentally accused a doctor of killing a patient because he didn't know how to read the patient's chart, and then the time that a guy was shot 5 times in the chest and he ruled it a suicide, along with another absolutely insane ruling that we'll talk about later in this story. So as you could imagine, the parents weren't satisfied with this answer for several reasons, so they decide to not take the state-appointed medical examiner and get a second opinion. And then on top of that, a third opinion. The 2 other medical examiners that the family hired said Dr. Malik was absolutely out of his mind. The first and main medical examiner who reevaluated this case, Dr. Joseph Burton, said that there was a little bit of THC in the boy's system, but it was like maybe 1 joint. And his only solution was that Dr. Malik literally just made it up. However, what was more troublesome than the doctor not finding the THC in their system was what the doctor did find. See, all that stuff I said about the coagulated blood not lining up with evidence of a living person being hit by a train, at the time that was kept between the police reports as well as the EMT reports. The first sign that something was awry to the public, and more importantly the boys' families, was what Dr. Burton uncovered. Given the circumstance of their bodies' demise, the heads and torsos were surprisingly intact. Because of that, it was determined that before death, Kevin's head was caved in with something solid, such as the butt of a rifle, and Don had been stabbed multiple times in his back. This was the switch that would lead to the following 35 years of cover-ups and conspiracy. Because initially it was just 4 parents trying to figure out how this tragedy happened to their children. But now it seems that this tragedy had a culprit. The first thing that they did was try to get the head of Dr. Malik put on a stake, because he was seemingly covering up the murder of these 2 boys. Also, the not awful medical examiner, Dr. Burden, he said that Dr. Malik had sawed up and destroyed so much of what did remain of the boys that it was hard to put anything else together. As a matter of fact, he said that the boys could have had several more injuries happen to them before death, but Dr. Malik had destroyed the bodies so much that there was no way for Dr. Burden to make heads or tails of it. Whenever Dr. Malik was confronted with all this, he just kept saying that he was still right for some reason. And whenever he was directly asked, what about the stab wounds on Dawn, his response was, don't worry about it. Like, they're just stab wounds. Aren't you more worried about the train? That seems more dangerous to me. In the following years, whenever he was asked on news reports to explain himself, he said that the reason he was getting so many accusations was because people were racist, because he's Egyptian. So at this point, the parents are out for blood, especially the mother of Kevin Ives, a woman known as Linda Ives. Linda was approached by a local prosecutor known as Dan Harmon, because at this point, Linda was running smear campaigns in the public square trying to get people to out the sheriff for a massive cover-up, and eventually the sheriff said that if Linda stopped being mean to him, he would do a proper investigation. So whenever this investigation began, Dan Harmon, as the prosecutor, approached Linda and said that he would love to help her or the family with whatever they need to give the boys justice. So now, the prosecution and local police began to try to find witnesses. And it turns out, despite being in the middle of the woods at 4 in the morning in Arkansas, there were quite a few. Keyword being were. Now, for the sake of the narrative, I am not going to tell you what these witnesses said whenever they were originally questioned, because it did not become public record until years later. So for now, all you need to know is that witnesses began coming forward, telling their story, and then things started happening. The first of which was another young boy by the name of Keith Coney. Also, at this point, it had been a while since the death of the boys, because that happened in August of '87, and then there was nearly a year of new medical examiners and trying to get the police to open the case and blah blah blah. And Keith Coney came forward as one of the first witnesses in the case in May of 1988. Keith said he was with the 2 boys on the night of their death. He gave the police his account of what happened, and then a few days later, Keith Coney was killed in a motorcycle accident. Officially, he just died in a normal wreck. However, according to witnesses, he was being ran off the road by an unknown car. And according to some reports, at his autopsy, it seems his throat had been slit. But that was all alleged, and officially one of the main witnesses in the case died in a tragic accident. Well, a few months later, another witness came forward, this one known as Keith McCassell. McCassell also said that he was there the night of the boys' murder. And again, I'm not saying his relation to the case because it'll give away a lot of details, just bear with me for now. McCassell gave his initial story and then all of a sudden began to think that something was about to happen to him. According to those around McCassell, a switch flipped after he told the police his tale of what happened. He began to give away his belongings to family members and say goodbyes because he didn't think he'd be around for long. He went as far as to...
Hey Dave, what's up Dave? How you doing today? Oh, cool. Right on. Well, I hope you get good XP. Sweet. I'm just fishing and messing around, watching videos and stuff, so I'm just waiting for dinner.
to plan out his own funeral, saying that it would be needed very soon. And it turns out McCassell was right, as in November of 1988, he was found stabbed to death in his garage, having been stabbed 113 times. McCassell's neighbor was a shut-in, who claimed that he saw 5 men wearing black masks step into Keith's garage and murder him. That same neighbor was charged with McCastle's death. 3 months after that, another witness named Greg Collins was found dead in the middle of the woods, having been shot in the head. 3 months after that, another witness known as Booney Bearden went missing and has not been seen since. 3 months after that, Jeff Rhodes, another witness, also went missing. Before a short time thereafter, his body was found in a burning dumpster. And then, 3 months after that, Richard Winters, our 6th and final witness to do the whole unalive thing, was found in his home, decapitated, with his head missing. And this is the best part of all. Guess what medical examiner was set over the death of Richard Winters? The guy whose head is gone and the rest of his body is in his living room. That's right, Dr. Malik. That's right, Dr. Malik. Dr. Malik said that the cause of death was a stomach ulcer and that Winter's dog had consumed his entire head. Hey, so during the section you're about to listen to, I keep saying Richard Winters was the one who the doctor said his dog ate his head and all of that. I was incorrect. It's James Millen. Richard Winters was another witness who died in relation to the case. James Millen, to my knowledge, was not directly related with the case. It was just another weird call that the doctor made. So yeah, I got the names mixed up. I'm going to keep saying Richard Winters in that clip, when in actuality it's James Millen. My bad. Carry on. So I went on this whole hunt to try to figure out what kind of dog Winters had, because isn't the story so much funnier if it's like a Chihuahua? And I couldn't find anything conclusive. I think it was just some kind of like mixed breed dog of like medium size. Definitely not eat your whole head size. And despite the sever marking clearly having been done with some kind of bladed weapon, Malik maintained that this guy died of a stomach ulcer and then his dog ate his head. Well, a week later, Winter's head turned up in a garbage can. While very decomposed, the head was still all in one place. When questioned on this, Malik said, "Oh, I guess the dog threw it up." So in just over a year, all 6 witnesses who said they saw something that night have died from something anywhere from mysterious to laughable circumstance. And the crooked medical examiner even came back to make a weird ruling on the final death. Well, after the first 2 murders of Keith Coney and Keith McCassell, the case was shut down. This was especially odd to the family because if you'll remember, Dan Harmon, this hotshot prosecutor, comes up to Linda Ives and the rest of the family and says that he's going to do whatever it takes to make sure these kids see justice, and then 2 people die and he's like, well, not anything it takes. Furthermore, at the time the case was shut down, a grand jury had been convened to go over the evidence to see if there was anything substantial to hold a case. Suspiciously, it was during this time that the case was dropped, and the grand jury was ordered to never reveal any evidence that was brought forward during that grand jury hearing, ever, with several members on the grand jury saying that they don't feel that's right because the information they saw should really be out there. And this is the same information that Dan Harmon and the judge decided wouldn't make a good case. Also, not to mention, if your witnesses keep turning up dead, there's probably something there. Well, this didn't stop someone named Gene Duffy. Gene Duffy was head of the drug task force within Saline County. On the first day that she got the job, her higher-up came to her and said, whatever you do, never use the drug task force to investigate any public officials. Which, that's the worst thing you can say to someone who has a drug task force. Imagine if you were a health inspector at a restaurant, right? And you come into the restaurant and the manager's like, oh, hi, welcome to McDonald's. Whatever you do
not check the meat in the back of the freezer.
Oh, well, okay, since you asked. While Jean's investigations were not initially linked to the deaths of the boys on the tracks, several of her undercover informants began to say that the drug ring around Saline County was somehow connected to the deaths of those 2 boys. Well, this was around the same time that people who knew something about the case started coming up dead. So Jean decided to pursue her leads in secret and eventually found a witness. Now, according to Jean, throughout this entire investigation, she kept being discouraged by officials around her. When she would mention that the murder of the two boys may relate to drug rings that she's looking into, she was told not to worry about it and that it's all some crazy conspiracy theory. And while she was just getting a sort of gentle pushback for her normal investigations, whenever she found this one particular witness, they went ballistic. Within weeks, Dan Harmon, the prosecutor who's supposed to be trying to figure out who murdered these boys, began having smear campaigns ran in the local paper about how Gene Duffy is a terrible local official. And through his efforts, eventually got Jane Duffy ran out of Arkansas. We'll get to who that witness was in just a second, but hang on. So after Duffy gets ran out and the first few witnesses start to die, the case gets shut down like I said a moment ago. Well, this was unacceptable to the family, as you can imagine, and over 5 years later, in 1993, the case was eventually reopened thanks in no small part to the complaints of Linda Ives. A detective by the name of John Brown was assigned to the case. He said on the first day of this investigation, a superior put him in a patrol car and just started driving around town with him. And for an hour, continuously discouraged Brown from looking into the case at all. Think about it. He's been assigned by the department to have the case, and then a higher up in the department takes him out for an hour and says, whatever you do, do not look into the case. According to Brown, initially the car ride was just stuff like, oh, this case isn't going to go anywhere, it's just going to make you depressed, but by the end of it, he flat out told Brown to leave it alone. Well, Brown eventually found the same witness that Duffy had originally found 5 years earlier. And as soon as Brown found that witness, Dan Harmon, the prosecutor once again, comes out and begins threatening Brown and the police that he will ruin all of them if they continue chasing this thread. Also, whenever Brown took over the investigation, he found that files on top of files had completely gone missing. Like within the police's own records, evidence was just gone and entire pages were blacked out. So what was going on that had the officials of the entire county up in arms? And who was this witness that Dan Harmon was so afraid of? Well, it turns out this witness was a woman by the name of Charlene Wilson. At the time, on August the 23rd of 1987. According to her, and this was the story that prosecutor Dan Harmon didn't want to get out, she was part of a group which totaled 5 people. These 5 people were walking along the tracks that night looking for a drug pickup. While the specifics of her story change a little bit for reasons I'll discuss later, all versions of her story say that this group of 5 people ran into 2 young boys who were out hunting. Before, in fear of being found out, these 5 killed the 2 young boys and left their bodies on the train tracks in order to destroy the evidence. And according to her, the ringleader of this group of 5 people was Dan Harmon. If this is true, that would mean that the prosecutor, who was initially set to find justice for the 2 young boys, was the killer himself. This explains why, as you could imagine, Dan Harmon didn't want Charlene Wilson talking to anyone. But because of her story, it probably would have been a little too suspicious if she turned up dead while in jail, so he just kept trying to scare people off from talking to her. This was the information that Gene Duffy had before she was ran out of Saline County. Before she left, however, she passed on this information to an FBI investigator known as Chuck Banks. Chuck Banks took this information, thanked Gene for giving it to him, and then immediately dropped the case. This is why, despite having a supposed bombshell, or at the very least a lead in the investigation, nothing happened for another 5 years until the parents continued to complain. So whenever John Brown, 5 years later, comes across the same witness who has the same story, John Brown realized that this probably wouldn't stand up in court or have an investigation, especially if people were trying to keep it hush-hush. Because, you know, Dan Harmon was the one who threw Charlene in prison, and I'm sure there are several people serving a drug sentence who would also say that their prosecutor killed someone. So, Brown set out to find another witness who could corroborate this story, and he did. A kid by the name of Tom Newhouse came forward and said that he witnessed everything. According to Tom, on the night that the 2 were killed, there was another unrelated group of kids who were going out into the woods to try to find a marijuana patch. Supposedly there had been rumors that by the train tracks there were people growing a bunch of marijuana, so a bunch of the local kids decided they wanted to go find it. And if it sounds weird to you, the idea of a group of kids going out into the middle of the woods at night in order to find drugs, welcome to the South. On that night, Tom would have been 12 years old. However, at the time of Brown's investigation, he was 17. Now, the story that Charlene gave was not at all public information at this point. It was kept very hush-hush, and the only people who knew about it were those closely associated with the case. In other words, there was no way that Tom Newhouse could have known that Harmon was a suspect. Tom came to the detective and gave his side of the story while hooked up to a polygraph. In that story, which passed the polygraph, Tom said this is what happened. Tom and his friends were playing along the railroad tracks whenever they saw flashlights walking towards them in the distance. This group of kids, who again shouldn't be out there because they're looking for a marijuana patch, ran off to the side of the tracks and decided to observe this group of people. After they walked by, Tom identified the person at the front of the group, and again, of 5 people, which falls back on Charlene's story, he identified the man at the front as Dan Harmon. Tom knew who Dan was because not long before, Tom's mother had dated Dan. Dan also has a long history of divorces and abusing wives, but we won't get into that right now. But Tom, only being 12 years old, thought it was weird that his mom's boyfriend is out here on the train tracks at 2 in the morning. While observing them from the other direction, Tom says that 2 boys came walking holding a flashlight. As the 2 came walking, Dan and his group began to panic. Before Dan astutely yelled at the boys to come over here right now, and the 2 boys, visibly afraid, walked over to Dan and the larger group. Tom identified these 2 boys as Don and Kevin. While Don and Kevin were talking to this group of people led by Dan, Tom says that he turned his head to talk to his friend for a second and heard a gunshot. He can't be sure, but he assumes that it was the .22 rifle that the boys had brought with them. As soon as this gunshot went off, the 2 boys began to run away and the group of 5 began to follow after them. Tom and his friends, obviously worried they're going to get in trouble or that someone just got shot, all got up and ran away, and Tom hadn't told anyone until this polygraph confession. Tom knew a lot about the case that wasn't public knowledge, from the people who were present at the time to even the clothes that the boys were wearing. And again, for what it's worth, he passed the polygraph test. And perhaps most interesting is that this story is corroborated by the stories of the witnesses who were previously murdered. Died of completely normal causes. If you'll remember, Keith McCaskill was the second witness to die in this entire story. Keith McCaskill's story is that he was one of the group of 5 who went out with Dan Harmon, and yes, he also said Dan was there. And again, Keith's story was completely classified, which makes it more credible when Tom's story said that he saw Keith McCaskill on the tracks. And as a matter of fact, every other witness also says that Dan Harmon was there. So what did all those witnesses say? What information did these guys have that made them so dangerous to the state around them? Well, according to people who were in Dan Harmon's group that night, as well as people like Keith Coney, who were a part of the group of kids who went looking for the marijuana patch that night, along with Tom, and general witnesses who were near the tracks and the scene of the crime, this is what happened. The collective story is that Dan Harmon and a group of people were out looking for a drug drop on the side of the train tracks that night. It's 2 in the morning in the middle of Arkansas, and they probably weren't expecting to run into anyone. That is, until 2 boys with a flashlight walk up to them. Dan Harmon confronts the 2 boys, and at some point during the conversation, either because one of them was scared or they were trying to scare away Dan and his group. I'm not sure which of the 2 boys was holding the gun, but whichever one was holding the gun fired around. From there, the 2 boys began to run, and they ran all the way to a grocery store that was not far from the tracks. According to the people who were around the grocery store that night, the 2 boys were in the parking lot when a police car pulled up next to them. 2 officers stepped out of the car and began to talk to the boys before they grabbed them, began to violently beat them before throwing them back into the car and driving away. And then, according to witnesses like Charlene Wilson, the 2 men brought the boys back to the tracks, at which point, according to her, the 2 had already been killed, and then their bodies were placed on the tracks because they knew that a train was coming late that night, and they assumed it would destroy the evidence. However, thankful for us and unlucky for them, while it destroyed a lot of the evidence, it still left enough identification that foul play was at hand. So after the family doesn't buy this phony story from the medical examiner, Dan Harmon, being the prosecutor, sweeps in and assures the family that he has their best interest at heart, when in reality he's just trying to cover up the case as quickly as possible, which explains why the case was shut down, why all the witnesses died, etc. So why all of this, right? Why is just some random drug drop worth a prosecutor walking around in the woods of Arkansas at night with 4 random people, one of them supposedly being a cocaine addict? And why on earth would that be worth the murder of, what, 8 people now? And even more so, the state medical examiner being in on the whole thing. Well, to answer that, we have to talk about a man by the name of Barry Seal. Now, Barry Seal is a massive topic within himself. His story even has a whole movie where Tom Cruise plays him about all his nefarious doings. But in short, Barry Seal was a pilot who assisted with drug trafficking from Central America into the United States. What I'm saying right now isn't a conspiracy, it isn't some weird secret, this is an entire exposed circuit of the drug trade. Barry Seal would specifically drop off his supply in Mena, Arkansas. The reason he chose Arkansas is because state officials were in on the whole thing. So not only would they turn a blind eye to his operations, but local law enforcement would be the people to traffic the drugs. Now, Barry Seal was murdered a year before the boys died in 1986, but at the time of his death, he had started such a big empire that even after he died, people continued the operation. And it's been confirmed that in the same location that the boys were killed, that it was a regular drop-off for these drug exchanges. The pilots of these planes would do a blackout flight, or in other words, all the lights off so they couldn't be seen or identified, and would fly just above the ground of the Arkansas forest before dropping their supply, and the local officials and members of the Arkansas government would come pick up the supply itself. This would explain why Dan Harmon, a local prosecutor, was prodding around in the woods at night, and why he had several people on the payroll with him in order to help him move the product. That would also explain why, after these boys' bodies were discovered and an investigation started, that the state sent a big-time medical examiner who was definitely...
So, to recap, some drug lord, famous in the 70s, was in with the good old boys who ran the state of Arkansas, and they were there that night dropping in a plane with no lights and no designations. They were cold dropping a shipment of drugs to a cabal of backwoods hicks cops who are also part of the state police, who are also part of this cabal of Arkansas good old boys, who accidentally stumble on 2 kids on some train tracks while they're looking for the drugs that the plane cold dropped that night. They cap the kids, and then they stage an accident on the train tracks using an incompetent medical examiner, drunk asshole who's just lied his entire career, and some tricks around some blood forensics and stuff. That's the gist of the case, which is just so alarmingly off the hook, batshit crazy, beyond, it's so crazy that it has to be real, because nobody's this good of a writer. You can always tell when the truth is stranger than fiction, but it's the truth, because no writer has the skill to write. I don't know. No, I don't know. I've been looking for a group on Black Mage. I've got to eat dinner, and then yes, I will flag for Black Mage, but I can't guarantee I'll get a party. Last night I looked for a group for 5 hours and I didn't get anything. I don't really feel like forming a party right now. I'm just farming money, Dave, because I need like 187,000 gil worth of scrolls still, and I'm only like 50,000 of it in or something like that.
You've been examined.
Yeah, like I'm stuck. Like Black Mage sucks. You can't just show up to the party, dude. Like okay, like especially because they put a lot more pressure on Black Mage this time, right? Used to be you could just sit there and spam spells and do damage. Now you've got to burst. You like have to burst. Like you can do your spell. Sometimes it'll hit for 150. Like Arrow 2 will hit for 150 sometimes, but most of the time it hits for like 30. If you're not magic bursting for like 230, you're gonna catch 152 at best. But generally, you just get resisted down to like 32 or something like that, right? So where this matters, Dave, is you can't just show up at in a party as in a 6-man party anyway. It's like, I mean, like not 6-man, but if you're not in a monoburn, oh yeah, and a monoburn's even worse. But before you even go in a monoburn, like in a normal 6-man party, you're expected to burst whatever the skill chain is with whatever Aga spell, and then whatever the highest spell is in the element that you're skill chaining in the rank A, right? Which means if you show up to the party without, I don't know, like, I don't know what it would be, Stone God 2 next? I don't know what it is next. There's like 3 or 4 spells that I don't have. They're going to be like, why don't you have it? You know? They're going to be like, why don't you have that? How are you going to do your burst, you know? It's like, I'm actually literally quite annoyed by this. It definitely threw like a bad block, Dave. Like, trust me, Dave, I want to fucking flag up. I do. Like, I'm not afraid of like doing anything. You know, it's not that. It's that, like, literally, it has costs that I just don't have the money to pay. It has costs to take. Right now, I've got a scroll of what is it? It's like Fire 2, I think, waiting for me, level 42 spell and stuff. But already, Dave, I don't have Warp 2, right? So when they ask for D2, and I'm a level 40 Black Mage and I don't have it, not a good look. And what's that? That'll be 150k. I've got to buy Asper, Drain. I mean, the shit's real. It's like 300 or 400k if I want to look like a normal Black Mage. If I want to look like a good one, it's like 900k. It's so bad. And so now I'm just slowly banging my head against it. Right now I'm level 31 fishing, and I'm just getting up slowly. It's very slow. Yeah, so, like, you know, you'll see me sit here for some time, and I realize that it kills my stream and that it's got to be boring, but I don't care. I mean, I don't care. This is what the MMO lifestyle is. If you want to be good at MMOs like me, hurry up and get to the fucking grind, you know, or whatever that means to you, you know. And I don't mean you. I'm not talking about you, Dave. I'm talking about, like, in general. Like, if you want to be a successful, like, MMO player across a bunch of different games, get to fishing for hours of every single day. And I don't like this aspect of my fucking job. It is my least favorite. It's my least favorite part of my fucking job. But I have to fish in Rust if I want to continue to have the scrap to buy a tier 3 and all this other shit. I have to fish in Black. I don't have to do it, but it's the only thing I can really stand to do. I don't want to sit and fight mobs. It requires too much attention. So now I'm just stuck in this money-making phase. It's so annoying. So no XP parties, you know, not for, like, I mean, I'm gonna flag up tonight, but I don't expect to see one. I do know that Chevelle Salmon is 4K a stack right now, so I have like 13k gil sitting in my inventory right now that I didn't have an hour ago. So I mean, you know, that's why I'm here. That's what I'm doing. I had the misfortune of picking classes that I can't. I picked classes that you can't skate by on. You can't skate by on. Not really. White mage and black mage. If you skimp on white mage, they die. If you skip on black mage, you can't do the damage you need to do for them to justify you being in the party. You know, which sucks.
Definitely paid off, allegedly. Now, I know what you're saying. This is a really wild story, and trust me, I know how it sounds. It went from two boys getting ran over by a train, and we can all probably accept that given the evidence...
No, they were shot by... No, see, he's not saying it right, though. He's saying, like what the story was that they told the public was that two boys were run over by a train, right? But what actually happened is... these good old boy fucking mafia deep state guys were doing drug deals with the cocaine lords in the 70s and dropping shipments of cocaine and heroin into America through Arkansas and some small hick town. And these good old boys were out one night looking for a drug shipment, and they capped two kids on the train tracks. That's what actually probably happened. That's the insinuation. He can't say it, but that's what the evidence supports. And that's not too good. It's not like two kids died on the train tracks. That's like saying, you know, like I don't know. I don't have a good metaphor for that.
That they were killed beforehand, right? But that doesn't mean that...
That's like saying, oh, JFK was shot. Yeah. That's the most basic thing you could say about it, yeah. JFK was shot, yeah.
They had to be killed by a prosecutor, and this whole connection with Central American drug exchange and blah, blah, blah. Like, really, who am I to say that Dan Harmon, a respected official...
But it sounds like America, though. That's the problem. It sounds like American corruption, though. It sounds like the kind of shit they get up to. They're always, like, in the background at 3 in the morning, like Goodfellas, you know. And they're, like, in their grandma's fucking house or whatever, and they're talking about the bloody knife and shit. That's American conspiracy. It's always dumb like that. Whoever gave those idiots guns is the problem. Like, man...
drug mule. Well, in 1996, Dan Harmon was
like, I've never heard it said so
of
beautifully. It's a quote from Trailer Park Boys. I think it was actually Lucy said this. Season 1 they said this. And I've always thought it was like the most beautiful way to state the problem about the drug war. Which is that nobody really cared. Like, so Ricky starts out with an ounce of marijuana. And you know, and so he grows an ounce of marijuana in his car with a single marijuana plant. Then he makes brownies with the marijuana. He buys some butter and some chocolate, and he makes brownies with the butter. And he goes down to the neighborhood church sale or whatever. Oh my God, are you gonna be able to kill this thing? I don't think you can. Why did this one suck so bad? I might die. Oh my God, if you kill me, I'm gonna be so mad. Get the other bit of damage that you're gonna get into this. Oh God, get a like a poison. Yeah, poison. Damn it, I keep pulling mobs and it's dangerous. It's gonna get me killed. How about like a Dia too? Can you get like a Dia running here or something? I don't know. Run the stone, because I think it's my only chance. Oh, that's not too good. You did no damage at all. This thing might kill me. I don't know. I'm just not going to think about it. If it kills me, it's my fault. I mean, I don't know. It's going to kill me. He's hitting for 60. I'm going to die.
Your skill has increased.
Stupid. Why is this like this? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, cool. I'm going to go get my goddamn weapon so this doesn't happen again. So fucking stupid. Why the fuck would you fish up a fucking leash that's like EM to a level 40? In a fucking level 27 zone. The rest of the mobs in the zone are level 25. But you fish up this mob that's like EM to a level 40. It's like 36 or something like that. Is that consistent with the zone? Is it consistent with the experience? Is it consistent with the last 10 mobs that I fished up? No, none of it was. And so why did the last 10 mobs not kill me, but that one did? Why did I run on that mob, I mean, I guess that's Final Fantasy. They're all different. All the mobs are different. But it still sucks, though. It shouldn't have been inconsistent like that. It's a little bit rough and weird. I mean, it's my fault. I didn't bring a weapon. Now I know better. I'll take one death like that. One death. Where I can't paddle him for the 7 damage I need to actually kill him. And so he does 200. It's so unfair. I've never understood that about Final Fantasy. Why does it take me 10.5 minutes to do 7 damage, yet the mob's hitting for 60 every single fucking swing? 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60. And sure enough, 39 blows down the line, you eventually fucking die. But you go swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, miss. I've never understood it. Why would you balance it that directly, like, uphill like that? Like, I don't know. Like, and you're like, I don't know, man. Like, the accuracy is a little wacky. I've always thought that the accuracy system in Final Fantasy was actually a bug. It's actually a bug, I would say. It's like a bug. It's not an intended. It's not like this intended thing. It's actually a bug. I don't know how else to call it. It's like a bug, I would say.
Selling drugs into the United States, and his method of doing this was through corrupt officials. He was arrested and charged in 1996, and then he got out of jail, but shortly after, in 2010, he was arrested for selling drugs once again. So, I feel pretty confident in that. So we know that the prosecutor who was railroading the whole case, no pun intended, was an active part of a drug smuggling operation during the time of the boys' deaths. It seems that this extends to more than just Dan, however. Dan's assistant, a man by the name of Richard Garrett, helped him with the initial prosecution. In other words, he helped Dan cover up evidence. Unsolved Mysteries, the television series that is known for trying to get viewers to call in if they know anything about unsolved mysteries, covered the story of the boys on...
I've always really struggled with the idea of a name like Garrett. And I know it sounds weird, but let's just go take a look at what that word actually means. You guys know what Garrett means? It's a weapon. It's like a chain, rope, scarf, wire, or fishing line used to strangle a person. Think choke line. How the fuck does a human end up with this word for their last name? You know, so and I struggle with last names sometimes a little bit. I'm like, oh, occasionally you'll meet somebody named like Mason or something, and you're like, oh, his father, his great grandfather was a stonemason. Or you hear like Smith, his father was a smith. You know, like as in Smithy. And you know, and you see these common last names that describe people's jobs, and then you hear a word like Garrett, and you're like, I don't know, man, Garrett. I don't know. Maybe if it's an E, Garrett, it's Garrett is an okay name, I would say. But the name inspires this thing about, like, choking people to death. And it's weird when you hear it as the last name, you know? And I know that's weird, and it's kind of an odd, you know, it's like a weird, eccentric distaste. But certain last names kind of bug me, and that last name bugs me a lot.
On the tracks while the first investigation was happening. In other words, the one where Dan was the prosecutor. At the end of the episode, they asked people to call into Richard Garrett as he would be manning the incoming phone calls to see if anyone has information. People who called Richard Garrett said that shortly afterwards they were sent death threats by anonymous people over the phone who said they'd kill them if they ever mentioned anything about the boys on the tracks. It was also Richard Garrett who Keith McCassell went to shortly before his own murder. And if you'll remember, Keith McCassell told his story and then regretted it immediately after before he was killed. Also, remember the 2 officers who were supposedly the actual killers and according to witnesses beat up the boys before throwing them in the back of the car? Well, those 2 officers were identified as Jay Campbell and Kirk Lane. Kirk was also spotted on several occasions threatening people who were supposed witnesses in the case before their untimely demise. And in one instance, a witness who was later killed said that Kirk Lane shot up his house in the middle of the night after the witness had given his story to police. So they seemed to be two corrupt officers who were potentially the actual hitmen for the boys and were working in a part of this greater conspiracy. Well, in the years following the case, an episode of Obstruction of Justice was aired on television, which straight up said that Jay Campbell and Kirk Lane were the two lead suspects in the killing of the two boys. Keep in mind, these two are still police officers, at least at that time. The two officers sued Obstruction of Justice for falsely claiming that they were the suspects in the case, or defaming them for most likely...
Like, so here, watch this, right? So right now I have 24K. That's more than I've had in days and days and days. So let's go blow 20K like it's nothing. It goes like this. Like, I'm not broke. I'll just keep on buying. I just did this scroll after scroll after scroll. What else do I need here? I absolutely need Bio 2. And that's 16 fucking K. I mean, I absolutely do need that. I do need that. I need Drain. I don't need Drain, but I should have Drain. And let's see if there's any other standing out. Stone God 2 is important. Stone God 2 is more important. Hey, Dave, look, Stone God 2 is only 60K. 60K for a crappy, like, Tier 2 Gospel isn't too bad, you know? That's not too bad. Hey, Stundaga, I absolutely need this. This I'm buying right now, absolutely, just right off the bat. Like, I need this. I need this. I bought it, 11K. There goes 11K like that. Poof, gone. Let's see how much they want for Warp 2. Hey, it's 38K. Probably buy that one next, you know? There go another 40K. Poof, gone. Tomorrow I'll blow 40K on Warp 2. That'll be fun. And guess how I'm going to be able to do that? It's if I fish for 12 hours. I don't know why I'm a slave. I'm just a slave. It doesn't pay. You know, it doesn't pay. I mean, it pays in the game, you know. I'm a slave to it. I admit it, you know. So there we go. I mean, like right now, they're right there. Like just inside of one menu with some scrolls, you can see how I have to shell out 16. Oh God, I'm gonna do the quest for those, so I'm not gonna count them. You know. So, but yeah, 16 plus 60 would be 76. And I just bought this one, so that's good. I don't have to count that. 76 plus... Hey, so we're only 120K away from being done with level 40 Black Mage Scrolls. That means I can go 5 levels before I've got to shell out another 200K. You know? I don't know why it's like that. It just is. You know, so, I mean, there we go. And that is why I fish. I fish! All day long! I fish! You need fish? I've got catfish. I got Chevelle salmon. You want to buy fish? I got fish. You want to buy fish? Hello? Sure, yeah, I'll come up. You got pizza? Alright, sweet. You want to come up there in 5 or wait? Alright, I'll come in like 10, yeah. I love that. Ooh, we're having pizza. Yay. Okay, so, gotta get back to fishing. Yay! Fishing. Yeah.
being the killers, and they lost the case because it was ruled that the two are in fact the most likely killers. Jay Campbell later went to prison for unrelated charges of sex trafficking while being a cop. And Kirk Lane, yeah, again, allegedly. Also, the
selling sex work as a cop. He was a prostitute cop.
The case of the two boys has been open and closed on 9 different occasions. One of those times when the county tried in earnest to find out what happened to the two. The sheriff hired an investigator to full-time work the case, similar to John Brown years before. And then that sheriff and investigator were arrested for trafficking. Also, remember that Richard Garrett guy? Well, it's...
Why are all these good old boys from motherfucking Arkansas, a small town in Arkansas, going up for drug trafficking? Why? I mean, I know that they've got to get it from somewhere, you know? But I also kind of question why it's illegal in the first place. It causes problems like this. I would say it's still, I don't care that they're doing this stuff, because it's just them dealing with the drug war like all the rest of us dealt with the drug war for our entire lives. So sure, they're going to wheel and deal in the backwoods and cap up some kids and pretend that a train hit them afterwards. Specifically because they've got to get around the drug war just like everybody else. So we see them corrupt, lie, and act like Pablo Escobar and you know, to juries and by juries, and have all 5 or 6 of their little, like, you know, outlaw gangster homies go up for drug trafficking and shit like that, and selling sex as a cop, you know, and all this weird shit. And you're like, what the fuck are we talking about? What was the name of this town? It was like Bird, Arkansas, or something like that. Bird, Arkansas, I think it was. Or like Burns, Arkansas, something like that. It was so weird. Like, why the fuck are weird good old boys from a small town in Arkansas going up for drug trafficking? Big time, like, kingpin shit. That's not where you see that stuff, except for, like, if the deep state's involved.
Seeing that there wasn't anything official on him until years later when someone bought the house he used to live in, and whenever the new homeowner moved in, he found that hidden behind a false wall was a meth lab. So while Richard Garrett was the assistant prosecutor who was trying to clean up the county, he had a meth lab in his house.
See, the last name Garrett implies that he comes from like a blackguard family. Maybe you guys aren't like familiar with that term or the whole implication and stuff. But like a blackguard is B-L-A-C-K-G-U-R-A-R-D. I've heard it said several different ways. It's an old British term for like thievery. It's kind of like, you know, it's like you know, it's thievery. It's like you rob somebody, and that name Garrett implies that he's basically a member of the Thieves Guild, and that his family was a member of the Thieves Guild, and that they've always had a dishonorable name. And the fact that he's got a meth lab in his fucking side house or whatever doesn't really surprise me with a last name like that. And that's weird. I swear to God, there was a period in our human history where we did have names that reflected what our parents did. And I swear to God, a name like Garrett.
It should also be mentioned that whenever that homeowner called the police and said, "I found a meth lab," that a cop came over to his house and told him to throw all of it away immediately, and even offered to help the guy take it all to the dump. So it's nice to know, if nothing else, that they're consistent. People have come forward in the years since claiming to have information or even be a witness to the events that happened that night. One of them being WWF wrestler Billy Haynes.
Oh no. That guy? Jesus Christ.
I love this job. I love doing this.
I can see how a man would derive a lot of satisfaction.
Know the feeling of researching a true crime case.
Right, and then seeing somebody like Billy Haynes pop up. And you're like, what in the fucking fuck? What in the fucking fuck, small town Arkansas? What are you guys up to down there? We always figured there was a bunch of weird, shitty meth rings and gay cops and prostitutes and, you know, trafficker, drug dealer types out of that whole neck of the woods. We always kind of suspected that the rednecks were kind of doing that sort of stuff, you know, the outlaw bikers and the biker gangs and all that. And we all just kind of expected that stuff was going on, and then you hear it is. So you go and you're like in some back dark website on the internet or whatever, watching the dark web, like tell you about some dude, and then Billy Haynes fucking pops up in some kind of investigation of 2 kids who got mowed down by pigs and then staged as a train, like getting run over by a train.
For days. And then this guy shows up
as
a witness.
Like that guy
Don't
shows up.
So I went through and listened to him, and the guy just keeps changing details and then making stuff up. And he's just in it for the glitz and the glory.
The glamour.
But still, just reading about this and then seeing that one of the 5 mystery people on the trek was a professional wrestler, while not true, is what I live for. Also, it turns out that the FBI and eventually the CIA and the DEA all have separate investigations regarding this case. They began all the way back
What?
when rumors of corruption started in '88, and from there the FBI began to catalog what happened.
On top of it, some of the other cops even were like, how corrupt are these pigs? On top of it, like all of the other, like all the triples, like the CIA and the KKK and the FBI get in line on that one, ATF and, you know, and Republicans, you know, they all get in line. And they're like, oh man, what are these pigs up to down here? These good old boys, what are they up to down here? And they all get in line to they get all greased up for the old ass lube, you know, because it's like, oh no, like that, man, and everybody gets ready to straddle it, because it's just like that whole mess. Yeah, what the FBI said about Kevin and Don, that's not too good. Let's see what they said. Let's see what they said here. It's a little bit funny. It's so big that he can't actually say it. But after this murder was aired on Unsolved Mysteries, Harmon put Richard Garrett in charge of all leads. Richard Garrett is not a good name. Individuals would call him with information, and a formal statement was never taken. The individual would then be threatened by a telephone to keep his or her mouth shut. Investigation by Little Rock FBI has revealed possible law enforcement involvement in the deaths of the kids. At this point in time, reveals that a cover-up in the investigation exists with law enforcement. Cover up. Investigations revealed the law enforcement officials in the Little Rock area may have been involved in captioned homicide. At this point, evidence from the Henry Ives case began to be misplaced. Drug trafficking in Saline County and all this stuff. What the fuck, man? Like, I know, like a small-ass little burb like that, a little village like that, what the fuck are they doing dealing drugs?
FBI's own findings. They are very...
To what? Like the 2,000 people in their town or whatever. It just stinks to high heaven of like white people behaving badly.
Determined and sure.
I know that sounds racist. I don't mean it from a racist point of view. I'm talking about like suit dummies behaving badly, you know?
That there is a conspiracy involving local law enforcement that relates to the death of these two boys, with other administrations coming to similar conclusions. So why then, if all the public officials who are supposedly a part of it or guilty according to the witnesses have all been arrested for supposedly unrelated drug charges, and if all the federal institutions who reviewed
like
the
that's
case
what I say. I guess you could bring race into this slightly. I don't mean it like some kind of thing against my own race. I'm not. I'm just saying you never hear about black or Asian or like Mexican guys going up for conspiracy to cap two kids on some kind of drug trafficking thing in the backwoods as the cops there in league with the good old boys. That's white people behaving badly with white people problems, doing white people criminal things. They call that white collar for a reason. It's like white collar crime, a lot of it. It's sort of weird. And it's you never hear about this sort of thing, and I mean you hear about like stuff like cartel in Mexico, but you never hear about like, you know, they capped two kids in the backwoods and dummied it up as some kind of train accident. You know, that sounds like the white people behaving badly, white people problems thing that I'm trying to get at. That's the sort of thing you hear about them doing. You know, it's always some assassination that they've got a false flag about. It's so weird. It's always dirty like that. It's really weird.
Yeah, they probably did it. Then why has
they probably did do it?
Hasn't there at least been a good trial or investigation?
Yeah, because that's what happens in this country. The WASPs cap somebody right on. Remember what Trump said? He was like, I could cap somebody on Fifth Avenue in the fucking face right now and I could still be president. You remember that? That's what it's like in this country now for the fucking, like, the privileged and the rich and all this. Like, if they cap you, you know, if they cap you and, you know, and in the middle of public, in the middle of broad daylight and shit, they can get away with it.
Well,
they can cap two kids in the middle of the night on a train track and then dummy up their dead bodies to get hit by a train and then dummy up the train to say that it was an accident and shit. That's the sort of thing that these people get up to. That sounds to me like my race. You know, like, I don't know.
That's because while we seemingly found a lot of people who were responsible, it seems that there's a lot more who don't want their name out in the open. Because, as I mentioned, this investigation...
Yeah, it's the deep state. This is them behaving badly. This is them protecting their own. Like when Baby Bush kept getting busted for being a drunk cocaine addict and getting DUIs and shit like that. They never talked about that. They never talked about how an American... They'll talk about the blowjob. And they'll talk about the emails, you know, and Benghazi and all this shit. But they never talk about, like how Baby Bush was like this drunk, cokehead. He was like this drunk cokehead. I watched a movie about it recently. It was like called Bush, as I recall. I believe it was. It was called Bush, and it was just about Baby Bush and how he was essentially this drunk, fuck-up, like, cocaine addict. And that's who we want for president? And then we had 9/11 on his watch. And you got to kind of wonder, is that because they're deep state and they're corrupt and they're in the background wheeling and dealing and false flagging scenario their own people? Or is it because he's a drunk cocaine addict fuck-up? Because it could also be that. It's kind of both. It's like kind of both, to be honest.
Just about the murder of these two boys. It's about the overall trafficking ring that took place and potentially is taking place.
Like, I always had this terrible thing when, like, I always had this terrible breakdown when the public found out that I had been doing hard drugs. It was a terrible breakdown. It's kind of like if you're the church deacon and you run the private school, and you're like you're the good pastor on the hill, and all this. When people found out I was doing hard drugs, so many drastic, crazy things happened. Like, I'll never forget. I almost committed suicide over it. The first time people found out I was doing hard drugs, my fucking best friend's at the time sister blabbed to everybody's fucking parents, and overnight, everybody's doors locked to us. Pretty much locked to us. Like, nobody ever would invite us in their house again. People were nervous about it. My own best friend stopped inviting me over to his house and stuff. It was really bad. It was like so fucking bad. I was like, motherfucker, we were getting high on the fucking weekends. Now we do it every single fucking day, because what else is there to do? Nobody will chill with us. Nobody will deal with us. Nobody will talk to us. Nobody wants to invite us over to their house or be social with us. It was like being blackballed in the fucking community for what? Doing speed? Fuck off, motherfucker. And then a ton of those people were my own age. They all went through terrible drug problems themselves. My own band judged me for doing methamphetamine, but then they fucked up on cocaine for 5 years. Like 5 years later, granted. So I don't know what's worse. Is it the kid who did it when he was 20, or is it the guy who's 25 who goes through a full-blown cocaine addiction, who used to burn all his friends who he thought who he thought was idiots because they did hard drugs and shit, you know? That judgment, I never really stomached it too well. You know, that fucking judgment is not too good. It's like, you know, it's just bad for the entire community. It's not too good. So and then on top of it, you see these pigs acting corrupt in the background, but they have to operate under the same drug war bullshit that everybody else does. I don't even think the pigs really like the drug war. I think they know it makes them money. That's it. They know that nobody will pay for them to have nice little SWAT, you know, police pig choppers in the sky, you know, and stuff like that. If there's some meth lab they've got to bust. It's so stupid. And then it turns out that the cops running the meth lab, you know, that's America for you.
In Arkansas. Something I didn't mention earlier because the details weren't relevant until now is that
he made this wonderful little joke about this where they were like, what are these two teenage kids that doing out on the train tracks at 3 a.m? Well, the idea was they were in the backwoods looking for some kind of hidden marijuana grow. And I remember that era. I remember that whole era about 99. I would say earlier than that, from like 87 to like 2005, it was fairly common to hear about guerrilla marijuana grows, even in your own neighborhood. I had a friend who did it. You know, like that was common. You would hear about that back then. So yeah, those kids. And so Wendigoon makes this wonderful joke about, oh, if you've never heard about kids running around at 3 a.m. looking for patches of marijuana or drugs, welcome to the South. That was the joke that he made, was welcome to the South. But see, that's the thing. All of the South deals with the ravages of the drug war all the time, and they live under that shit, and they defy it too. They bottle all their own liquor. They bottle all their own dope. They sell their own meth. They sell their own cocaine. They sell their own, like, heroin and shit like that, and then they make their own alcohol. And, like, we all know this about the South. They're fairly self-reliant, and good for them, because the drug, you know, the drug war is the problem. It's not the drugs, it's the drug war. The drugs have never been the problem. A little bit of education and some health care, and the drug thing is not an issue. You can get help and you can get away from it, especially if you don't have to blow $50 on a gram. It's like $2.50 down at the Walgreens, and it's not cut with strychnine, and you don't die on the street foaming at the mouth like some kind of rabid degenerate dog and shit, like you'll see in the gutters of Seattle and places like that. You know, as long as as long as the coke and the heroin isn't cut with the garbage, and the people can buy it at Walgreens and shit, and there isn't cartels running drug wars across the borders and killing kids and shit like that, and it's all just some business in the background at Walgreens, it's a lot less sordid. There's a lot less people in jail. There's a lot less fuck-ups on the street who can't get a job because they did cocaine one time.
In 1993, whenever, if you'll remember, Detective Brown started a legitimate investigation into what happened, Charlene Wilson wrote out a
I swear to God, if I had a
$1
dollar, if every time I heard about some brilliant friend that I knew who ruined their fucking lives over some dumbass fucking DUI, heroin or cocaine addiction, heroin or cocaine possession. On some Saturday night, they're off like trying to fuck some stripper, and they've got cocaine or something, and they get pulled over on a Dewey, and they get their lives ruined over cocaine or whatever, as if they're even an addict. They're just young and they like drugs like the rest of us. They're young, dumb, and full of cum. That's, you know, that's, we all were like that. We were all kind of like that. We've all been around that motherfucking block. We absolutely have. So we see them talk about this like it's, you know, like it's a sinful thing that somebody's getting butt raped or whatever. It's not. The drug war, the war against the drugs is sinful.
This theoretically would be enough to start an actual trial. In the confession letter, Charlene names Dan Wilson as being the ringleader and the one who's responsible, if not directly, then by order, of the death of the two boys. However,
so guys, I'm terribly sorry. I must go to dinner now. So I will do so, and I will not be going long. And I will be up there. I will be back down here in about I would say 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to keep it brief tonight. I'm going to be down here about 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll do some more Final Fantasy fishing and stuff and finish this video. But I do have to take a break here. Unfortunately, it is that time. The Boys on the Tracks and a 35-year cover-up, and that's, I mean, what happened here? You fucking backwoods motherfuckers. You wasted 2 kids on a drug traffic thing, and then blamed it on a train conductor. Jesus Christ. That's the America that I know. That's the America that it didn't used to be, but is now. That's the kind of thing you hear about in America. You're like, oh, nah. And then you wonder how many of the cops are in bed with each other. Who's making a murderer out of that crew? You know, who's fixing the evidence? Who's the making a murderer guy? You know, it's fucked up. Let's see. I'm gonna find my shoes. Oh yeah. My house is so clean. My house is clean. It's so clean. It's so clean. It is alarmingly clean. Alright guys, I'm sorry to bail out on you, but, you know, family calls. I'll be right back. IOY. Let's see. Be right back. Yeah. Cell phone. Okay. Let's us eat dinner. And
However, this letter, although given by a signed witness, was discredited, and the families of the two boys were told that it was just meaningless garble. And if you'll remember, Harmon wouldn't be arrested until 3 years later for unrelated charges. Charlene Wilson became physically sick in recent years and confessed that she was forced to write this letter by the local police. So let's think about this. Dan Harmon was supposedly the ringleader. He was the front guy in all of this. But at this point in 1993, there had been 3 different investigations into the case, and seemingly people weren't going away. So conveniently, during this time, the police forced one of the witnesses to write a letter that only names Dan Harmon as the person who was present. And then whenever people at the time in 1993 ask about it, they simply say that it's ridiculous cannon fodder and they shouldn't look into it. Perhaps, and again, I'm just speculating, all alleged, blah blah blah, maybe some people in the police decided that Dan should...
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep. Okay, I will. I'm gonna do it. Alright. Alright, love you, bye.
Be the fall guy. As it turns out, he eventually was. So maybe forcing Charlene to write a letter that only names him could have been the scapegoat. Now, in spite of all that, there should still be enough evidence to take some of this to trial, right? Well, it turns out the majority of the FBI, CIA, DEA, all of the documents look like this. Despite being a 35-year-old case, they are completely redacted, and nearly all of the names of people involved have been removed. I couldn't possibly imagine why. Like, looking here at the list of names of people associated with the case, I don't see anything that could be suspicious. Like, for example, this guy, he's the one who ended up giving the medical examiner, the Dr. Malik guy who said all the wild stuff. As a matter of fact, this guy not only assigned him and gave him his position, but he also gave him a raise after the entire thing. Oh, and it also says here that he was the governor of Arkansas during the time, and that he relates to the greater conspiracy at large. Some Bill Clinton, I have no idea how that would turn out, so I can't be sure if that's a name that the FBI would want removed from redacted files, so I can't possibly know where any of that would go. So because of that, I guess we'll just never know if that's an important person who, for some reason, the FBI wouldn't want on an open file. I guess we'll never know. On record, there's a total of 16,600 pages of evidence and reports made by the federal government. And despite family and investigators' request, only 2,000 of that 16,600 have ever been made public. And again, they all look like this. And the only reason that any of this has been known is because of the fortitude of people like Linda Ives and Gene Duffy. Linda Ives, whose son was killed in this tragic circumstance, remained steadfast throughout her entire life to see some justice brought for her son. If it wasn't for her constantly trying to rattle the cages of the people who wouldn't do anything about it or didn't want anything to be done about it, no investigations, no headway into the case would ever been made. And Gene Duffy, if you'll remember the original person who started to put pieces together, she joined back to the investigation in 1994 and was instrumental in putting Dan Harmon away. Not only that, but an investigative writer by the name of Mara Leverett wrote a fantastic book about the entire case, breaking down the pieces and trying to spread the word about what happened. But to this day, despite things like the Freedom of Information Act and, morality, the true records of what happened are still unknown. And perhaps most tragically, Linda Ives passed away on June the 3rd of last year, never having witnessed justice for her sons on this side of eternity. But she managed to stoke the fire enough that people are still pushing for some form of clarity or justice to this day. And new clues and information are coming out to this day. As a matter of fact, there are probably a lot of people who would have seen justice for all of this if the records had been disclosed. Because according to what we can see, it's like the FBI has all the names, places, and people lined out.
That's their name.
They just won't release that information to the
That's their
public.
name.
Even though, and I know this may sound a little kooky, but the government is supposed to work for the people. So when the FBI collects records, those are supposed to be our records. Now I know that's the opposite of how everything works, but the very least we can do is hold them accountable to that standard. So if this has interested you, and if you want to know more, there are a couple things I'm going to point out to you. As mentioned earlier, Carnage on Ice's channel does a fantastic job of breaking all of this down. However, the other resource for it is the ID Files. The ID Files is a website that was started by Linda Ives. ID being from her last name Ives and Dawn's first name Dawn, and it is a total collection and breakdown of current happenings and records regarding the case. Again, Linda Ives has since passed away, but several who knew her personally are carrying the website on in her honor. Not only that, but Carnage on Ice is taking steps to make these hidden FBI files part of the public record. One of the things he's doing for that right now is a change.org petition that he set up that is not asking for anyone specifically to be brought to justice or for any grand conspiracy to be revealed, just for the feds to do the thing where they make the knowledge, not just theirs, as is common with most criminal investigations. Now, I understand that change.org isn't like a magic button. It's not like if the petition gets 200 signatures, the FBI's like, oh no, I guess we're done, boys. But if nothing else, it's shaking the table a little bit, because I could not imagine having people I know dying in this circumstance, and not just the boys on the tracks, but the 6 other witnesses who died after the fact. And to know that the information is there, and that it's been gathered, compiled, and researched, but you're just not allowed to look at it. And if it's the names of people who have since passed, then we need to know for our own clarity. And if it's the names of people who have not passed and are still instrumental in government, then we really need to know for our clarity. But again, this is a case that deeply interests me, and it's amazing to me that after 35 years, it's still being covered up and there's still developments in it. And if you're interested in this at all, hopefully I've given you enough of a starting point or information to do your own research and explore it yourself. And while cases like this are very tragic and heartbreaking, if we don't tell our stories, then they die with us. And I hope that through me or someone who watches this and wants to get some information, or at some point in the future, I hope that the story is told enough that something happens and all those who were affected by this can finally rest in peace. Or, if you're like me with most stories and you just heard all of that and was like, wow, well that's pretty cool. Not, again, the murder part, like it's just a really fascinating series of very bad things, then I want to say I'm right there with you, because this stuff fascinates me too. And hopefully you enjoyed it as much as one could possibly enjoy the travesties of man, because I definitely enjoyed you watching this, and I just want to say thank you for watching. This is a very interesting case. It's something that was recommended to me, actually. I got several emails about it, and I never heard of it before. And it's really wild for me, or enjoyable, to have just like a random phrase like, okay, boys on the tracks, and then it just leads to all of this, everything I just said. And I think it's very fascinating, and I enjoy researching this stuff. I love this stuff. People always ask, like, what's your favorite kind of videos to do? Videos like this, videos like the MLK conspiracy, where it just keeps unraveling itself. And I think it's so cool. And I want to say thank you all so much for watching this. Thank you for watching my deranged rants and giving me the opportunity to do this stuff. It wouldn't be possible without you. And thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate it. I do really want to emphasize, I talked about some in the video, but like Linda Ives was a G. She watched the local government try to shut her down, and the people who were supposedly involved died,
City Hall.
and she kept screaming. She kept
screaming.
About it.
Yeah,
and I guess the
that's
reason
what I
that
would
nothing
do.
bad happened to her for that period of
They're
time
lucky I don't
because
scream.
that's too connected, right? If the mother disappears, then the people she's accusing are going to, almost be caught red-handed. So she was too important, but she fought so hard. And she started, I didn't mention this in the video, here's a little tidbit for those at the end. Whenever she started the ID files, all the way back in like 99, I think, when she started to compile the records online of what happened to her son, she started getting death threats from people online, from anonymous users, who said that they would, kill her if she continued to talk about her own son.
There's
and,
the
the death
American,
threats
I
were
know.
coming from Thailand, which was obviously, set up accounts and all that. But from the beginning, they were getting pushback, and she stood at it, and she kept going with it. With a lot of stories like this, it's not only in my opinion, it's not only useful to tell for the situation it applies to, but for greater situations, because I hate to break it to you, but a lot of people who are trusted to be our protectors are doing the opposite of that. And while you may not specifically be affected by the groups of people mentioned today, it could happen anywhere, and it could happen to anyone.
It happened to
and
me.
Again, may we tell stories lest we forget them.
Yeah, I tell my story lest we forget. I came up in an era where the drug war was so bad that all my life they tried to file charges against me. And I dodged jail, and it cost me most of my money, and then on top of it, my job has been illegal my entire life. And I'm not making these things up. It's not. I know it sounds like I'm being hyperbolic. My job's been illegal my entire life. It was not easy. Living in abject poverty. People say do something else. I say you go do something else.
Also, a bunch of people can already see the comments. They're going to be like, I can't believe
this is what I love.
Wendigoon got a Nobel Prize to the back of the head for his journalism, or wow, it's so sad that Wendigoon exploded his car for no reason, all that stuff. It is never, well, knock on wood, it is never the people like me who are the brave ones. I am not brave at all for doing this. I'm just relaying information that can easily be found online. The people who suffer the consequences of these events are the people who say something in the first place. The witnesses who come forward. Those are the ones who are brave. Those are the ones who are putting something on the line. I literally am watching documentaries and news reports and like true crime podcasts, right? I'm not some, ooh,
I didn't know there was other people like me who really I find the truth to be macabre far worse than any Star Wars or Mortal Kombat or The Last of Us or any zombie flick. The truth is always stranger than fiction. I want to know why Hemingway cracked. I want to know why you know. It's weird.
I'm not.
The truth is always stranger than fiction. Star Wars could hope to be as inventive as this video was. This was a much more interesting drama to me. The amount of shit that was in this was far more entertaining to me. It was like Goodfellas times 20.
Not important enough for that. Like I said, I'm just compiling it. The most I could possibly do is point you to change.org.
The most I can do is watch it and learn, learn from the mistakes and try not to make them again. That's what he said. That is the most important thing. If we don't learn from these things, we won't know what tricks the government pulled back in 1983. But now it's 2043, and they're pulling the same tricks, and we didn't learn from it back in 1983, or whatever, 1993 or 2003. So now we're seeing it in 2043, and we didn't learn from it because we didn't do our due diligence and learn, what the solution would be. We didn't learn what the drama would be when they tried it last time.
I'm not anything special, but a bunch of people involved in this case are. Like Gene Duffy, who was run out of town and then came back to put the guy who run her out behind bars. Fantastic. I love stories like this.
Yeah.
And hopefully one day something comes of this and I can make an update.
It's called The Underdog.
We got him.
We got him.
But for
it
now,
was the FBI.
We'll just have to see how it goes.
It's always the FBI,
again,
the KKK, and the
this
CIA, the
tangled web of
ATF,
story.
and
all
the triples, all the triples. It's always them.
But for now,
the
that should do
REPs.
it. So I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope
the
you
REPs,
enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
Represents reprehensible.
Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about what is potentially the most famous paranormal and occult couple in the world, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Now, Ed and Lorraine have become very famous, especially recently, due to the movies that are based off their exploits, such as... Hello everybody, today I want to talk about a mental illness that has led to several controversies in both hospitals and courtrooms. This illness is not only hard to identify because of its unique symptoms, but the very existence of the disease itself is often debated. And that disease, which we'll be looking at today, is
split
Munchausen
personalities
syndrome by proxy.
Munchausen by proxy?
Syndrome by...
No, Munchausen's exists. Munchausen's is when you abuse doctors to get what you want. It happens every day. That Munchausen's is very fucking real. It's absolutely fucking real. No. That one we're not gonna do. Like, okay, I'm not one. I don't like psychiatry, trust me. But Munchausen's exists. I've done it myself. You can use doctors to do whatever you want to do. Doctors will do what you want. That's their job. Oh no, that one's probably
Hello
pretty good.
everybody, today we are going to talk about the deadliest incident in United States naval history, as well as the deadliest shark attack in all of history, and that is the sinking of the USS Indianapolis. The USS Indianapolis was a Portland-class cruiser, which in layman's terms means really big ship, that played a key role in
aren't that
several
big,
Pacific
no.
naval battles.
Cruisers aren't that big. They're, they're like the size of a house. A really big house, But they're not battleship class. Battleship would be 2 or 3 times the size of a cruiser. They're not, the cruisers are like a third of the size of a battleship. They're not that big.
Battles during World War II.
They're big, they're like a ship. They're big, they're scary, you wouldn't want to fight one. But they're just, but they're not like fucking battleship big though.
However, after completing a secret mission to finish the final part of the atomic bombs that would later be dropped on Japan, the Indianapolis was destroyed, and the resulting chaos was, as mentioned, the deadliest event in United States naval history. Not only that, but the following days would leave the survivors treading open water while facing dehydration, sun exposure, and shark attacks. It is a very tragic story, but one that I feel deserves telling. So if that sounds interesting...
Notice the drunken sailors playing in the background, which isn't too good.
...you in a depressing, kind of morbid way, then stick around.
If it's a drunk... Like, history is full of bloopers, I would say. Full of basically full-blown memes. History has been full of memes of drunken captains. Drunken captains cause a lot of damage.
As we get into the sinking of the USS Indianapolis. But before I break down another fun and lighthearted story, let's talk about something else that's fun. Saving money. And you can start saving money with today's sponsor, the #1 shopping tool in America, Honey. Honey is the free internet shopping tool that lets you save money whenever you buy something online. You can get Honey for free on your computer in 2 easy clicks. And from there, anytime you're at checkout at a store,
Your skill has
Honey
increased.
will search the internet for promo codes to see if it can save you money. And now, Honey even has a mobile extension, so you can get all the benefits of saving money while shopping online from the comfort of your phone. You can start saving money on things that you're already buying. For example, whenever I buy new computer or camera equipment, or even something simple like a pizza, I make sure to do it on my laptop because I have Honey installed, and every time I do, I save money for something I was already going to get. Honey works on a lot of your favorite websites, so if you're going to be buying stuff online,
your skill
you might
has
as well
increased.
save money while you're doing it. And you can get Honey for free by going to the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon. That's right, you can start saving money for free by getting Honey at the link in the description
Your skill has increased.
at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon, and use that link so they know I sent you. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and
Your
get
skill
into it,
has
but
increased.
as always, thank you for watching. As mentioned earlier, the USS Indianapolis was a Portland-class cruiser, which was launched on November the 7th of 1931.
I'm gonna
the purpose
kill you.
of
I'm
cruisers
gonna kill
this
you.
size were to serve as part of fleets, either by providing artillery support to ground assaults or covering aircraft carriers as they travel through the ocean. Essentially, it's a way to put a lot of firepower.
Do you have a drown on me?
onto a
Oh
moving platform.
no.
Before World War II,
never mind,
the ship was mostly used for diplomacy. It was involved in several training missions in South America, and even transported President FDR to and from South America. The United States was attacked by Japan at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii on December the 7th of 1941. Whenever this happened, the Indianapolis was at the Johnston Atoll as part of a training exercise. And there's an entire story about immediately after Pearl Harbor, there was this huge search across the Pacific Ocean to find the carriers that could have gotten the planes that close. And if I ever decide to destroy myself and do the 8-hour World War II video. I'll talk about it in further detail, but all you need to know for now is that the Indianapolis was one of the lead ships in that search for the Japanese fleet. From there, the Indianapolis played a major part in the United States Pacific Campaign, serving primary roles in the battles of the Aleutian Islands, Makin Atoll, Marshall Islands, Mariana Islands, Saipan, the Philippine Sea, Peleliu, and the second attack of Tokyo, just to name a few. And those were all times that the ship was there at the actual battlefields, providing either artillery support or support for local aircraft. The Indianapolis also aided in the battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa by going to Japanese airfields and attacking the planes as they were beginning to take off to support their men on the ground. It was during this Battle of Okinawa when the Indianapolis was almost destroyed. A Japanese bomber managed to drop a bomb on the deck of the Indianapolis, to which it went through the deck, the mess hall, the fuel tanks before going underneath the ship and then exploding. 9 people were killed in this incident, but you would think that a bomb going through the fuel tanks and then exploding would, destroy the ship. But because of the bulkheads, which is essentially these compartments you can seal off in the lower layers of a ship to keep water from filling up the rest of a ship if there is a breach, they were able to contain the water to certain parts of the ship, and the Indianapolis managed to drive itself all the way back to port for repairs. Shortly after receiving these repairs, it was determined that the Indianapolis would go on an, at the time, secret mission. In the present day, we know that this mission was to deliver uranium to Tinian Island. This uranium was the final component to develop the atomic bomb, which was then dropped on Hiroshima. None of the Indianapolis crew knew that this is what they were transporting, and as a matter of fact, the Marine guards who were set to guard the box itself had no idea what was inside of it. As a matter of fact, the enriched uranium that was inside of the box they were transporting was about half the world's supply of uranium-235 at that time. On July 16th of 1945, the Trinity test was conducted, which this is the test they did to make sure that the nukes actually worked, and hours later the Indianapolis set sail from California to Hawaii. They then went from Hawaii and arrived at Tinian Island on July the 26th, meaning the entire voyage took only 10 days. And from there they then departed to Guam. There at Guam, members of the crew who were now off duty switched out with members who were coming back on duty, and the ship then set sail for Leyte. This voyage from Guam to Leyte would be the final voyage of the Indianapolis. The ship had previously received word of Japanese submarines in the area. However, the Indianapolis itself wasn't fitted for underwater sonar, so their solution to seeing if there were any submarines was to just have people posted up to see if they could see a periscope pop out of the water, and that's really all they got. See, normally a ship like the Indianapolis wouldn't be traveling by itself, especially not without the capabilities of spotting submarines. However, because the Indianapolis was transporting parts of a nuke, they didn't want there to be any radio chatter or information about where the Indianapolis was going to be. As a matter of fact, the whole point of the Indianapolis traveling to Leyte was so it could reform into a naval fleet and not look suspicious, which is why it had to...
It's kind of funny. Russ is the same way. You don't talk about the boom. You don't talk about moving it. You don't talk about it. Like, you don't talk about it with anybody. And bad things tend to happen when you're moving boom, because that's the highest, value. You're only as valuable as your attack is. So if your attack isn't up, if you're not ready to nuke or boom or whatever and take their base, you're in a weak position. So we definitely have this thing about, secrecy around boom. Definitely, I've been in that situation.
To make the very hazardous journey through Japanese territory all
by
yourself.
You always have to go at night. You have to deliver, like in Rust, if you want to deliver explosives, you should go at night. You should definitely go small, not big. You're tempted to run like a 22-man guard on a bunch of missiles, but really what you should do is run like a 3-man guard, and it just looks like somebody trying to support and move something, but just not like all of our eggs in one basket, because that's what moving all that boom is kind of like. It's like putting all your eggs in one basket. If they were to take it, they would just use it against you. So it's like very dangerous, you know. Smuggling around in times of war is really dangerous business. That's when the stealth comes out. That's when you use people like, you know, like I always thought Solid Snake was a really weak premise as a James Bond character, but as like an actual nuclear armament technician who responds to, you know, armed you know, conflict and stuff, with some aplomb and stealth and you know, diligence and you know, just stealth and stuff. Oh, congratulations, Dave! Hell yeah, yeah. And what was I gonna say? Yeah, and so yeah, I got my mind blown. Yeah, so like that secrecy thing, it's weird because it puts you in these delicate situations. You end up having spies at both the beginning and the end point and in the middle. You always run the person notice they sent a cruiser to deliver this nuclear payload, like the world's first nuclear payload. And they used a cruiser to do it, but normally you would send like a capital ship. Big armored boat with a bunch of other capital ships and a bunch of, you know, and a bunch of destroyers and a bunch of cruisers and a bunch of frigates, and you run a big armada across the ocean or whatever. It's how you would look at it real life. That's how it is in Eve too. But sorry, it's stuck under my teeth, I think. I forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, yeah, moving Boom around, yeah, there's all these interesting things that happens.
It was during this voyage that Commander Hashimoto of the Japanese I-58 submarine spotted the Indianapolis. The submarine fired 6 missiles across a spreaded area in order to hit the Indianapolis if it was to try to take any evasive maneuvers, to which the Indianapolis was hit at 12:15 a.m. on July the 30th of 1945. 2 torpedoes hit its starboard side, which is right for us normal people, and the ship immediately began to list, also known as tilt, and in just 12 minutes, the ship went from being hit to being completely underwater. To put that into perspective, the Titanic took about 4 hours to sink. The reason it was so catastrophic is because the torpedoes managed to hit the fuel tanks of the ship, and that exploded as well. And for research for this video, I watched a ton of interviews they did with journalists, as well as interviews they did for TV shows, so the information I'm giving is kind of just the array and conglomerate of all these different takes they had about what was happening. Given that it was midnight, a lot of the men were asleep, and they said they were all woken up by the first explosion. Some who were close to where the torpedo made impact even said that they woke up in the floor because it physically threw them off the bed. And only a few seconds later, there was a second, much larger explosion that shook everything and tilted the entire boat on its side. Several of the men on the lower floors began opening portholes so that they could climb out the side as they were unable to get up the staircase. And the explosion itself caused several to be wounded, to which the doctor and several helpers tried to drag them onto deck and begin fitting them with life jackets. Due to the fuel tanks exploding, and that being the larger second explosion, everything on the lower decks was on fire. In one account, a guy who was asleep on one of the lower floors whenever the explosions went off was running upstairs, and he said the metal was so hot that he tripped at one point and his hands touched down, and as soon as he stood up, he had third-degree burns on both of his hands. In only a few minutes, the ship went from gently tilting to being completely turned over on its side, with the majority of the survivors staying on the side of the ship, waiting to see if it would go all the way down or just kind of set in place. That was until the now rolled over ship began to point up at the sky, the bow broke off and the entire thing started to go under. It was at this point that the crew, who were still hanging out on the turned over ship to see if they could use it as a giant life raft, now had to abandon it. It was upon hitting the water that the men realized it was not just water they were jumping into, but the ship's entire supply of fuel now spilled out into the ocean. Thankfully, it wasn't on fire. That would have made the situation much worse. But as soon as the men began to jump into the water, the oil got all over them and wouldn't come off. Most survivors' stories were that they jumped into the water and they would get the oil in their eyes and in their mouth, and they would start crying and like rubbing their face to get it out of their eyes, and they'd just start throwing up to get it out of their system. So every single survivor who was treading water was covered in tar all over their head and their face, to the degree that they couldn't tell anyone apart from the other. In the following days, they all described it as something out of a dream, because everyone had their eyes closed from the sun, so whenever you would look around, it would just be people covered in tar everywhere, and the only distinguishable feature was their pink mouth as they were trying to talk. As the final parts of the ship were going underwater, the pockets of air that were in the bottom of the ship began exploding outwards, and it threw the men into these clusters away from the actual wreck itself. All in all, the ship went down in 12 minutes, and it's believed that about 300 men died during the actual sinking itself.
Christ.
The total crew was 1,195 men, meaning that about 800 were now set to tread open water. And for them, the nightmare had just begun. The one bright side in this whole thing, at least when in comparison to other shipwreck disasters, is
it was
for one,
over
all
fast.
These guys were
It
in
was
the
over
Navy,
fast, and
so
they were
even
trained.
though the Navy never taught them to swim, which is dumb, most of the men at the time who decided to join the Navy had knowledge of how to swim. And two, and more importantly, this was in the Pacific Islands, which means the water was very warm. One of the biggest killers and reasons that people can't survive in water for long periods of time is hypothermia, because that causes you to lose energy and begin shutting down, and of course then you can't just tread water. So the water being like 70 degrees around the Philippines was definitely a benefit. However, as mentioned before, this is 800 guys treading open water, and no one knows they're out there, and they're all covered in oil, so it was by no means a positive experience. A few men who were on the top deck, such as Captain McVeigh, whenever the ship started to go down, had the foresight to begin throwing life rafts into the water. Ideally, everyone would have had the appropriate number of rafts blown up, and they all would have had their life vests, but as mentioned,
as it happened,
had
14
to go
minutes.
From sleeping to the boat being completely underwater in 12 minutes,
12
so
minutes.
only a few were actually available. There were nowhere near enough life rafts for everyone to get onto them,
damn it, I
so the
keep pulling
officers
fucking
began
fish.
to use them in order to delegate things like life jackets. See, several guys were injured during the explosion and wreck itself and were unable to tread water. So people who were unable to tread were given priority for the life jackets, and those who were able-bodied would stick their arm in the compartment behind the neck that the life vest leaves open, and they would lay the injured person up on their hip, and they would lay in buddy pairs across the water. Furthermore, if anyone was really injured and it was near impossible to keep their head above water, they were given priority on the rafts themselves. Which at first sounds like a totally good thing until the sun comes up and now they're essentially cooking inside of this rubber raft, but they can't go into the water because they can't keep themselves up, and you have a whole nother problem. Probably my favorite account during this entire story was that of Dr. Haynes, who was the doctor aboard the Indianapolis. He had the most detailed account, and his reason that he gave for that is because he kept himself busy while everyone else kind of succumbed to the monotony of just treading water. He had a lot of the more nuanced details that I found interesting. Like, for example, he says as soon as the Indianapolis went underwater and the explosion stopped, it was dead quiet. Like, everyone in tandem understood the situation they were in and knew that yelling wouldn't do anything to fix it. He said it wasn't long after that quietness set in that someone said, "Is the doctor here?" to which he responded, and he spent the next several days paddling from person to person doing what he could to help. Although according to him, he said without supplies, he was more of a coroner than a doctor, really. During this time, a lot of people would become comatose and just be out of it, so they would sort of be lying there unresponsive, but if you were to do something like flip flick their face, they would respond, which was the only way the doctor knew they were still alive. As a matter of fact, he said his system to check if one of these floating people was alive or not is he would open their eye and poke it, and if they didn't flinch and their pupil didn't dilate at the sun, he would assume they were dead. At first, he tried to collect dog tags from these dead, but he said it got to be so many across his entire arm that it was weighing his arm down, and he had to let them go. While several were injured in the wreck itself, the majority ended up dying due to dehydration. As several who have analyzed this story have noted, the majority of the men who were now treading water were asleep, meaning even whenever the wreck happened, they hadn't taken in fluids for several hours. And now they have to constantly exert themselves for days and days on end.
Okay,
The
good
biggest
night,
problem-
Dave. Sleep well, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate the support, buddy.
According to Dr. Haynes, was convincing people to not drink the salt water. He said it was especially hard on the young ones. In the first day, he was able to tell people, don't drink the salt water, it will make you sick, and they kind of listened, but by the end of it, he would just swim around and smack people on the back of the head whenever they tried to drink the water. Even then, he couldn't stop some who were so thirsty that they were beginning to lose their minds, and that is where the majority of these casualties came from. The other major cause of death was horrifically shark attacks. As soon as the explosion happened, and not only was there a huge noise and shockwave throughout the water, but now the water was filled with the blood and bodies of over 300 dead men, oceanic white-tipped sharks flooded the waters underneath the men. They pretty much acted like vultures underneath the water. The men talked about how if they put their head underwater and opened their eyes, they could see dozens and dozens of them circling, waiting for someone to sink beneath the waves. It's not known how many people they killed. Primarily, people just said that if someone died, they would watch a shark drag them underwater. But several of the survivors attested that they would be paddling on the water and then they would feel it bite their leg really quick, kind of checking to see if they were dead or not. And by the end of the 3 days, the men said it was so awful that just all the time you would feel yourself walking on the backs of sharks as they were swimming right under you. Now, there were a lot of sharks and they were eating the dead in the beginning. However, several claim that on the final days, the sharks began attacking live people, and the attacks, either from dragging them underwater or biting them until they bled out, killed anywhere from a few dozen to 150 men. And the men, who at this point were too weak to do anything about it, pretty much had to sit there and hope that they weren't the shark's next victim. At night, there was a real risk of dozing off or floating away from the rest of the group. So at night, everyone would lock arms in order to keep people from slipping away from the group. From all the accounts I read, it seems like there were 2 of these massive groups, because keep in mind, each one of these groups
Your
would
skill
be
has
like
increased.
300 people. And horrifically, at least according to one account, paranoia had set in so much by the 3rd night that whenever people started to doze off, they began accusing each other of trying to drown them. The way it would work on the previous nights is if everyone was locked arms, that would allow every other guy to fall asleep for a few minutes, and then they would wake up and essentially take guard as the guy next to them was able to rest for a couple minutes, and that just kept on through the night. But between the oil that was covering everyone's faces all the time, and the shark attacks that could happen at any moment, even during the night, they talked about how they could feel them rubbing against their legs. And the constant heat exhaustion, and the dehydration, and the delirium from the salt water, people started to go mad. On one of the final nights, people began to become furious at this, thinking that their friend was trying to drown them, and began to fight and trying to push each other under the water. This caused the mass of people to separate into these small clusters of people fighting each other in the middle of the ocean. And they said that after that went on for a couple hours, everyone who was of a sound mind came back together, and there was far fewer than whenever they had joined together earlier that night. It's incredibly heartbreaking that not only did the elements and nature itself take the lives of several of these men, but it seems like a few of them may have taken the lives of each other. I also want to mention on that depressing note, to make the story a little bit more lighthearted, remember that doctor I talked about, Dr. Haynes, who was like of a
Super
mind,
doctor,
stayed busy the whole time? He was asked about sharks, And he was like, yeah, they were everywhere underneath us. I didn't really mind them. At one point, a shark swam in front of me, and I tried to grab it because I wanted to eat it. Like, everyone else is losing their mind, rightfully so, and freaking out because they're being attacked by sharks. And then this doctor's like, yeah, I wanted to eat that thing. I wanted to, like, flip the food chain around on him, see how he liked it. Perhaps the most troubling detail, mentioned by the doctor as well as several other survivors, was the matter of deciding who was sick and who was dead. Because as mentioned earlier, the injured were given priority with the life vest. So if they died, that life vest could be used to save someone else. They spoke of how horrific this was, because the process was them coming up to someone who appeared to be dead, and then triple and quadruple checking to make sure before taking off their life vest and allowing them to sink underwater so that someone else could use it. The same situation was taking place in the life rafts, as if someone was laying there in the scorching sun and it seems they were dead, in order to keep the raft from sinking and to help someone else who's now worse off, they would have to physically push them over the raft itself. Several of the accounts I watched about this were the most depressing, because the men would often be overcome with emotions, talking about how they never forgave themselves for playing God and deciding who was and wasn't allowed to live. Even if logically we can say, well, these guys were dead anyway or they weren't going to make it, it makes sense to save as many people as you can. They didn't see it that way. This was their friends and their brothers in arms, and they were having to physically push them out of the life raft in order to pick one over the other. You may be asking yourself at this point, how does a ship like the USS Indianapolis sink and no one know about it? And the primary reason for that is the primary reason that most major shipwrecks happen, actually: complacency about procedure. See, even though the Indianapolis was on a secret mission, so it couldn't have a fleet of ships go with it, people in high command and navigation still knew the ship was out there. So they had the entire thing based on a schedule. They had a board set up in their control room where they say, alright, the ship is on this island, and then it's going to go to Guam, and that's going to take 3 days, and then it's going to go from Guam to Leyte, and that's going to take like another 3 days. So after 3 days passed, with no confirmation that the ship had actually arrived in Leyte, which they were technically supposed to do, they just took it off the board and was like, alright, the ship's now in Leyte because that's where the ship's supposed to be. Lieutenant Stuart Gibson was given the task of watching over the Indianapolis itself, and the reports later say that he did have intel the ship didn't make it to Leyte, but he didn't tell anyone. I guess he figured that, oh, well, they're like a day late. I guess I just won't say anything about it. And during the naval trial that followed, the Navy said that there was no time for the Indianapolis to put out a distress call, and that's the reason that no one was able to get their SOS. However, later declassified reports said that a total of 3 radio operators did pick up the distress call. At one of these locations where the radio signals picked up,
the Navy abandoned them, of fucking course. Of course.
Was drunk at the time and didn't think to reply back or record the message. At another one, the captain had mentioned that he did not want to be disturbed, so I guess no one thought to record the message that was coming in case he wants to know about it later. And at the third one, the captain did get the message and did listen to it. However, he thought it was ludicrous that the Indianapolis would be by itself in the middle of the Japanese Ocean, and he thought it was a trick by the Japanese. Again, complacency about procedure. It was after treading water for 3.5 days, dealing with the elements, sharks, each other, and everything else, that they were finally spotted by an American patrol plane. This plane was not equipped to land on the water or be able to take any of the men back.
Of course not.
However, this plane, which was being piloted by Lieutenant Gwynn, flew directly at the men and got really close to the water so that they would know help is on the way. And he also dropped the personal life raft. Pilot and co-pilot.
Oh,
he wasn't able to
there's a hero.
Then, but adding a new life raft to the sick bay of floating, dying men on the water definitely helps. And
that's a hero. That's a hero.
Nearby ships and planes, saying that there was a crew on the ocean who need help. The first to arrive on the scene was Lieutenant Commander Marks, who was flying an amphibious Catalina plane, which looks like this. The water was very choppy at the time, with 12-foot swells of water going up and down. However, Marks took a vote with his men of if they want to endanger themselves by landing the plane, and they said yes. So they landed the plane and began taking people in. Also, as they were landing,
we're getting them out of there! Get them out of there!
As well as like this giant container of fresh water.
Oh, the
but
humanity!
As soon as the water hit the ocean, the side of it burst open and it just poured out, which is really sad. At this point, most of the men were too weak to swim, with many of them saying that if they had been out there for another few hours, they probably would have died. So the crew of the Catalina began taking men and taking them on top of the wings and then tying them to the wings with parachute cord. That way, even if the plane gets tilted by the water, they won't fall off. And in total, the plane managed to hold 56 people,
56!
Functioning as essentially a giant life raft. Now, at this point, an entire fleet of ships was coming to rescue the men, so they weren't in danger of getting stranded along with the rest of them. However, putting that many people on and doing things like tying them to the wings meant that the plane was in the water for too long, and the plane was therefore unable to fly forever, and is now just a giant floating, very elaborate buoy. That night at 4 a.m., the destroyer escort, the USS Cecil J. Dowell, shined its spotlight into the sky to act as a beacon for all the men on the water. The men who were floating in the water began to scream and shout, now renewed with energy, and the Doyle started pointing spotlights at them so that its lifeboats could go out, grab people, bring them back to the ship, and keep up the process until everyone was out of the water. Keep in mind,
those boys must have been so mad. They must have been so mad. They're like, what happened?
Was a big deal. It served a part in a lot of naval battles. So as soon as these guys start coming onto the ship, everyone's curious, like, how did you guys get out here? Like, there's not supposed to be anyone in this part of the water. However, I can't 100% verify that this account is accurate or from someone that was there. However, I choose to believe it because it's funny. Supposedly, an officer got one of the guys onto the ship, and he shined a flashlight in his face. Because, you know, for all they know, these are like Japanese sailors planning some super complicated trap on them or whatever. So he gets the officer gets the guy out of the water and sets him up on deck and shines a flashlight in his face. And he says, "Who are you?" And the guy goes, "I'm a sailor on the USS Indianapolis." And the officer goes, "What? The Indianapolis is back in Hawaii. There's no way you're part of the Indianapolis. What really are you here for?" And the guy stopped for a minute and goes, "Well, you see, we all decided to take a little swim out here and got lost, and we're real glad you picked us up." That was the funniest part about it, because everyone who survived talked about how annoying the officers were when they got picked up. Because you gotta realize, the ship that showed up is still doing the whole military thing, like, through and through. So they're trying to follow procedure and protocol, and all of these guys who are covered in oil and sunburns just cannot be bothered. Another funny account during this time was that they had like a diesel fuel mixture in order to like get the oil to come off of them. And there were these two guys who had met each other in the water. Like, they were on the same ship before, but the ship was 1,200 people, and they had got to know each other in the water. So whenever they're now on the rescue ship getting cleaned off, he looks at this guy who's been talking to 3 days and realizes he has blonde hair. And the other guy screams, he's like, "Ah, your hair, it's blonde." It was also during this time that the injuries of the men could fully be seen. They couldn't really tell on each other, again, because all parts of skin were covered in oil, but the guys were covered in peeling skin, as well as deep scratches and burns from the shipwreck itself, as well as many of them having shark bites. A few of the men tragically even died after being rescued, since they were so far gone from the exhaustion and dehydration that they couldn't be brought back. On August 3rd of 1945, out of the 1,195 sailors of the USS Indianapolis, 316 survived. This event left 879 men dead, and the Navy needed to blame somebody. As you can tell from this story, the Indianapolis was put into a pretty tricky spot, and a lot of people wanted to blame the Navy for it. So the Navy turned the blame towards the captain, Captain McVeigh. McVeigh was court-martialed, which again to us normal people is like a trial, on 2 counts one for failing to order an abandoned
Your skill
ship,
has increased.
and one for hazarding the ship itself. The one about failing to order the abandonment of the ship was dropped. However, they stuck with the charge of hazarding the ship. Hazarding the ship essentially means you did dumb stuff that endangered the ship itself, and the Navy's argument was that he did not properly zigzag. No, I'm not kidding.
Your skill has
Whenever
increased.
you're being chased by a submarine, the evasive maneuver for these ships is to go in a zigzag pattern so that if any torpedoes are fired, they'll miss. McVeigh was ordered to zigzag at his
Your skill has
discretion,
increased.
and according to the Navy, his discretion was not good enough. Even though it was midnight and they couldn't see any submarines around them, I guess they just wanted him to zigzag the whole way to Leyte. During this
Your skill
trial,
has
they brought
increased.
in Commander Hashimoto, the aforementioned captain of the submarine who sunk the Indianapolis, to which Hashimoto said that even if the captain did zigzag, it wouldn't have mattered because
Your skill
Hashimoto
has increased.
fired in that 6 torpedo pattern I mentioned earlier, specifically to hit a ship if it tries to zigzag. However, according to reports at the time, the translator who was speaking for Hashimoto lied about what he was saying. See, Hashimoto couldn't speak English, so while he
Your
said
skill
in his
has
own
increased.
language that it wouldn't have mattered, the translator kind of blurred the lines and said, well, if he had, then maybe my barrage that I have in order to hit zigzagging ships wouldn't have worked if he zigged his zag the right way. And while he wasn't given a charge or given any real punishment, he was kind of semi-demoted and eventually retired in 1949 as a rear admiral. However, the most damaging part about the court-martialing is that the government pointed all the blame for the Indianapolis on him. From then on out, McVeigh would receive letters throughout the year telling him that he was responsible for the deaths of the people aboard the Indianapolis. Around Christmas, he would get letters saying that, I hope you have a Merry Christmas, ours would be a lot better if you hadn't killed our son. Or on random days of the year, he would get mail saying, on this day my son would have been 32 if you hadn't have murdered him. The Navy wanted to effectively misplace blame for their own fault of leaving the Indianapolis unguarded, and they had done that as it seems. McVeigh was never able to get over the shame imposed by others, not to mention his own trauma having known the men of the ship and watching them die as well. And in 1968, McVeigh walked out onto his front lawn, holding a toy sailor in one hand and his Navy-issued revolver in the other before shooting himself right there. I won't spend a ton of time on this next point, but how can I not mention it? This is so wild. So it had been known by those who were familiar with the story that everyone loved McVeigh. All of the members of the Indianapolis said that he was a great captain, he was loved by his family members, seemed to be a great guy. Well, the survivors group of the USS Indianapolis, who meet every year in order to have a reunion and talk about war stories, were determined to get McVeigh's record cleared. In 1996, a 6th grade student by the name of Hunter Scott began to do all of the math and get the records together to try to exonerate McVeigh. And the press began to run with this story, talking about how cool it is that a 6th grader is trying to clear the reputation of a World War II hero. And the survivors of the Indianapolis got in on this and started helping with the boys' campaign as well. They made several appeals to Congress during this time, and even got Hashimoto, who, if you'll remember, is again the captain of the submarine that sunk the Indianapolis, to write letters not only saying what I mentioned earlier, that it wouldn't have mattered if he zigzagged or not, but also saying that after meeting the crewmen of the Indianapolis, McVeigh must surely have been an honorable man. I should also mention about Hashimoto, he showed up at Pearl Harbor on the 49th anniversary of the sinking of the Indianapolis and asked the men if he could pray with them about their fallen comrades, to which they accepted him as part of the group of the survivors of the Indianapolis. It should also be noted that throughout World War II, America lost a lot of different ships in a lot of different ways.
That's beautiful.
But McVeigh was the only one who was ever court-martialed over it, and I primarily feel that's because of the political reasons and also because a lot of people died. While watching the congressional hearings for it, someone did make the case, kind of humorously, but a good point, that if they would have arrived to Leyte and had not zigzagged, like they just took a straight line and then got there safely, would you still court-martial him? Would you court-martial someone for not zigging their zag enough? So finally, in July of 2001, Captain Charles McVeigh was cleared of the sinking of the Indianapolis. And then, only 5 years ago, on August the 19th of 2017, the wreckage of the Indianapolis was found in the North Philippine Sea, 18,000 feet underwater, over 3 miles down on the side of an underwater mountain. Pieces of the ship itself were found scattered in miles across the underwater chasm, but there at the bottom of the Philippine Sea, the final resting place of the Indianapolis was seen. And with that concludes the story of the largest loss of life of a single ship in U.S. naval history. And while not as super climactic, and while definitely having stories of heroism, not having these massive swaths of turns or weirdness I normally like to cover, I was thinking about this story and I realized that there are currently only 2 survivors left alive today of the 316 who originally survived the wreckage. And whenever we stop talking about stories, we forget them, and we forget the aspects of them. And while it is heartbreaking, you know, that eventually they're going to be gone, I think it's important to continue those stories so that they're never really gone or they're never forgotten. And this is one of those stories that I feel like deserves to be remembered and deserves to be told. So that's why I'm telling it today. And I ain't got to tell you all that because you stuck around this long, so hopefully you also think it deserves to be told in some regard. And I think that's really cool because I think so too. And I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I said, this isn't a huge over-the-top. Hello everybody. Today we are going to be talking about the story of one of the doomed voyages in humanity's twilight days of exploration, and that is the failed journey of the Franklin expedition and its ships, the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror. I've always loved this story because it's one of the last cases of adventure and exploration and serves as a testimony of what that adventure can lead to. Now, this story may be familiar to you if you saw the AMC miniseries The Terror, which was about the Franklin expedition. However, that took a few creative liberties with the story, and I want to tell you about the true story, or at least the story that was pieced together by the evidence I'm going to talk about. Now, there's also been some other YouTubers who have done a fantastic job of covering this story as well, like History Buffs, who compared the real-life accounts to the accounts of the TV show, and Maritime Horrors, which is quickly becoming one of my favorite YouTube channels. I'm going to include those videos down below as well as some of the others that I really enjoy, but if you want to hear much better accounts and representations of those stories than whatever I can manage, check them out in the description. 2 quick things before we get started. For one, I am back to the Blue Yeti mic, as you can see, and I'm trying out a lot of different settings with my camera. I've heard you guys in the past videos saying that the lighting was weird and the audio was weird, and I'm really dumb to all this and trying to teach myself with YouTube videos, so honestly, let me know how this looks and how it sounds, because I'm trying my best. And also, if you're a patron, stick around to the end of the video. During the end credits, I want to make one last announcement for everything that I mentioned on the Patreon lately, so stay tuned for that. And for everyone else, hopefully you want to stick around as we talk about one of the final stories of humanity's desire to explore the Earth. But before we get into a story of adventure and excitement, let's talk about something that isn't exciting, and that's having your personal data stolen. But thanks to today's sponsor, you'll never have to worry about that again with Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is a fantastic digital tool that hides your location and keeps your information secure whenever you're browsing the internet. Whenever you log on to one of Atlas's servers, your IP and DNS address are passed through their system before it's passed on to the rest of the web, so if anyone tries to search for your information, it will get jammed up by Atlas's system and you'll be completely hidden. But on top of that, Atlas's user interface is very user-friendly and has a series of other tools that can also help you when browsing the web. Like, for example, Atlas has something called a data breach monitor, which if you've ever heard someone say that your email and password may be part of a hack or leak that's happened, you can go to Atlas VPN, put in your email address, and it will tell you if any of your information has fallen into the wrong hands. So rather than just being afraid all the time, if your information's out there on the web somewhere, you can go through Atlas and know for sure. Another cool feature about Atlas is you can use it to change your digital location. So for example, say that you want to watch something on Netflix, but the movie or show that you're looking for isn't available in your country. all you have to do is go to Atlas VPN and change your address to one of their servers in another country, and then whenever you go to Netflix and reload it, you will have their entire catalog for that country, meaning you can essentially stream the web from any part of the world you wish. Atlas VPN is also offered on all digital platforms, and they also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can try it out, and if you don't like it, you can get your money back, although I'm sure you will. And right now, you can't go wrong, because if you go to Atlas's link in the description, you will be able to get their plan for 82% off. That's right, if you go to the link in the description, you will be able to get everything I just mentioned, from the internet privacy to the email protection, as well as the server location change, and much, much more for 82% off, or in other words, $1.99 a month. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Atlas for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all enjoyed. Again, check them out in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. To really understand the importance of the Franklin expedition, there's a little bit of history that goes into it. See, for a really long time, Europe was trying to find some means of travel between themselves and Asia. Because if someone wanted to go from, say, England to China, it was a several-year expedition that made them loop all the way around the bottom of Africa because the Suez Canal had not yet been invented. However, once the Americas were discovered, people figured out that the globe was a bit bigger than they initially thought it was. So people at the time began speculating perhaps there is a path to Asia if one were to travel north. Specifically, north through the Arctic around the North Pole and down south into Asia. If this theory were true, it would save literally years of time during travel, as well as the lives of the people who died aboard ships making these long voyages. In the late 1700s, the Hudson Bay Company made several expeditions around the coast of Canada trying to find an inlet that they think could get them to pass across into Asia. At the time, no one really understood the westward to eastward expanse of the Americas, and people were kind of testing the shores to see if there was any breakage that they could drop south through. And in the 1800s, the Secretary of the Admiralty, which is basically England's Navy at the time, was determined that there was a passage near the North Pole. In 1845, Sir John Barrow was 82 years old, and at the end of his career, he was determined to commission the first travel from Europe to Asia through the North Pole. And so Barrow set about in finding the best captain for the job who could man such a dangerous voyage. The first two captains that he selected each turned him down because while both of them were very experienced with the Arctic, they have both sworn off ever traveling north again. See, traveling to the Arctic by ship at the time was not only an incredibly dangerous journey, but a terrifying one. Whenever it became winter near the North Pole, the oceans would begin to freeze on the several inlets that the ships would travel through. Or in other words, you could be sailing for a year and then be stuck for half a year as the water freezes around you, where you have to wait for it to thaw, and you continue sailing into the nothingness of ice and water. As I mentioned, in the decades leading up to this expedition, there were several other attempts to try to get through the Arctic Passage, and most of them ended with the ship turning around after about a year and a half, and even then with several of the crew members dying of either food poisoning or hypothermia or pneumonia and the other various diseases you could die of at the time, as well as many sailors reporting to have gone mad due to the isolation of the North Pole. Or technically northern Canada, not quite the North Pole, but I mean, like, it's just like infinite ice. You couldn't tell the difference anyway. The third pick for the job was a sailor by the name of Francis Crozier. He had taken many trips to the Arctic, was well experienced, liked by the Admiralty, and was up for doing it again. It sounds like the perfect option. However, Crozier was Irish, and it was a big deal for the British government at the time that it needs to be a thoroughbred member of British royalty who makes the first expedition. The fourth pick for the option was a captain by the name of James Fitzjames, and yes, that was his real name. And while he did fit the criteria of being of British upper class, he wasn't that experienced with sailing, especially not in the Arctic, so he was passed up as well. The man who would eventually lead this expedition was Barrow's fifth pick for the job, Captain John Franklin. John Franklin was of British upper class and a sort of celebrity amongst the sailors of the time. He was incredibly kind to sailors who worked under him, and was also a religious leader who would regularly lead sermons and pray with the men aboard his ships. His wife, Lady Jane Franklin, was also a well-loved figure in England, and the two of them were known for being very philanthropic and giving to local charities and schools and things of the like. So to most of the British public, Captain Franklin seemed like a natural fit. So why was he the Admiralty's fifth choice? Well, Captain Franklin was second in command during another Arctic expedition in 1818, and he was also a part of two separate Canadian expeditions in the decades that followed. Keep in mind, any one of these expeditions would take a few years at least. Well, one of these expeditions ended in disaster, when the crew essentially became lost and their food provisions ran out. As a matter of fact, according to sailors, during this time, Franklin's crew became so desperate for food that they began cutting and eating the leather of their own boots, to which Franklin was given the nickname by some sailors, the man who ate his own boot. However, because of his pleasant demeanor and place in British society, he was again the fifth choice of the Admiralty, and he readily accepted the job. Some historians say that perhaps he took it in haste because he was trying to make up for the shame of being called, the man that ate his own boot. However, even if this were the case, he was incredibly careful and lighthearted around the people in the crew, and throughout the entire expedition, I could find no one writing of ill will about him. The expedition was to occur across two ships, and to make sure that everything went well, the aforementioned third and fourth choices were also made a part of the expedition. Franklin himself was set to captain the HMS Erebus, while Francis Crozier, the third choice I mentioned earlier, who was knocked out of the league because he was Irish, was given command of the HMS Terror and named executive officer of the expedition. And the fourth choice, the young Captain James Fitzjames, was named as Franklin's second in command aboard the Erebus itself. The government naturally felt better that even though their fifth option was the one leading the charge, the third and fourth options were right there with him. Franklin's ship, the Erebus, and Crozier's ship, the Terror, had each been a part of Arctic expeditions from 1841 to 1844. Now you may be thinking it's probably in bad faith to name a series of expedition ships the Terror and the Erebus, which Erebus comes from Greek mythology as being the dark ring around Hades itself. Well, the reason that the two ships were named that is because they were each originally part of the British military. As a matter of fact, the Terror was in the War of 1812 and took part in the attack on Fort McHenry, which was the battle in which Francis Scott Key wrote America's national anthem. They were each massive ships, with the Erebus weighing 378 tons and the Terror weighing in at 331 tons. The ships at the time were also state-of-the-art. They were lined with these iron bands and reinforced walls, and the propellers and rudders even had a function where a latch could be pulled and they would fold inside of the ship. That way, if you passed through a lot of ice, it could just bump off the iron and you wouldn't worry about knocking anything off. The ships were also ahead of their time in that they had steam engines inside of them, which had been taken off of trains. So if you were at open sea and there were no winds, you could still move by bringing in salt water, purifying it, and then using it to burn steam and power the ship. It even had a heating system that was piped throughout the ship, which, again, in 1845 was a huge deal. In the months before the departure, the men were essentially seen as astronauts. They were hailed as being the brave people who are going to step out and change our way of life as we know it. And as historians have noted, an astronaut is given their spaceship, and the Terror and Erebus served as spaceships of their time. Now, it turned out that the construction of their ships ended up being part of the problem down the road, but right now I'm talking about the fun, lighthearted stuff. We'll talk about the death and destruction in a little bit. Lady Franklin was incredibly proud of her husband, and as soon as the officers of the voyage were announced, she made all of them get their picture taken, which was a brand new technology at the time. She also bought her husband a pet monkey named Jacko, who was to accompany them on their journey. In the meantime, Captain Crozier of the Terror brought along his Newfoundland dog by the name of Neptune. The ships also had a cat on board, however that's less remarkable as that was kind of a necessity at the time, because, you know, if you were out there for 3 years and then mice destroyed your food supply, that would be bad. Each ship also left with over 1,000 books in their respective libraries, as well as different sporting effects, because, you know, if your ship is stopped in the middle of the ice and it's so thick that you can get out and walk on it, so that way you don't lose your mind, it's probably a good idea to, like, play a few games while you're out there. Each ship was also equipped with several barrels of liquor and 2 tons of tobacco. Again, not to ship or haul any of it, this is just so the sailors don't go crazy. They even left with different costumes and fancy clothes, so that way if they were bored, they could put on plays for each other. I should also mention that the men of the Erebus would cut up the costumes and make tiny costumes for Jacko. Another recent invention that was a very big deal at the time was that of canned food. See, it had always been an issue historically of keeping food so that it doesn't go bad, so the fact that you could seal and preserve it was a huge deal on expeditions like this. However, what came to light after all of this is that the British government hired the lowest bidder to make over 8,000 tins of food about 7 weeks before the ships were set to set sail. This became a problem that I'll talk about in a little bit. Also, the other food source was cattle, because this ship was so big, they would just straight up bring cattle on board, which, I mean, if you don't have a refrigerator, I guess you just let the steak refrigerate itself until you need it. Despite all these preparations, however, only 6 men of the 134-man crew had any experience with the Arctic. Nevertheless, on May the 19th of 1845, the Franklin expedition set sail from England. The crew consisted of 24 officers and 110 sailors. They made a brief stop in Scotland as the Barretto Jr. and HMS Rattler accompanied them to the coast of Greenland. At this point, the Rattler transferred over the last of the supplies that the men would need, and took back 5 sailors from the Erebus and Terror who had become sick during their journey. These 5 are the only survivors of the Franklin expedition. As the Rattler departed, it also took the final letters of the men that were to be sent home back to England.
5 are the
In
only
Franklin's
ones who survived.
14-page letter to his wife, he had said that spirits were high, and although he had banned drunkenness and swearing amongst the crew, they still seemed to enjoy his company. He also mentioned that Jacko was stealing several trinkets from the men, but they all thought he was cute, so they didn't care. From all of the letters that were sent that day, everyone seemed to be in good hopes and thought that the journey would turn out well. In July of 1845, a whaling ship passed the Terror and the Erebus at the Baffin Bay as the whaling ship was heading back to England and the expedition was working its way closer to the Canadian Arctic. This sighting of the whaling ship is the last time that any of the crew were ever seen alive, at least officially, but we'll get there. Now, before I get into theories and talking about what happened to the expedition specifically through discoveries that were made, let's talk about what led up to those discoveries. See, this voyage in particular was supposed to take about a year and a half. So when 1847 rolled around and there was no word from any ships that had seen him or any letters conveyed back home, people started to worry. And one of those people was Lady Franklin herself. Whenever she brought her concerns to the Admiralty, they said that they were unfounded. So Franklin, in an attempt to find out of her husband's whereabouts, began to amass people and committees in order to get the state to do something. To which her friend Charles Dickens began writing in the paper, urging the public to say something about the missing Franklin expedition. Eventually, the government did and sent 2 sea expeditions and 1 land expedition across northern Canada to look for any sign of the crew. Furthermore, the state put out a £20,000 reward for anyone who could find the crew, which by today's money is about $2 million. And thanks to no small part to Lady Franklin's urging, it became a matter of public interest of what became of the expedition itself. A song even became popular at the time, known as Lady Franklin's Lament. Eventually, the search party found some sign of the expedition when in 1850 on Beechy Island they found several tin cans, what looked to be the remnant of a camp, as well as 3 graves buried in the ice. The names on the headstones were that of 3 members of the expedition, spaced out over the course of several months. It wasn't uncommon for people to get out in the middle of the cold and die of pneumonia or tuberculosis, so this didn't prove that the entire crew had met a tragic end, and as a matter of fact, it shows that they were in enough state that they could still bury their dead. However, the dates on the tombstone indicated that they were buried in 1845, meaning that this had to occur in the first several months of the expedition. Furthermore, in 1851, an iceberg began to be spotted off the coast of Greenland that had 2 ships stuck in the ice of the iceberg itself. Now, it turned out later that these were actually 2 abandoned whaling ships, but stories of seeing 2 giant ships frozen in ice didn't help quell any of the fears back home. In 1852, a captain by the name of Edward Belcher managed to get trapped in the ice while looking for the Franklin expedition, and a total of 4 ships were lost and had to be abandoned during this voyage. This isn't necessarily related to the story, but one of those ships was called the HMS Resolute, which was recovered by Americans several years later, and as a sort of gift, America returned that ship to Britain, to which Britain then made several desks out of the wood of the ship, and one of those desks, called the Resolute desk, was gifted to President Hayes and still sits in the Oval Office to this day. Just fun note. There's a lot of reports that Belcher was very hasty and made a lot of bad decisions during the voyage, and that's what led to losing 4 ships. However, this was enough to scare the British government away from looking for the crew after so much cost had already been accrued. And officially, the expedition was declared lost and the crew dead on March the 31st of 1854. The next month, on April the 21st of 1854, a man by the name of John Ray, who was from Britain but was currently living with the Inuit people in Canada, said that he came into contact with a few natives who said that they had found signs of the Franklin expedition. See, at this point, no one had any idea what happened to the expedition, and this was the first clue of their whereabouts since the 1845 campsite. While talking to local natives, John Ray said that they came across a campsite of some 35 to 40 men who were all wasted away and dead. Specifically near the southernmost point of King William Island, near the opening of the Back River.
Where was that?
Canada.
Where was that?
The natives had several items
it was like the south side of the island.
True, including silverware with Crozier's initials on it, as well as framed pictures of the captains themselves. The most horrific part of the story is that the hunting party that came across this campsite said several of the bodies were mutilated and cut up, and due to human remains being in the fireplace, it was suggested that the final survivors had to resort to cannibalism. John Ray collected several more testimonies and then brought his findings back to Britain. This coincided with an unrelated search that happened in 1855, in which a crew said that they found a piece of wood located on King William Island that had Erebus carved into it, and another piece of wood that had Mr. Stanley carved into it, Mr. Stanley being the name of the doctor aboard the Erebus. John Ray's findings were published in papers across England, and people lost their minds, primarily at the suggestion of cannibalism. See, at the time, concepts of people being pushed to the brink and the horrors of survival and things like that weren't really commonplace in people's mindset, and cannibalism was just seen as the ultimate act of evil. So the people who left 10 years earlier as the superheroes aboard their rocket ship off into the Great White Wonder were now being considered the worst of the worst. Several people just simply didn't accept the information, Charles Dickens being one of them, saying that he didn't use the word savages, but he heavily implied savages of the North just made it up because they don't understand British dignity. Either way, Lady Franklin was determined now more than ever to find some evidence of what happened to her husband and his crew. However, as mentioned earlier, the government wasn't having it, so she used her own money to commission an expedition all by herself. Well, commission sailors to go do it all by themselves. She didn't go all by herself, although that would be kind of neat. On July the 2nd of 1857, a ship known as Fox set sail to try to find some evidence of the Franklin crew. And sure enough, on the northern shore of King William Island, the first evidence of the expedition was found. Inside of a cairn, which is essentially a pile of rocks, in a box was the only known note to come from this entire voyage. I'll explain what the note was whenever I get to the specifics of what happened to the crew, but also discovered nearby was a skeleton wearing a work uniform of someone aboard the Erebus. Furthermore, on the western shore of King William Island, they found a lifeboat of the Terror, which was full of unneeded supplies like soap and combs and brushes and silverware and things that wouldn't be needed for walking across the island, as well as 2 more skeletons laying within the lifeboat. There was another man named Charles Francis Hall who also lived among the Inuit people who was determined to find some evidence of the expedition. From 1860 to 1869, he explored the entire area of King William's Island and the Back River of northern Canada, while also interviewing local natives to try to see if he could piece together what happened. Hall found various graves all across his journey and took hundreds of testimonies from those he came across. Over the years, the testimonies dwindled from seeing large groups of men walking across the island all the way down to just 2 in 1858. So with the information that all of the people I just mentioned gathered, let's try to put together what happened to the Franklin expedition. Well, as I mentioned earlier, the last time they were spotted was in July of 1845. From that location at Baffin Bay to the campsite that was found at Beechy Island, it seems that everything was going well up until that point. As I mentioned earlier, it was expected that whenever winter hit, they would be stuck for several months. And during this time, it seems that they were stuck at Beechy Island, which would explain the 3 bodies and hundreds of food cans which were found thrown out on shore. For reasons I'll explain later, it was determined that these 3 had died of pneumonia, while tragic, not unexpected. However, it seems that perhaps their ship was moving too slow, and they were there until the next winter, where the ship was stuck off the northern coast of King William's Island in September of 1846. Remember how way earlier in the video I mentioned that these were 2 naval warships which were heavily kitted out with all of this cool material to make sure that they stay running? Well, something that wasn't considered until years later is the incredible weight that these ships had. See, whenever you're trying to break through the ice to get around the Arctic, speed is a priority. And while these ships certainly have the fortifications to make sure they didn't sink if they ran into any ice, that also weighed them down, ensuring that they weren't quick enough to break through it. And remember that steam engine I mentioned earlier, the one that came from a locomotive and was put into the ships? Well, while a fantastic idea at the time, if these things were opened up 100%, they could go a speed of 7.4 kilometers an hour, or about 4.5 miles per hour. Again, not enough to get any substantial distance through frozen water. It wasn't uncommon for ships at the time to get ice bound up in the propellers of their system, to which someone would have to do the nauseating process of putting on a diving suit, going overboard, and breaking it off with a stick. So perhaps a combination of the water freezing and it taking too long to break the ice in front of them, which was often done with long sticks and explosives, as well as ice itself freezing to the ship and propeller, they didn't travel as fast as they thought they could. Another factor is the navigation of the expedition itself. While this wasn't stated on the note and there were no survivors to say for sure, it's quite possible that they quite literally took the wrong turn. See, at the time it was mapped and documented to go north through Baffin Bay and then come south to the north of King William's Island. However, at the time, and part of the reason the expedition existed, it wasn't known if it was best to take a more westward or eastward route through the channels to get out. From what we know now, it seems that they took a route into the more open and mainland line of water, which turned out to be a problem because, as we also know, Al, that is a primary route for polar ice caps to break off and then flow through the mainstream. Meaning if they took the other turn, they could go through what is now the Simpson Strait, and make their voyage into Asia, but instead they went the other route, which, while manageable today, would have been impossible at the time. Regardless, the True was trapped off the coast of King William Island in 1846, and it was here that the note was placed inside of the cairn that I mentioned earlier. Also, I'm going to assume you can't read latitude and longitude, and if you can, you're better at this than I am, so I'm just going to say location whenever we get to them. HMS ship Erebus and Terror wintered in the ice in location, having wintered in 1846 to 1847 at Beechy Island in location, after having ascended Wellington Channel to location and returned by the west side of Cornwallis Island, Sir John Franklin commanding the expedition. All well. So as mentioned there, this was written and very legible at Beechy Island, the first location where the ship was frozen. This second note is written in the margins around the paper and seems to be in much more distress. HMS ships Terror and Erebus were deserted on the 22nd of April, leagues north and northwest of this, having been beset since the 12th of September, 1846. The officers and crews, consisting of 105 souls, under the command of Captain F.R.M. Crozier. Before the note goes on to describe the manner in which this note was retrieved, and it then says, Sir John Franklin died on June the 11th of 1847, and the total loss by deaths in the expedition has been to this date 9 officers and 15 men. Signed by James Fitzjames, captain of the HMS Erebus. The note itself was signed by Crozier and Fitzjames, and as mentioned indicated that Franklin had died on June the 11th, and as mentioned at the end, that made Fitzjames the new captain of the Erebus. So what went wrong? Yes, they were stuck frozen in the water a second time, but the ship had rations for 3 years and up to 5 if they strung out their meals. Well, remember that little detail I mentioned in the beginning, that 7 weeks before they were set to launch, the lowest bidder made 8,000 cans of food? Whenever these tins of cans were found on Beechy Island, they were examined and had the worst sealing job you could imagine. For one, the soldering to close off the can itself was done with molten lead, and on the inside of the food there was liquid lead that had been hardened after it ran all in the meal, which, probably isn't good for you. But all of the cans showed signs of erosion and improper sealing, and one of the primary theories of what went wrong is that the food spoiled. Furthermore, if that canned food went bad, then the men would be subject to scurvy. Now, most ships at the time, including the Terror and Erebus, would keep lemon juice in bottles to drink to keep scurvy away. However, the effective time of lemon juice is about a year, and as established, it had been 2 years at this point. And the lead poisoning of the foods and everything combined, there was a lot of different ways these guys could have died. And I'll continue to stake my flag on the idea that the food went bad because of the final note written in the margin of the page by Crozier, which says, and start on tomorrow the 26th for Backsfish River. This lines up with what I mentioned earlier of several relics being found on the way to Backsfish River. So if the food was still good, they would have stayed on the ships because the ships were made to get frozen in ice and then keep going. But if it's bad, then the guys had no other option than to walk across the expanse of King William's Island, which King William's Island is an empty island full of rocks and ice, so very inhospitable. This also explains why there was a lifeboat found full of supplies on the west coast of the island. From piecing together everything, it seems that Crozier, now acting as commander of the survivors of the ship, brought at least one lifeboat and filled it with several of the supplies the men would need, possibly any food that was still good, and at least initially some supplies for morale, like combs and spoons and extra boots and etc. The purpose of the lifeboat being, for one, to carry the supplies, but also so that whenever they get to Backsfish River, they can then get in the lifeboat and take it down the river, because the only known settlement was several hundred miles down Backs River. Meaning that even if they did get all the way to King William's Island, they would then have to continue paddling down river for potentially months. But it was either that or starve to death on the boat, so as mentioned in the letter, the men set out on April 26th. The distance from where the letter was found to the mouth of the river was about 248 miles. One group of natives said they came across the men during this time who asked them for food, but the natives themselves had to take care of their own and weren't able to offer much, but that they did witness about 40 men walking across King William's Island south towards Canada. And from there, I wish there was more to say, but it seems the Franklin expedition, at least officially, vanished off the face of the earth. I'm going to talk about some of the modern findings of this case, but there's a couple things I want to mention that are my favorite details of the story. The last relics that can be positively ID'd as part of the expedition were found about 40 miles north of the river, meaning that the men had made it some 200 miles across King William's Island. However, remember how earlier I stated there were several natives who said they came into contact with 2 men? Well, that was in Canada. As a matter of fact, about 250 miles south of the northern border of Canada in 1858. And when shown pictures, all of the natives identified one of the men as Captain Crozier of the HMS Terror. If this were to be true, that would mean that Captain Crozier and one other man had successfully walked about 600 miles over the course of 12 years. In 1948, around the same region of northern Canada, there was another cairn very similar to the one found on Beechey Island. And inside of the cairn was a wooden box that was put together with dovetail wood, which was a practice in mid-1800s England. Sadly and very frustratingly, the box was destroyed and no note was found, but if that was set up by Crozier and the other man, that would confirm the idea that they had walked for over a decade, 600 miles through the Arctic. The other detail I want to mention is that of the expedition's mission itself.
No way.
Remember I said there were remnants of the crew found on the western side
of that's what
King
happened
William's
with
Island?
it.
Well, from the
They
coast
all-
of King William's Island...
They went on and like lived their lives up there in the north, and they like the ship had been long gone, and they kept walking north like 600 miles. That's insane. I can't even, how would you even manage? That's just insane. I don't know. I never expected that to be part of this story. That is my favorite part too. That's just crazy. It's like, how would you, and on top of it, they just kept walking north, like 600 more miles past when the boat stopped. What? What? It's like, why? What? So, really just odd, very odd. Yeah. I mean, now, I don't know, how much does a battery do? It's like, power gen is 100, so I could do, I could do 10 of these. I think I probably will. I'll do 2, 4, I'll do 8. I'll do 8 of them. Or I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, that would actually be probably really good. Yep. That'll be really cool, actually. I don't care, frankly. Yeah, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Frankly, I'll just do it. I don't care. Nothing's stopping me.
You can actually see the Simpson Strait, which is the opening that was later discovered to be the pathway through the Arctic to Asia. And it's incredibly possible that that was the last thing in the men's mind at the time, but I like to think at some point the captain and the men looked over and saw the entry to the Eastern world and realized that even if just to themselves, they discovered it. As a matter of fact, England agrees with me too, but let's talk about some of the more modern discoveries. In 1981, a researcher by the name of Owen Beatty was determined to find out what happened to the Franklin expedition. Beatty and his research team explored the region of King William's Island where the lifeboat was previously identified. Between that location and Victory Point, the original area that the letter was found, they found several bones of the crewmen. Upon examination, the bones had pitting that was consistent with cases of scurvy, as well as lead concentrations 10 times over the regular amount. So the theory of the food being bad is pretty well supported. However, the other thing that they found on the bones was several scratches and knife cuts, indicating that there was most likely some form of cannibalism present. Furthermore, at several of the makeshift campsites they found along the way, there were bones that seemed to be polished by the inside of a pot, which is seen in cases of extreme cannibalism, or I should say when cannibalism is needed in extremes, and people try to boil the marrow out of the bones, indicating how hungry these men were. All in all, from 1981 to 1982, Beatty found the remains of 6 to 14 people. To confirm his theories about the death of the men, he needed another example for the time, and lo and behold, perfect examples existed in the graves on Beachy Island. I'm going to show what could be considered to many disturbing imagery, but I feel this is important for the historical connotation and also the science aspect of it, and is for a purely educational sense. However, understand if you don't like that, so there will be a timestamp in the description to skip past these pictures, but these are the images of the bodies exhumed from Beachy Island. Despite the ghastly look, the tissues were in near perfect condition, which allowed very accurate samples of the bodies as well as the causes of death to be determined. And also, while this is mostly an informational explanation that I'm giving you,
they were like frozen in time. They were frozen solid.
Gloss over the horror and simultaneous wonder of people being consumed by the elements, yet in death being completely consecrated by them. And there's such it's a vicious poetry to it. It was found on these bodies that the cause of death was in fact pneumonia, supporting the theory people at the time had that everything went wrong the winter after Beachy Island. From 1984 to 1993, over 400 bones were found along King William's Island, and many of which indicated signs of cannibalism. Perhaps most tragic was the feature that the hands, feet, and head all seemed to be removed before the cannibal acts were taken, as if the most human parts of their friends they wanted to remove before committing what was to them such a horrendous act. See, while the people of Britain thought it was such a horrible, atrocious action that no sane man would ever commit, the people who were a part of this expedition also had those same ideas. And while they had to do it to survive, the ghastly nature that the people back home felt of them, I'm sure they felt 10 times over. So you're probably asking yourself the question, well, if they found all of the bodies of the men, what about the ships themselves? Well, over the years, there were several sonar studies and helicopter missions to try to see if they could find any remains of the ship. Well, finally, on September the 9th of 2014, the Erebus was found sunken under just 36 feet of water, not far from the northernmost point of King William's Island, specifically at the location known as Wilmot and Crampton Bay. The ship had simply sunk from years of disrepair, and after drones and cameras went through the ship, it seems to be in completely idyllic condition. As a matter of fact, the Erebus is still in its exhuming process, and it's currently said that the first 65 artifacts that are recovered will go back to England, and the remaining artifacts will belong to Canada and the Inuit people. And then on September 12th of 2016, the Terror was found much farther to the south. As a matter of fact, out of complete coincidence, the Terror was found in a place known as Terror Bay. Perhaps most bizarrely about the Terror, other than the fact that it sank in a place named Terror, was the fact that its anchors were still up and locked. See, whenever these ships got frozen, they would drop their anchors to make sure that they didn't float away or randomly tilt if the ice were to crack or thaw out. Furthermore, it was much further away and seemed to follow a trajectory as if it was trying to get back to the mainland. A common historical belief is either that someone went back after they were walking across the island to try to pilot the Terror to get it towards land, or a few people stayed on the ship who there was enough food to supply for, but again, like the rest of the crew, whenever they made their voyage, they met the same fate. In 2018, the Terror was examined beneath about 80 feet of water and seems to be, like the Erebus, in perfect condition, frozen in time under the waves. And there are still discoveries of the Franklin expedition happening to this day. Not only are they still in the process of bringing up artifacts from the wrecked ship, but in May of 2021, one of the bodies that were found was positively ID'd as John Gregory because his great-great-great-great-grandson living in South Africa provided a DNA sample which gave a positive ID. One of the things I love about this story so much is despite the fact that it was over a century and a half ago, the mystery is still continuing to be unsolved and unraveled each day. Another tragic beauty of the story is that in 1850, one of the ships sent to search for the Franklin expedition, known as the HMS Investigator, and yes, that was the name of it, seemed to be right on the path of the expedition, only they took the other route, meaning that they found the path from Europe to Asia, to which the Investigator also got trapped in the ice and needed rescue from the Resolute, which, as I mentioned earlier, also got trapped in the ice, but that's not important. They found the path. And that path, which was later discovered as the Simpson Strait, is the one I mentioned earlier that perhaps the final members of the crew realized they had discovered. The captain who discovered that the Simpson Strait was indeed the passage from Europe to Asia agreed with the Admiralty that the Franklin expedition should be named as the discoverers of it. And in 1860, the British government honored Captain Franklin as being the discoverer of the passage between worlds, and Lady Franklin was there to accept the medal in his honor, to which they commemorated a statue of John Franklin, to which the plaque simply reads, "They forged the last link with their lives." And with that ends the story of the HMS Erebus, the HMS Terror, and the tragic victory of the Franklin expedition. I've always enjoyed stories of the last days of the Crusades of Adventure and the journeys of man and all of that, and like the ferocity and just the viciousness of nature is all around this story, and it's anyone's guess what to happen. In the series The Terror, they talk about how the polar bears could have killed them, or how lead poisoning can lead to delusions of the mind, and they could have went paranoid, and there's all sorts of manner of things that could have led to their end. Or, as the men of the time would say, it seems like the whole world is trying to kill you whenever you're up there, and every single day is a fight for survival. But in spite of all of that, because of what they did, it led to the discovery of the passage. And in other reports that were written around the time, there were people who said it was meaningless. And by the logical sense, it was. It took that much effort to get up there. There was no way you were going to send a bunch of merchant vessels back and forth all around the year. And the Suez Canal eventually had to be invented to deal with that, and blah, blah, blah. But in their conquest for that, to put the last piece of the map together, to decide or figure out the geography of the whole world, they managed to succeed. One report, I forget who, I've been doing so much research about this stuff, one report said that more was discovered in the search for them than their one ship ever could have put together. And that's what I mean by the tragic victory. In the end, they accomplished what they had set out to do. And I love the idea of Crozier walking 12 years for the HMS Terror. It's so good. It's poetry. It's poetry in the real world, and I love it. And hopefully you at least liked it a little bit. As you can tell, I like this stuff, and hopefully you liked it too. And thank you for watching. This is man, like I love doing the long dives into ARGs and horror series and what else do I do? Conspiracy theories and all this stuff. But man, like this reminds me of Chris McCandless or McCandless. I pronounced it wrong through that whole video, but this reminds me of stories like that, just stories of ferocity, of people braving the wilderness, and man, I love this stuff. Anyway, I've talked about it enough. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around this long into my mad ramblings. I hope that you enjoyed. I love this stuff. I also hope that the camera setup worked out as well, and this microphone, as you can, like the Blue Yeti's back, I found a way to sync it to the camera. And I think I found a way to make the lighting quit flashing all the time. I didn't even notice it till people pointed it out. I'm awful with technology. But hopefully this was manageable. Hopefully it looks okay. I'm learning as I go. I've also been recording all night because I keep, like, what you don't know is all the gaffes I take in between and going over my notes and back and forth. And I started recording around 5, 6 a.m. and it's 9 a.m. right now. I have no idea what this will cut down to. It's also funny because I planned for this to be a short video and now it's not at all. And my hair's all over the place and I'm losing my mind. So it's par for the course. But thank you guys for sticking around this long. I appreciate it. I'm trying to think if there's any announcements. Well, for one, thank you so much to my subscribers. Still over 1 million, still losing my mind at that. We're at like 1.04, something like ridiculous. Like already another 40,000 people since 1 million. I love you guys, you're fantastic. Actually, hold on, I need to show this on camera. So my girlfriend Kayla, bless her heart, threw me a party whenever I hit 1 million subs. But obviously there's no happy 1 million subscriber balloon at Walmart. So she got me this that says Cue the Cat Fetty. I had to share this information with you. You're welcome. I'm losing my mind right now. I totally forgot what I was going to say. That cat, I was looking at the cat and it took all of my thinking away. Speaking of my girlfriend, there is a thing happening soon on the second channel. Link to that will be in the description as always. I've renamed it from Windig Games to Windig Gang because there's going to be new stuff happening over there. And if I'm not going to announce it yet till all the solids are down and I can make it look pretty. But yeah, check that out in the description so you'll be the first to know when it happens. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, I'm so tired right now. Thank you so much to all of my top tier patrons that you can see here, and thank you to all of my patrons. You guys are fantastic. If you're on the Patreon, you know about the announcement I made regarding the Patreon. If you are a patron and you have not seen that announcement, go do that as soon as possible. The thing that I mentioned in there is going to happen like definitively in about a week from when this video goes up. So I'm going to repost the Discord link and stuff like that. So again, like a week and then that will happen. So if you're a patron, do that ASAP, please. I'm so tired. Thank you all. I've got to edit this and then get it out. But thank you all so much for watching and sticking around. I love that I can do this stuff. I can go from talking about conspiracy theories to horror series and then the stories of ships stuck in ice, and that someone is still sticking around this long watching. I hope I'm not talking by myself right now. That'd be weird. Hello everybody. Today we're going to be telling the story of when angels fell from heaven, God created humanity, and the Garden of Eden itself, all told from Satan's perspective in Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost was written by John Milton in 1667. Milton was a Protestant leader who wrote Paradise Lost while he was in hiding from King Charles II. The work follows the structure of epic poems from old, such as the works of Homer or Dante. However, Paradise Lost is set apart from those other examples for two main reasons. For one, it was one of the first, and to this day one of the most prominent poems to ever be written in English. And two, as you could probably tell at this point, it's very Christian. While works similar to this may have Christian elements, or at least incorporate ideas from other religions, such as the Divine Comedy, Paradise Lost is distinctly told through characters from biblical history. And while I've covered works similar to this and absolutely love the Divine Comedy, Paradise Lost really got to me, as you'll probably see. The way Milton was able to explain these monumental moments in time, as well as these what-if conversations that he proposes that are both heartbreaking and beautiful. Two things I want to emphasize before we get into it. For one, while Milton was a religious leader and took the stuff he said very seriously, this is a work of historic fiction. So while he gives a lot of different entities characterization, that doesn't necessarily mean that's accurate to what the Bible says about them. Like if you're familiar with this story, you probably know that it has the reputation of being the first story to humanize the devil. And while I consider a lot of this to be eye-opening and thought-provoking, I wouldn't, take it to the pulpit. And the other thing I want to emphasize is that I am a Christian, and throughout this story, I am going to be mentioning the names of several angels and demons alike. And I understand that that holds a lot of weight and deserves a lot of reverence. So whenever I make jokes throughout this video, which I will undoubtedly do, I am not doing it to be disrespectful or careless. It's just because if I don't kill the mood, then nobody will. With all of that out of the way, this story is wild. Between some of the propositions it has for why
I did this in college. It is wild.
To different
I hated it in a way. I was like, this is what they actually believe.
Imagery I'm going to read to you from the story itself. I'm excited. And do you know what else I'm excited about? The incredible support that you all have shown on the Kickstarter. For those that don't know, I am making a movie with the director and writer of the SCP Dollhouse and SCP Overlord films, and that movie is Shadow of the Zone. At the time of recording, you all have got us over 80% of the way there. I am blessed beyond measure. You guys have been phenomenal. To see the support on a project that I have so much heart for, and to see you all back it directly, I can't tell you what that means to me. Thank you for everything. We're almost there, and if you're interested in seeing what we're all about, or getting in on some of these cool rewards that you can get for backing the project, I will leave a link to my video explaining it, as well as the Kickstarter itself, in the description below. But really, you guys have been phenomenal. Thank you so much for the support that we've been getting, and thank you for the support that you all are continuing to give. And speaking of, do you know what else is a kind of support? That's right, the support and entertainment that you can get thanks to today's sponsor, Skillshare. If you like watching random guys in weird shirts tell you about obscure topics, then while you're doing it, why not learn something that's actually useful? Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of classes spread across more than 150 countries. It's a fantastic place for you to get inspired, learn new skills, and then put those skills to use. For example, if you're a longtime viewer of this channel, then you've probably realized that the camera quality is, hopefully, a vast improvement from the iPhone I used to use. Well, the way I learned to use this camera is I hopped on Skillshare, typed in the name of the camera I'm using, and I found an entire course by Ben Rowland where he went over the entire camera in detail and told me everything I'd ever need to know. And thanks to Ben and Skillshare, my quality while using the same camera went from this to this. And if you're like me and have an interest in horror and writing horror, which, if you clicked on this video, is hopefully correct, or if you're interested in starting or figuring out the fundamentals of a YouTube channel, Skillshare is the perfect place to learn. Skillshare is also entirely ad-free, meaning
Your
you're
skill
never
has
taken
increased.
out of the zone whenever you're trying to learn. Every week there are new premium classes being launched, meaning a new skill is always right around the corner. And now, Skillshare's entire catalog is available with subtitles in Spanish, French, Portuguese, and German. So if you want to improve your business, your technical skills, your creative skills, or anything in between, Skillshare is the place for you. And right now, thanks to Skillshare, the first 1,000 people who go to the link in the description will be able to try Skillshare for 1 month free. That is right, the first 1,000 people who go to that link in the description will be able to begin growing new skills and learning more about their favorite topics for free. So if you're like me and looking to improve your camera capabilities or grow on YouTube or anything else you like, then join for free today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Skillshare for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, if you're watching this video, I'm going to assume that you at least know the broad strokes of the Christian creation story. Humanity was created in the Garden of Eden, they sinned and then left the garden. On the side of heaven, you have the story of Lucifer rebelling against God and being cast down to hell, and then stories of the Son of Man, or Jesus, being the one who will eventually come to save humanity from their sins. Well, in John Milton's story, all of these events happened within like a week of each other, and as is typical of several of these epic poems, it begins right in the middle of the action. So the story's just going to throw us into the deep end, and we'll get context as we go on. So if in the beginning you feel confused and need more clarity, that's the point. The story opens with Milton calling on a muse to help him tell the story of creation. Muses are something that are commonly seen again in a lot of ancient poetry, who would help the writer properly portray whatever they were trying to explain. But in this story, because again Milton is sticking to more Christian values, the muse he calls upon is the Holy Spirit to help him write what he's about to write. So throughout this story, as a muse is mentioned, it can be seen as a form of prayer. With that, our narrative begins immediately after the war in heaven. It opens with the image of Satan and a third of the angels that chose to follow him in the war against God, falling from heaven down into the pits of hell. It says they fell for 9 days, and then after landing in the lake of fire in hell, they all lay there in silence for another 9 days. They lay there in agony. For several of them, this is the first time that they've ever experienced pain. The realm that they've fallen into is dark and only illuminated by the fire they're consumed in. All of them are still adorned in armor and holding weapons and banners from their battle. Until after 9 days, Satan decides to speak to his second-in-command. That second-in-command is a fallen angel named Beelzebub. Beelzebub, which translates to the Lord of the Flies, is a name that is often associated with Satan directly. Several historical records point to the idea that at one time there was a pagan deity known as Beelzebub outside of, the devil, and some even say that Beelzebub was synonymous with the Canaanite god known as Baal. Either way, this entity next to Satan would eventually go on to be a false god throughout the Bible who convinced people to kill their babies and all that fun stuff. So Satan begins to whisper to Beelzebub and essentially declare his hatred for God and heaven. He says that all that this defeat has done is made him more furious and steadfast in his resolve. Again, we don't know exactly what happened yet, but we'll get there. Satan continues to talk about how powerful he is and how he can wage war against God forever. He continues to say, referring to God, that glory never shall his wrath or might extort from me. Another interesting detail throughout this monologue and the rest of the story is Satan and the other demons never refer to God as God. They always refer to him as him, or the one above heaven, or so forth. Satan then says that he will never end his war against the, quote, tyranny of heaven. And Beelzebub suggests Satan should maybe slow his roll just a little bit. But Satan, undeterred, says that here now in hell he will continue his fight, and that he will make a, quote, heaven of hell or a hell of heaven. Clawing his way up on shore, Satan says that he will continue to ever do evil against God, and then says to Beelzebub what is essentially his motto of the story, it is better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Satan and Beelzebub begin to fly to a far-off shore. During this flight, Milton describes the incredible size of Satan himself. He says his form is closer to a ship than that of a man, and his spear is closer to a tree than any human weapon. Throughout the story, we'll see the characters transform a lot, but in their more natural form, they're more akin to a mountain than a person. Once they get to shore, Satan tells the army to follow him over. This army that follows him to shore consists of millions of fallen angels. Again, a third of all the armies of heaven. It says the leaders of this army have had their names removed from heaven, and while their holy names have been forgotten, they will one day be given names by humanity. Among these soldiers are fallen angels who will one day be known as Moloch, Belial, Ashtaroth, Dagon, Azazel, and Mammon. All of these names are either associated with demons who in the Old Testament appeared to humanity as gods and made them do evil, to famous demons who would wage war against the church and God himself, as well as several names that are mentioned that are either the princes of hell or predominantly feature in a lot of biblical tradition as the heads of certain sins, such as the 7 deadly sins. And reading this part, I was over the moon. Like, for me being a weird biblical nerd, like the way I am, I approached this story the way it had been described to me online, like, okay, we're gonna read a Sad Boy Satan fanfic, woohoo. But when I got to the part about the armies of defeated hell crawling out of the fire to shore, and all of the names that are mentioned are these demonic entities that either occur in the Bible or in oral history at some point, I was ecstatic. This was the insanity I was hoping for. It says, as they crawl out, they all pick up their broken spears and their fallen banners of battle. Seeing the side of their defeat, it says that Satan almost feels bad for making everyone go through this. Keyword being almost, as he won't do anything about it, he just more so resents the situation. With Satan's army gathered on the shores of hell, that's a great phrase anyway, they begin to plan their next move. Some suggest that they should fly up right now and keep fighting, others say they should take their time, but at the moment, Satan decides that they need a sort of palace, because of course he does. So all of the army starts to dig, and they begin to find precious metals like gold. During this time, Mammon, one of the army's leaders, goes around encouraging them to find all the gold that they can. Mammon is a demonic figure associated with greed. And in Milton's characterization of him in the story, he says that while Mammon was an angel in heaven, he was always looking down at the roads paved with gold. It's interesting, you always hear these names of demonic or satanic entities and just always assume they were that way. But if you follow the biblical belief that is followed by most Christians, at one point they had to be angels. So Milton's characterization of them as such is pretty interesting. So with their gold and metals, they build a giant palace across the landscape of hell, a palace known as Pandemonium. So while I was reading this, I was like, oh cool, he named the palace after the word for chaos, right? No. It turns out the word pandemonium comes from Paradise Lost. It translates to all demons in Greek. So Milton named this palace of the demons all demons. And then from this story, the word pandemonium was born. This palace or temple that they built for themselves is massive. It contains millions of fallen angels. And I don't mention the artwork I use in these videos a whole lot. Like for the Divine Comedy, I just use Gustave Doré because I love his stuff. And I'm doing the same here, but I have to mention, some of the artwork for Pandemonium is some of the coolest artwork I've ever seen. These miraculous structures that are highlighted by the flames of hell around them, almost to point out the absurdity and uselessness of their construction. It's just beautiful storytelling through imagery. And speaking of imagery, as soon as Pandemonium's completed, Satan enters inside with the demons, and they all sit atop golden thrones. So now gathered here in the pits of hell in an altar to themselves, they begin to plan their next move. Satan leads the conversation, saying that heaven is not lost, and surely they have some way to fight back. The first one to speak is Moloch. Moloch is described as a brute and one of the fiercest warriors of, well, it used to be heaven, but now it's hell. Moloch is full bore. They immediately have to fight back. He wants war and vengeance now. It's not really explained a lot throughout the story, but the concept of annihilation is mentioned, and it's described as being something that God himself has to do directly to a living thing, and it's kind of vaguely hinted at being a ceasing of consciousness, so like a non-afterlife or renewing form of death. And Moloch says it would be better to face annihilation than to just sit here in hell. Belial, another infamous demonic entity, tells Moloch that he should maybe slow his roll a little bit, because as Belial says, they all got beat pretty bad, and it would probably be a bad idea to just try the same thing over again. And to tell everyone that they should count their losses, because at least they're still, existent. Mammon then proposes a third option. He says that heaven is totally overrated, and they probably can't go back to it now anyway. So why not continue to build up hell itself, and then they could make an empire that could rival heaven. With this, everyone seems to cheer and like the idea of building up their own glory within hell. All except Satan and Beelzebub, who have stayed silent this whole time. Beelzebub then speaks and says that this is a stupid idea because they're not really free at all, they're just jailed. And they can build golden palaces and think that they're kings as much as they want, but they're essentially locked in a box. So it's foolish to think this empire can mean anything for as long as they're trapped. It's now that the primary plot of our story kicks off, as while Beelzebub is speaking, he mentions that
this is why you don't do wiring on your own roof.
Was creating a new world, a world called Earth, a new creature called man. Beelzebub continues and says that whatever this man creature is, it won't be as powerful as the angels. And they know the angel strategy won't work because, again, see them line and fire for 9 days. So instead, what if they hurt God by destroying his creation? And then from there, they can take over the earth and make a real empire. With this, everyone agrees and says it's a perfect idea. With that, Beelzebub says that they need a volunteer, someone who can go to Earth and for one, see if they can even access it, and two, if they can corrupt it to open a gateway for everyone else. So of course, Satan, who we're going to find out later was planning this all along, stands up and offers himself to be the volunteer to go to Earth and try to corrupt man. He valiantly tells his followers that if he's going to be their leader, then he might as well act like it. Everyone cheers his departure, and as he's walking out of Pandemonium, he tells them to continue to build because they're probably going to need a palace here as well. As they all clear out of Pandemonium, it says that several of the demons come across these giant beasts and dragons along the floors of hell, so make of that what you will. So Satan begins to fly off to leave hell and try to find Earth, and eventually he comes across the exit of hell. Hell has 9 gates, 3 of brass, 3 of iron, and 3 of rock. The very construction of these gates is a blasphemy of the gates of heaven. When Satan gets to the gate of hell, there are 2 figures guarding it. One of them is a figure whose top half resembles a beautiful woman, but her lower half is like a dragon snake thing. And then it says around her waist are these violent biting dogs, similar to Cerberus. And I don't know, after reading it a few times, if the dogs are like walking around her or if they're physically inside her. I think it's both. And the other figure guarding the gate is only described as a large, horrible, shadowy shape. It's a massive dark figure made of void that whenever it steps, the ground around it trembles. Satan asks to pass through the gate, and the shadow figure says that he needs to learn his place and suffer in hell like he's supposed to. Satan, who at this point is very much over any tomfoolery, says that he doesn't have time for it and they should just let him through the gate. However, during the argument that ensues, both of the figures refer to Satan as Father. This catches Satan off guard, and he asks them to clarify at why they're calling him Dad. The Medusa figure says that her name is Sin, and that she was conceived at the moment that Satan considered to rebel against God while in heaven. That rebellion of Satan being the universe's first sin, and this figure is the embodiment of it. That's why she appears the way she does. Much like Sin, at first it seems as a beautiful, attractive entity, but whenever you view the whole of it, you realize it's just death and destruction. And speaking of death and destruction, Sin says that while she was in heaven, again after Satan had created her, her presence began to tempt the other angels, who would then convert to Satan's side. This continued buildup of sin caused her to give birth to a new entity, that entity being the shadow figure on the other side of the gate, known as Death. So through Satan's original pride and thoughts of overthrowing God, he created sin. And through sin's prevalence throughout heaven, sin created death. There's a lot of mockery presented between what Satan does and what God does. We'll see scenes in heaven later that involve God and Jesus, but we're already seeing the groundwork of that dynamic. Satan offers to be the heroic sacrifice to go to earth so that everyone can have what they want, again a parallel to God and Christ. He now stands here with sin and death, both his creations, as an unholy trinity, and even the setup of having this grand throne room and palace in hell. Everything that Satan does seems to be a sort of mirror image of what he knows to be power and glory. However, it's his motives and application that we'll see throughout the story that separate him from the sinless grace or power of God. Sin continues her story and says that whenever the angels fell from heaven, sin and death were cast out as well. And as they were cast out, sin was given the keys to the gates of hell and told to never open it. You're probably asking yourself, why did God or the angels give sin the keys to hell? And we'll talk about that later. So after hearing all of that, Satan's like, well, that's weird. Say, I got a deal. What if you let me through that gate, I'll let you two come with me, eventually. And immediately the two forget their post to keep the gate locked, because as soon as Satan says that they can come with him to this new earth, they get excited, and sin immediately opens the gate. Milton refers to the key and the opening of the gate as the sad instrument of all our woe. The gate opens into a sea of raw chaos. It said later in the story that God built the earth using raw chaos, or essentially raw energy, to put the world and the firmament around it together. So here, outside of hell itself, is just like a cloud of nothingness. Satan leaps into the nothingness trying to fly, but immediately starts to fall. It seems that outside of this realm of creation, he has no power. But just as he's falling, a great wind blows him upwards, and he continues to glide through empty space of chaos by random winds. Why did sin have the key to the gate? How is Satan conveniently getting to Earth? Hypothetical questions that I may or may not answer. We'll find out. As he's getting blown around, Satan comes to a giant figure made of this dark energy that identifies himself as chaos itself. Satan offers him the same deal. He's like, hey, if you tell me where Earth is, you can come with me. And Chaos is like, oh, it's that way. And then Satan just kind of blows along that path. As Satan leaves, death and sin begin to use the chaos material around them to physically build a bridge from hell to Earth. Eventually, as Satan continues along this path for an undetermined amount of time, he eventually sees that he's nearing God's new world, Earth. At this point, we then cut to heaven and see God and Jesus sitting on their throne. Now, it's debated a lot throughout Christianity when Jesus was created, if he even was created, because God exists outside of time. So a lot of people say that Jesus is eternal and has always existed apart from God, but at the same time, Jesus said, I and the Father are one, so they're not really separate at all. And I'm not here to discuss all that. All you need to know is that in Milton's story, Jesus was created like last week, but he's one with God, so he has all of the omnipotent and knowledge of God himself. So God and Jesus are on the throne, and they're watching Earth, specifically a creation filled with uninterrupted joy and unrivaled love. And then as they're sitting there, they see Satan approaching. I can only picture the visual of God and Jesus, and then just off to the side, there's a little dude just getting closer. So since God is omniscient and exists outside of time, God sees everything that is going to happen, ever. So God looks at this and says that eventually his creation will betray him. He also mentions that he could in fact stop it right now if he wanted to, but the purpose of this creation was the concept of love, so that they could experience love and love freely. And love does not exist without the concept of free will. Something cannot be loved if it's just forced subjugation. It has to be a willing desire to follow something else. And in this moment, God knows that humanity is resigned to its own choosing. God says that humanity will not be wholly punished. They will just choose to no longer be divine creatures and therefore cannot act in divinity. They will know suffering, they will know corruption, they will know everything that they shouldn't have to. The Son, aka Jesus, asks God if all of humanity is lost. And God says that some will be lost and some will chase after new sin, but he also says that some will listen. And since through their free will to participate in this evil will lead them to the evils that humanity will suffer, it will be their free will and another kind of participation that will lead them back to God's side. And God says that way will be paid through a sacrifice. To which, mimicking the scene depicted earlier in hell, God asks who will volunteer. And of course, Jesus volunteers. I emphasize that to again show the duality. Satan wants to go to Earth in order to conquer it and in order to defile it so it can be no better than him. Whereas Jesus makes the same offering, only unlike Satan, who is trying to bring humanity down to his suffering, Jesus is trying to bring humanity up to his grace. It refers to Jesus in this moment and says, in whom the fullness dwells of love divine, and that he himself will one day defeat Satan, death, and sin forever. Something I love about Paradise Lost is whenever you hear the concept of the story, you already know where it's going to go. Like, no one who has any concept of theology picked up the book and was like, oh, the Garden of Eden from Satan's perspective. I wonder how it turns out for that guy. Like, we all know where the story's going, just as God knows where the story's going. And it's a beautiful picture that before the fall of man ever occurred, God already had our way back prepared. But what the story does that's particularly interesting isn't the narrative. Again, we all know how that turns out. It's its characterization of it. And the majority of that characterization falls on Satan. All that is truly known throughout the Bible is the idea that Satan saw himself as equal to God, and after trying to take that place, he was cast down. And here we see those ideas more fleshed out. As mentioned earlier, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. But as the story goes on, that philosophy begins to crumble under itself, and we see Satan continue to grasp for straws to try to maintain his power, his resilience for his own cause, and in the end, just how far he's willing to justify his own suffering. So anyway, we cut back to Satan, who's making his way to Earth, and lands in this lush forest. It's also at this time, and Milton doesn't do this a lot, Dante was way worse for it in his writings, but a lot of these older writers do this thing where their character's monologue will reflect their own beliefs, but not in like a natural story way, like a very just out-of-pocket announcement of ideas. And I made fun of Dante a lot for it, so it's only fair that Milton gets some too.
Yeah.
Like, throughout Dante's Inferno, Dante would come across someone suffering in hell and being like, oh, you're burning upside down forever? But you're from a town that's not Florence? Wow, that's pretty lame. Okay. And Milton's not as bad for it, but there's a scene here that I was like, there's that Danteism. As mentioned earlier, Milton was a strong Protestant, so he was very against the Catholic Church and most governments. So Milton hated the idea of a priest or talking to someone who then talks to God for you. So whenever Satan gets to Earth, heaven is right above Earth, like it can physically be seen from Earth. And Satan is just like, wow, sure would be stupid if I thought I needed to speak to someone to talk to all that. And then Satan just rambles. He's like, could you imagine needing, like, I don't know, a monk or a priest even to talk to God when I can just yell and he'll hear me? That's so stupid. Which I kind of have to give Milton props for using the devil as his, like, morality megaphone. And I'm exaggerating a little bit for comedic effort, just a little bit, because he doesn't, say priest by name, just pretty much the idea of, like, it'd be dumb to need a mediary. But whenever I read this for the first time, I, like, read a little bit of it, and I'm like, is he saying that he's pro-priest? Because I just assumed if the devil's saying it, then I'm not supposed to fall for it. But then as I kept reading, I'm like, oh, he's doing the Dante thing. Okay. Also, so Milton had this belief that, I don't want to say aliens, but pretty much aliens, the idea that perhaps different spirits or divine creatures of God exist in the stars or out in space of some sort, which was like a really controversial belief at the time. And Milton didn't even necessarily believe in it. He just thought it was kind of neat. So while Satan's standing there on Earth, he looks up at the moon and he's like, I wonder if there's any people up there. So Satan continues walking and eventually comes to this opulent gate made of gold and diamond. Just on the other side of the gate, he sees a staircase which is identified as Jacob's ladder. One of the characters of the Old Testament, Jacob, had a vision of a ladder going up to heaven where he saw angels going up and down it. In the story, this is symbolic of the gateway that the angels take from heaven to earth. Satan jumps over the gate, and it's described as the way a wolf would leap over a gate, or perhaps a paid clergyman in a church. Just, real subtle, blink and you miss them jabs like that. As Satan begins to climb Jacob's ladder, he begins to feel envious. He sees this creation rolled out before him, and is mad that he doesn't get to be a part of it. He looks over and sees the sun, which was newly created as part of this realm of Earth. Satan flies out and steps foot on the sun, and says that it feels almost nostalgic as the light of it reminds him of heaven. And he reminisces that as he'll likely never be allowed to step foot in heaven again, this is the closest he's going to get. As he's standing on the sun, he looks down at Earth and sees an angel sitting on top of a hill. He recognizes this angel on the hill as Uriel, one of heaven's guards. He assumes that if God's creation of man is on Earth, then Uriel must be guarding it. So in order to approach Uriel, Satan disguises himself as a cherub. And I'm sorry, this isn't one of the crazy six-winged cherubs. We'll see some of those later. This is described as an infant cherub, so it's more in line with, like, the Renaissance art that was popular at the time. So you can think that Satan transformed in a little innocent baby angel. So Satan, as a cherub, approaches Uriel and says that he wants to go into God's creation so that he can better understand God and give him praises and nothing devious. And this works because, as the story notes, the angels have never known any kind of contempt or guile or deceit outside of what Satan did. So the concept of Satan appearing as another angel would never even cross their mind. So Uriel just lets the cherub on through. As Satan begins to fly into what is now the Garden of Eden, he is overcome with the beauty of it. As he's flying, he begins to become emotional and feel that he messed everything up. He begins to think if his rebellion was ever even worth it. While thinking of God, he says, with his good upbraided none, nor was his service hard. Essentially, why did I ever even need to do that in the first place? If it wasn't for that action, I could be like Uriel and be a part of this beauty. As a matter of fact, Satan feels so much sorrow in this moment that he feels unworthy and guilty to be in Eden in the first place. And perhaps most tragic of all, Satan assumed that the misery and despondence he was feeling was because he was in hell earlier in the story,
for the
but
devil.
now here, surrounded by all this beauty, the misery hasn't gone away. He says, which way I fly is hell, myself is hell. Until his rebellion, he had never known grief or sorrow or shame or anything of the like. So here, over Eden, Satan asks himself,
yeah, this is
should
what
I
happens
ask
when you
for
embrace the
forgiveness?
profane.
Keep in mind, this story was written in the 1600s.
Crocodile tears.
The devil was more so the concept or the embodiment of evil itself. And for Milton to do this, very well could have got him executed. But I believe understanding the condition, or at least trying to understand the condition of one's enemy, is far more useful than just writing them off as an exception. So as he is considering, does he want forgiveness, he stops himself and says, no, that's not what I want. He says, as he was leading the rebellion in heaven, and as he was sitting on the throne in hell, he for the first time had a taste of absolute power and absolute control. And after that, he could never go back to heaven and continue to serve at God's side or act as a happy person whenever all he really wants is to just take power again. He continues to echo that motive, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. And in this moment, he decides that it is worth it. Everything he's done is for a purpose. Satan had also been asking himself the question of why God just hadn't forgiven him as soon as it was over. He'd seen the forgiveness of God time and time again and wondered why he himself was the exception. But here in this moment, once he realizes that those feelings never really went away, and he's more so just overcome with the beauty around him rather than actually being sorry, that as he now recognizes that he's never changed and he's never going to change, God knew all along. And despite his temporary doubts, Satan never wanted forgiveness, and God always knew that. So, as Satan's having this inner conflict, and his eyes are welled up with tears, and he's furious and mad, Uriel, who's watching all of this, goes, man, that cherub is going through it. Because again, Satan's still in the form of a cherub, and all of these expressions are, very visible. And it's during that moment, because a divine cherub that doesn't know grief or pain would never make half of the expressions that guy made, Uriel figures this must have been a trick. More specifically, it must be one of the fallen angels, because, there's not many contenders for evil shape-shifting cherubs. So Uriel, who's too far from Satan to catch up, decides to go get help. So Satan then comes to these beautiful trees in the center of paradise. He transforms himself into the visage of a bird and flies on top of the tallest tree in the garden, the tree of life. Immediately next to this tree of life is the tree of knowledge. As Satan sits on top of the tree, he sees this infinite peace around him, a peace that he's overcome with, realizing he'll never experience it again. And as Satan is up here surveying creation, he sees two creatures coming by, and he immediately recognizes them as being special because they're both made in the image of God. These two creatures are, of course, Adam and Eve. The story describes the two as being happy and naked in glory. Since they do not know sin and do not know concepts of shame, guilt, lust, or anything of the sort, the two of them are just fully naked all the time. But of course it doesn't matter because sin isn't even a concept yet, at least not to them. Satan walks as the two walk by a fountain next to the tree of knowledge. As the two are just sitting by the fountain eating fruit, there are lions laying with lambs, and all of these mix of predators and prey in perfect harmony. The concepts of death and misery had not entered the world yet, so everything lived in mutual love. As Satan is listening, he hears the conversation between the two. They're discussing the tree of knowledge next to them. Whenever Adam and later Eve were made in the garden, they were told to not eat of the tree of knowledge, lest they should surely die. I'll talk about at the end why the tree was there and all that, but for now they're just not supposed to eat of it. As they're sitting there, they're talking about it, and Eve says, "What do you think die means?" And Adam says, "I don't know, but it's probably bad. It's probably something that we don't want to happen. Anyway, doesn't this fruit taste amazing?" As the two continue to talk, they talk about the glory of each other's traits and how madly in love they are. It says that whenever Adam looks at Eve, he smiles on her with a superior love. Eve begins to talk about her creation, and I understand this is expository, but it's also cool, so I'll allow it. For those that don't know, in the creation story, Adam was initially created by himself, but God saw that it was not right for someone to exist alone and that humanity needed a partner. So Adam fell asleep, and God took out one of Adam's ribs, and from that made Eve. So Eve says here in the story that whenever she woke up, it was late at night, and she was completely alone. And she had no concept of what she was or, existence itself. So she began to wonder and looked down in the river and saw a reflection of herself, and a voice told her that that was her. The voice then told her to go find Adam, and whenever the two met, it says that they were joined in glory, having completed their own creation, and that when Adam first saw her, he fell in love with her, seeing the full power of God's divinity. I also like a lot of the language that's used to describe Eve throughout the story. Not just her beauty, which Adam describes as being immeasurable, but there's also a respect and a reverence for her position as the mother of all creation. That isn't only brought up a lot by Adam, but as we see in a bit,
by
even
everyone.
The angels honor. In this conversation, Adam refers to her as the divine mother, full of beauty. And there's a few moments in this story that get me, and one of them is right here. As Satan is hearing all of this, he's again overcome with emotion, because looking on them as these pure beings that are so beautiful and full of love for each other, he is full of misery that he can't love them. And not that he wishes they had their power or had their position. He wants to be one of the angels who protects them, who has charge to be around them. Just the idea of being around two such pure beings of love and attraction to one another makes him envious. But he snaps out of it again and tells himself that he's too far gone, and if he can't experience the love of these two, then no one can. So he thinks about what the two were talking about, that they're not allowed to eat of the tree of knowledge, and he decides that's how he's going to get them. We then cut back to Uriel, who is going to get help because, if you'll remember, he realized he was tricked. Gabriel is sitting atop Eden's gate along with several other angels whenever Uriel gets there. When Gabriel hears this, him and the other angels launch a search. We then go back and see Adam and Eve preparing to go to sleep in this place that's described as a sort of house, but it's made of soft leaves, and it's a beautiful thicket where the two of them retire and sleep every night. Adam mentions that they have work to do in the morrow, such as tending to the flowers and picking fruit, but it's established that they both love the work. They essentially get to design and arrange and care for the garden in whatever way they wish. They have dominion over the animals and the plants there, and are essentially living in their own realm of creation that they never grow bored of. So as the two of them go to sleep, Gabriel and the angels are continuing their search. So as they're searching, two angels are like, we better go check up on Adam and Eve, make sure they're okay. And whenever the angels get there, so Adam and Eve are asleep, and Satan is transformed into a frog, and he's sitting next to Eve's ear, just whispering to her in her sleep. So the angels get there, and it says earlier that in this divine bed they have, that no animals enter in, like it's just for them. So whenever the angels like get there, and I imagine they like push the leaves to the side, and there's a frog in there that's talking to Eve. One of the angels, it says they hit him with the spear, and he transforms back into Satan. So the two angels take Satan out so they don't bother Adam and Eve's beauty sleep. And the angels ask this fallen angel who he is. Satan mocks them, saying, I was the one who led the armies against you and waged the war in heaven. You two are just stupid if you don't recognize me. And the two angels say that the reason they didn't recognize him is because the hate and turmoil have taken so much away from his heavenly power that he's unrecognizable from the angel they knew. Satan's a little taken aback by this and quickly swallows his worry before saying he wants to see Gabriel. Gabriel immediately recognizes Satan and is not happy to see him. He asks Satan what he's doing here among God's new creation. Satan initially feigns ignorance. He just says, oh, well, hell was lame. It like hurt, and it was hot, and I didn't want to be there anymore, so I just kind of like, was walking around and found my way here. What a coincidence. So Gabriel calls him out on this and says, oh, so you're the only one who left? All those millions of angels trapped in hell with this fire, and you're the only one who had to leave? I guess you're just pretty weak then. And with that, Satan just
Your inventory is full.
As soon as his pride's hurt, he can't take it, and he rebuttals Gabriel by saying how disgraceful it is to look at one who is actually willing to take up for freedom and actually willing to fight for what he believed in, and essentially calls Gabriel just a loser who follows orders. Gabriel responds
Your skill has increased.
by saying that Satan was one of the chief looked upon angels in all of heaven, and that everything was in perfect order, everyone was happy, it was
you had to
joy
fuck it up.
until he came along.
And
because
fucked it up.
Of his personal arrogance, he had to ruin it, not just for himself
Your inventory
and
is
the
full.
angels who fell with him, but for all of creation that would come afterwards. And he says that Satan, who was too weak to swallow his own pride, is nothing but pathetic. With this, Satan begins to threaten
Too weak
war,
to be worthwhile.
and he becomes a giant creature more in line with his true form. As soon as he does this, Gabriel and the angels around him also begin to grow in scale. The story describes it as powering up for a battle that could destroy this new creation entirely. Just as they're about to fight, God causes these giant scales to appear in the sky. And I mean like physical scales, like you put weight in one side and it goes down while the other goes up. One of these scales is very far down and the other one's very far up. And Gabriel grabs Satan, essentially telling him to knock it off, and shows him the scales, which are indicating the difference between the power of God, i.e. Gabriel, and the power of Satan and his personal pride, which is literally nothing, because all of his power is just a amalgamation that he kept from God, which is nothing compared to Gabriel's direct God power. So I cannot stress this enough. Satan was about to destroy the entirety of creation, and Gabriel literally power scaled him. Satan is about to fight, and Gabriel grabs him, and he's like, look at the charts. Do you see that chart? I would body you in an instant. So with that, Satan travels to the dark side of the earth before the sun rises in Eden, and Gabriel and the angels return to their posts. So the next morning, when Adam and Eve wake up, Eve says that she had a bad dream. And I can only imagine that Adam was like, bad, what an interesting concept. In the dream, Eve says a voice that she thought was Adam's guided her to the tree of knowledge. When she got to the tree, an angel appeared and took a bite out of one of the fruits and then offered the same to Eve. She said it was hard to explain, but she felt that eating of the fruit would make her be like God. So as soon as she took a bite of it in the dream, her and the angelic figure flew up into the clouds before the angelic figure disappeared, and she slowly drifted down to earth before waking up. I didn't expect dream symbolism of the fall of man to depicted in a story from the 17th century, but I'm definitely here for it. As she's relaying this story to Adam, Eve begins to cry, which is, again, probably a new emotion for them. Adam comforts her, telling her that it's okay, and that just because something happened in a dream doesn't mean it's real. At the same time, God in heaven, who's seen all of this, says that Adam and Eve need to be made aware of the devil's tricks. So God calls on one of his chief angels, Raphael, to go to Earth and warn Adam and Eve. However, God stresses that this doesn't mean you imprison them, and it doesn't mean you hunt down Satan and capture him. This is just to inform them of the tricks that Satan is going to try to pull, because above all else, they must maintain the freedom to do whatever they desire. So Raphael comes to Earth in this seraph-like embodiment of a six-winged angel, and Adam and Eve can see the bright light of Raphael glowing before he even gets close. So as they see him walking their way, they begin to prepare a feast of fruits and drink and what have you. Whenever Raphael steps into their home, or essentially like the little burrow alcove that they have, again we see more symbolism of Raphael respecting Eve's position. As soon as Raphael, one of God's chief angels, walks into the burrow, he bows himself before Eve and says, "Hail, Mother of mankind, whose fruitful womb shall fill the world." So, as they eat, Adam and Eve begin to ask Raphael questions. Initially, they ask questions like, oh, can angels eat human food? What's it like to fly? And, basic stuff you'd imagine a human would ask an angel. Eventually, Adam asks a question about the position of humanity, and why they are specifically given dominion over the garden on Earth. Raphael explains that there is a hierarchy of order, and that everything that is a tier up maintains the traits of the tier below it. You have plants and fruits that have a physical form, and then you have animals that have a physical form and some level of sentience, and then you have humans that have physical form, sentience, and soul. And Raphael explains that this continues to rise into heaven. After that, you have angels who have all three of those, as well as heavenly power. And then past that, you have God, who has all of that, as well as omnipotence and sight outside of time and other godly abilities. Adam says that this makes sense and asks why anyone would want to overthrow this authority. See, Adam is asking questions about this, like why would someone not just go about the way they're supposed to, because in his mind and in his heart, the concept of guile or envy or pride doesn't even exist. So for him, it's a conundrum as to why this order would even be upset in the first place. Raphael explains that all higher order beings have the power of free will, and that free will can lead people to commit actions of good or evil that ultimately make them happy. And just because someone is fulfilled by something doesn't mean it's the right thing. As an example, Raphael mentions the fallen angels, because as we understand, just because Satan wanted to overthrow God doesn't mean that he should, do that. Adam asked Raphael if he can explain the history of why the angels fell, and Raphael agrees. So we finally get the story of why Satan rebelled and of the war in heaven. Raphael said that before the earth was created, God in heaven gathered all the angels together for a great announcement. His announcement was that there is now a new creation, an extension of himself directly, and that this creation was God's son, or at least a son in the closest way humans could consider it. Again, most people believe the son always existed, but we're sticking to the poem. Furthermore, God said that this son has all of the powers and is an extension of God himself and should be treated as such, and that one day this son would create a realm of paradise for new creatures to enjoy. At the announcement of this, all of heaven was joyous and blew trumpets and had celebrations and welcomed the Son of God now brought before them, all but one, God's chief angel by the name of Lucifer. Lucifer was furious. His entire existence, he had never considered the idea of moving up or someone being put in rank above him. But now that God extended himself through his son, Lucifer was jealous that couldn't be him. Lucifer begins to contemplate what he can do to overthrow this new authority and to insert himself at the right hand of God. It's during this time that sin is created as described earlier, and eventually death. Lucifer decides that he won't be able to insert himself by God's side peacefully, so he'll take it by force. That night he goes to Beelzebub, again his second in command, and tells Beelzebub to round up all the angels as they're going to fly to the north end of heaven, where waiting for them will be this new Son of God to give them future orders. So, millions of angels join behind Lucifer. Again, he was the chief, if not one of the chief angels, and Lucifer goes to the north end of heaven with a third of the angels following him. Now, during this time, Lucifer thinks that he's being sneaky, or he's going to trick God. But as we understand, God sees all, and he sees this happening in the current moment. He knows exactly what's going to come of this, but he allows free will to carry itself out. So as soon as they get to the north end of heaven, Lucifer constructs a throne out of diamond and gold. He asks all the angels around them, have they ever considered what could happen if they tried to reign themselves? He asks the angels to consider their own power and think about what could happen if all of them united. They could essentially accomplish anything. And above all else, think of all they could create and control if they had the throne of God. And again, while not exactly subtle, it is certainly effective. The visual of Lucifer telling everyone that they need to unite together because they can all share their power and be in unison with each other as he sits on a diamond throne. Again, everything that Satan is doing is to motivate his own selfish actions. He's jealous that he didn't get the position at the right hand of God. And because of that, he's willing to say or do whatever it takes to get his revenge, as long as at the end of the day, he's sitting on his throne as he does it. Most of the angels are on board with this and think it would be cool to have the power of God. One angel speaks up against Lucifer, an angel by the name of Abdiel. Abdiel essentially says, what are you on about? Because he makes the valid argument that the reason any of us have any power right now is a direct line from God. So if you go severing that line, you probably won't get far. Furthermore, he points out the fact that concepts of pain and misery and, dying are literally just concepts. They don't exist yet. So Abdiel, sensing that there's some underlying motive for Lucifer's sudden change of heart and want of revolution, asked Lucifer why he would go against a perfect being that created him. Lucifer cannot answer this question, so he diverts. He asked Abdiel, oh, so do you remember being created? And according to the story, God just snapped and the angels were created. So there was no creation process or first consciousness, they simply just were. So Lucifer says, I don't remember being created. Do you remember when you were created? What about you? And no one can remember when they were created. So Lucifer says, what if we're all self-made? What if we all have our own power? And what if that guy over there on the throne is no different from the rest of us? But just because he has that big seat, we all think he should be in charge. Again, Satan is saying this while sitting in a big seat thinking he should be in charge. Lucifer says that this incredible power each of them have is within them and their own creation. So why not use that power to take the throne? With this, all the angels begin to cheer and ridicule Abdiel as Abdiel gets up and flies to God's throne. Something that's interesting about this story is with the characterization of Satan, his spoken motive is constantly changing. His true motive has always been the same. In the beginning, he was jealous of Jesus and wanted to fight God, and in the garden, he still wants to fight God. But he continues to change his spoken motive into whatever can best manipulate the people around him. At first, it's, hey, why don't we all join together with our angelic power and take a position that's rightfully ours, and ignore this whole golden seed, it's just for show. And then right after that, his spoken motive changes into, well, actually, God's not special, and we're all just like God, and that guy's a poser, so we should get rid of him. And then in the beginning of the story, when we saw the angels in hell, Satan says, oh, well, we're just not, going to let this go unanswered. We have to get our revenge. And furthermore, hey, so maybe I was wrong about the whole God not being powerful thing, because as Beelzebub said at the beginning, God got hands. So let's attack God where it really hurts, which is this new realm of creation. And now in the story's current position in the garden, he's just like, well, I guess I'll ruin this whole man thing he's got going on. This shell of righteousness that covers up his bitterness and hate is slowly chipping away as the story goes on. Because throughout the story, he has always been a creature that is simply jealous and hateful of God and wants to ruin whatever system or gift that God has created. At first it was Jesus, and now, at the current place in the story, it's mankind. This is also reflected in Satan's transformations throughout the story. Whenever he's first described, he's as tall as a mountain in this natural form, but then he transforms and shrinks down so he can fit into pandemonium. But then after that, he transforms into a small little cherub, much less powerful than the form he was just at, and then he becomes a bird, and then he becomes a frog, and then finally he'll become a serpent. The iconography of these transformations continues to scale down until he's boiled down to what he really is, a deceitful creature that crawls about on its belly. The visage of his verbal stance erodes in hand with the visage of his physical stance. Another interesting detail about this scene in heaven when Abdiel flies off is that Satan is using the same manipulation tactics. For those that know where the story of Eden ends up, for one, it's not the best. But in the Bible, it says that the way the serpent tricks Eve into eating the fruit is by saying that the tree of knowledge is simply that, a resource of knowledge. And if Eve eats of it, she'll be like God. For one, that's the same prideful temptation that led Satan to commit his own atrocity. But two, it's a gap in Eve's understanding, as she doesn't know what this knowledge may be. And that's where Satan finds his in through the mystery in order to get her to sin. Much like here, whenever he asks the angels, "Do you remember being created?" he uses that to fill in the gaps and pose themselves as equal creatures to God. Through ignorance, Satan can manipulate his subjects' understanding. Furthermore, the idea that Satan tricks people or gets them to sin by convincing them that they are more powerful than they really are, or convincing them that the only thing they need to succeed is their self, is something that is seen throughout the entirety of the Bible. So it's interesting to imagine that his first manipulation was in the same manner, of causing people to look inward rather than outward. So that was a lot of weird analysis, I know, but I can't help myself. Abdiel flies to God's throne, and when he gets there, he sees that God is already preparing. Because, God can see all. He doesn't need Abdiel to come tell him that, but it's cool that he still did. God praises Abdiel from resisting the temptation and flying back to his side. And in the meantime, the chief leader of the army of angels, Michael, along with his second-in-command, Gabriel, are gathering their armies to fight the armies of Lucifer. As Lucifer is beginning to march his way to the throne of God, Michael and his armies fly north to meet them. Whenever the two sides meet in the middle of this grand field, Lucifer comes to the front of his line in a giant golden chariot. Again, definitely just for show. We're all equal, guys, don't worry. Abdiel, who sees Lucifer in this chariot, becomes furious. Abdiel steps to the front of the army and accuses Lucifer of just being a blatant copycat. He says, "Look at you here on a golden chariot with an army made up of heaven's angels. You don't know how to create or make anything for yourself. You can only mimic what came before you." Lucifer begins to rebuttal something to the effect of, "Well, maybe I can make it better." And Abdiel throws the first strike of the battle with holy power and blows Lucifer like 100 feet back. With that, the fight begins. And it's not really mentioned that they're using stuff like swords. Instead, they're just using their heavenly abilities. The story describes it as being all elements that could ever be imagined, being hurled back and forth at each other, with earthquakes and thunder. As they fight, the angels continue to assume their true form as these massive mountains of creatures that are attacking each other with raw energy. Now, nothing can die. As mentioned earlier, angels can only die through God's annihilation. So instead, the battle is described as tiring each other out to the point to where one is pinned and can't move, or worn out and can't move. Essentially just a fight to subdue each other. There's also the mention that during the fight, God, who's watching all of this, lessens their power so that the fight doesn't destroy heaven. And it points out the futility and absurdity of Satan's argument. He's like, oh, well, we can go fight God, and as God's watching Satan fight the others, he turns down the scale on everyone's powers so that they don't destroy anything quite yet. Eventually, during the fight, Lucifer and Michael meet each other. Lucifer throws insults, calling Michael a lapdog. Michael calls Lucifer a traitor, and the two begin to fight. When these two assume their true form and do battle, it's described as two planets colliding in a fight, quote, fit to decide the empires of heaven. During this battle, Michael pulls out a sword that was made by God directly. So Michael draws his sword and strikes at Lucifer, cutting his right side completely. As soon as this happened, Lucifer exclaims in agony, as this is the first time pain has ever been felt. From there, Michael continues to just start shredding angels. Moloch is mentioned as having been completely cut in half, but again, these angels can't die, so they just lay there in their disrepair and pain, essentially hoping that they were taught a lesson. The angels bring their fallen leaders back to a cave in the north side of heaven, and while there, everyone begins to heal, because, they heal pretty quickly. While discussing what to do, Lucifer says that they should keep fighting, but they should change their game plan a bit. Nisroch, one of the leaders, says that perhaps they can build better weapons. So Lucifer and the army begins to dig underground, and they come across these chaos materials. Using these materials, they build a form of gunpowder. Now this seems like a weird note, why would, angels have gunpowder? But this actually comes from a mention in a non-canonical book of the Bible, known as the Book of Enoch, where it says that the fallen angels who came to earth taught man things like witchcraft, sorcery, and weapon making. Among that weapon making were things like black powder. So again, while that belief is not followed in like 99% of Christianity, in this whole what if scenario, Milton's saying that if that were true, perhaps they learned it in heaven. So using this gunpowder, they construct what I can only describe as cannons. It says they were these long stone shapes that whenever the materials were lit, caused a great war and something to be thrown. So, cannons. So the next day, Lucifer and his armies continue to march back towards heaven with these cannons up front. The responding military of heaven sees these cannons and are like, that's weird, before, they start getting shot at. And it seems the plan worked because these cannons hurt a lot. Lucifer and Belial begin to mock all the angels they hit, and while they're mocking them, Michael and a few of the more powerful angels take on their true form and literally throw mountains at the cannons, burying them completely. So as the battle continues, the Son of God, who's been watching all of this, decides that enough is enough. The Son of God comes out in a sort of chariot and rides into the field. As soon as Michael sees that the Son of God is coming, he immediately orders all of his men off the battlefield, as the Son of God rides off against Lucifer alone. It then says that any of Lucifer's angels who tries to approach the Son are immediately pushed back with a hand wave and 1,000 bolts of thunder. The Son, completely unfazed, continues to push forward and pushes Lucifer and the millions of angels up against the border of heaven. Lucifer, seeing the Son of God get closer to him with all of his power, rather than facing him, willingly jumps out of heaven. And then all of the angels jump with him, eventually falling into the pits of hell. What an interesting change in the story. The idea that Satan was not cast out of heaven, but in fear jumped. Either way, this action led to the fall of the angels and the destruction of earth as we know it. But there's something about him fleeing from the being that he was once jealous of and thought he could stand up against that I just really like. And from there, they fall for 9 days and wind up in hell, and we know where the story goes from there. Raphael then concludes this tale, because remember he's been telling it to Adam the whole time, that this very same Satan is here in the garden now, and that him and Eve need to be ready. Adam continues to ask questions regarding creation, specifically the creation of humanity. And whenever Adam asks the question, he says, as long as that's okay, I don't want to ask any knowledge I'm not supposed to know. And Raphael says, of course, it's totally fine to ask. And then clarifies the reason that you're not supposed to eat of the tree of knowledge is because it is knowledge that you do not want to know of. It's suffering and hate. Again, humanity has never known these things up until that point, so the knowledge of them would be bad. Raphael clarifies that wanting to know about your creation is totally fine. An entire section of Paradise Lost is dedicated to Raphael's response, and I won't go through it here because it's not pertinent to the story, but essentially Raphael gives Adam the whole rundown of the 7 days of creation. He talks about how God created the world out of the chaos that encircled the abyss. He said that God looked on creation and it was all beautiful, but it had no name or purpose. So God created man, man named the animals. He then saw that man shouldn't be alone, so he created woman, blah, blah, blah. After that, Raphael asks us if there's any more questions, and of course, because it's Adam, Adam says he wants to know of the stars and how stars work. At this point, Eve says something really sweet. She says that she hasn't done any of her work in the garden that day because she's been too busy listening to Raphael's story. So at Adam's question about the stars, she tells Adam that he can tell her the story later because she values the words of her love even above that of angels. Aw, that'll come back to be not a good thing in a little bit, but I'm savoring it for now. So that convo goes on for a bit. Raphael says if he told Adam everything, it would melt his brain, blah, blah, blah. And then Adam describes his first moments of consciousness to Raphael. These are the broad strokes that we already know. Adam woke up under the sunlight, and he began to name the animals, but then he felt lonely. But what's interesting about this section is how he describes Eve. It says that whenever Adam came to from his deep sleep after God used his rib to make Eve, that when he saw her, she was, quote, adorned with what all earth or heaven could bestow to make her amiable. Grace was in all her steps, heaven in her eye, in every gesture, dignity and love. And the moment he saw her, he felt, for the first time, wholly complete. While speaking of Eve, he says that she is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, spirit of my spirit. And while talking about Eve, Adam says that he is so madly fascinated and in love with her that it almost worries him. He says that if she were to ever lead him astray, or if this free will or desire were to cause her to go wrong, then Adam couldn't help himself, because all that he knows of will and desire is in her. Raphael says maybe don't do that. While they're made to love each other, and it's definitely seen as a good thing, that love isn't a justification to do wrong. Again, foreshadowing. There's also several moments of intimacy between Adam and Eve throughout the story, and Adam begins to just start describing it to Raphael, and then ask, so do angels do anything like that? And Raphael is described as visibly blushing, and Raphael says that angels express love, but they're more divine beings and don't need to be physical to do it. And then at that awkward question, Raphael's like, well, look at the time, I gotta go. Before Raphael leaves, he tells Adam to remember that while free will is good and love is good, it should not justify evil. God and divinity is your compass. So if free will and love follow you closer to that compass, then that's great. But if it leads you astray, steer clear of it. With that, Raphael leaves, and Adam goes to find Eve. Paradise Lost is separated into 12 books, at least in Milton's second edition, which is what I used. And at the beginning of book 9, there's this long section where Milton essentially apologizes to the reader, saying that while he wishes he could stay in paradise forever, much like humanity, he must now tell of the fall. We then cut back to Satan, who, if you'll remember, was ran out of the garden the last time we saw him. It says he's been hiding on the dark side of the earth for 7 days, and on the 8th day, decides to try his luck in paradise again. It says he slips by the angels and slips his way into paradise by disguising himself as a mist. Again, God is privy to all of this, but humanity is responsible for their own actions, as Satan is responsible for his. Satan has a moment here as he's thinking about the final peaceful moments in Eden, and he looks around at this grand openness and how Adam and Eve have dominion over the earth, and he realizes that Eden is what he always wanted. He wants power, he wants authority over others, and even though he was the highest angel in God's rank, that still wasn't good enough. So he looks at Adam and Eve and the dominion that they have over the planet and says that if I can't have it, then they can't either. He considers what animal to become and eventually decides on the form of a serpent. He believes that he can use the subtlety and beauty of the serpent in order to get what he wants. He's now fully invested in the idea of destroying what God made and making it a part of hell's conquest. So the archangel has now taken on the form of a serpent. And at the same time of this bitter nature that rises up in him, the figure who once commanded legions, saying that they need to defeat God because it's what true justice is now saying that he'll simply destroy paradise because he's not allowed to have it. It's a degeneracy of character, just as his form degenerated from an archangel to that of a snake. So the next day, Adam and Eve are about to go out to the garden, and Adam suggests that they should stay with each other because of the whole, Raphael Satan story. But Eve disagrees with this, saying that they should split up so they can get more work done. Eve says, well, we can't be hurt or die, so what can this Satan guy do to us? Furthermore, she says it would be honorable if Adam or Eve were to defeat Satan or resist him by themselves. She then mentions that besides, he'll probably go for Adam anyway. They kind of get into a bit of a fight over this, and eventually Adam relents. See, they hear these stories of this terrible entity who fought wars against heaven and expect him to come with a label of what he is, and with hate and war. What they are not expecting is an agent of deception and desire. So as they go off apart from each other, Eve is walking as Satan sees her. As he approaches her, disguised as a serpent, he positions his body upright. As the serpent approaches her, he begins to speak and praise the glory of the Queen of Humanity. Eve is taken aback by this and says that to her knowledge, her and Adam were the only two who could talk. And with that, the flattery now moves into trickery. The serpent says that he was just a normal snake, crawling around on the ground until he came across a beautiful smelling fruit. When he ate of the fruit, he was immediately given knowledge of the universe. He says now with this newfound knowledge, he was immediately drawn to Eve, as her form is so perfect and her beauty so divine that he is compelled to worship her. Eve relents a little bit and says that she's not worthy of that much worship, but where's this fruit you're talking about? Satan is wearing at her with the same pride that once tempted him, and still continues to. So the serpent begins to lead Eve to this special fruit. And sure enough, as you probably imagined, the fruit is of the tree of knowledge. The tree that if they are to eat of it, they should surely die. Whenever they get there, Eve sighs and says, oh, this is the tree that I'm not supposed to eat of. The serpent, puzzled, asks, why are you not supposed to eat of this? And Eve says, well, God told Adam and I that if we ever eat of it, we should surely die. The serpent laughs and says, oh, Queen of the universe, you won't die. I mean, I'm just a snake, right? And I ate it, and I'm okay. As a matter of fact, I'm better than okay. I have knowledge, I can speak, I can think of divinity. So if I'm just a snake, and I got all of those powers, what will happen to you? He begins to tempt her, saying that you could be as powerful as God. And as a matter of fact, I bet that's why God doesn't want you to have it. God just doesn't want you to have the powers that he does. And even if you don't get those powers, you'll definitely become something special. As a matter of fact, I bet it's a test. I bet this is a test to see if you can stand up against the will of a God to deserve a spot by his side. And besides, even forgetting all of that, is God really going to end his creation for just eating one measly fruit? What kind of God would that be? And while it's easy for us to look at this and think that Eve's being dumb, you have to realize this is a person who has never encountered any form of deception or guile. She is innocence in its purest form. And all it takes is a little suggestion for the will to turn away from what is right and what is just into selfish desire. So then, desiring knowledge and desiring to be like God, you know where the story goes, and Eve eats the fruit. The story says that the second she bites the fruit, quote, earth felt the wound, and nature from her seat, signed through all her works, gave sign of woe. The goodwill and cooperation of all of earth was broken by the jealous and hateful nature of a fallen serpent. So, seeing that his work is done, the serpent slithers away as Eve continues to eat the fruit. After a minute, she sits there and thinks about the concept of death and how she's now willingly invited it in. She then thinks of Adam and what will happen to him. If Adam eats of the fruit, will he ascend to the same godhood
your skill has increased?
And if she's to die from this, does that mean Adam will continue to live forever? Will God make him another Eve? And she says, if I die from this knowledge, I couldn't stand for him to have another Eve. We will share all, even death. With that, Eve bows to the tree of knowledge and then runs to find Adam. And then my favorite scene from the entire story takes place. The story cuts to Adam.
Incoming
who is
towel.
making a flower wreath for Eve to wear, as he thinks of her as a queen, so he's making her a crown. And as he's making this crown, he looks up and sees Eve standing there, holding the fruit of knowledge, outstretched to him. As she's holding the fruit, Eve says that she can feel her mind growing, and she's becoming as God. And she tells her love to eat of it, so that they can be gods together. Then, the story goes, thus Eve, with countenance blithe her story told, but in her cheek distemper flushing globe. On the other side, Adam, soon as he heard the fatal trespass done by Eve, amazed, astonished, stood and blank, while horror chill ran through his veins and all his joints relaxed. From his slack hand, the garland wreath for Eve down dropped, and all the faded roses shed. Speechless he stood and pale, till thus at length, first to himself, he inward silence broke. So Adam's standing there, and Eve approaches him, and he sees in an instant what has happened. He doesn't even hear what she says about, I'm becoming a god, or we can become gods. He just sees her holding the fruit and knows what she did. It says in that moment he just let go, and the wording of the faded roses fell from the wreath. He drops the crown he made from her, and for the first time in all of paradise, the roses are faded. The color is beginning to die out from them, because death has already began to enter the world. And that picture of the last act of unadulterated love being dropped as a fading rose. Man. And then to her, Adam says this, O fairest of creation, last and best of all God's works, creature in whom excelled whatever can to sight or thought be formed, holy, divine, good, amiable, or sweet. How art thou lost? How on a sudden lost, defaced, deflowered, and now to death devote? Brother, how hast thou yielded to transgress the strict forbiddance? How to violate the sacred fruit? How can I live without thee? How forgo thy sweet converse and love so dearly join, to live again in these wild woods forlorn? Should God create another Eve, and I another rib afford? Yet loss of thee would never from my heart. No, no. I feel the link of nature draw me. Flesh of flesh, bone of my bone thou art, and from thy state mine never shall be parted. Bliss or woe. It's such a... I mean, it is the tragedy, right? This is the tragedy of humanity. Everything that comes afterwards comes from this. And a lot of people are quick on this story, not just like Paradise Lost, but the biblical account, to snap at Eve, to be like, wow, what a foolish person to just fall for it like that, right? But that's not where the tragedy in lies. It's not the idea of, wow, if only Eve would have thought a little harder. It's the fact that these were two people who loved each other and experienced perfection in a way that we never will this side of eternity. Just unfiltered bliss. And something came in between them, and after that happened, it's this slow erosion of perfection. And that's what the tragedy is. That's what's heartbreaking about it. See, in a perfect world, this sacrifice would never need to take place, and Adam and Eve could just love each other wholly, completely unfiltered. But now that the sin of man has crept in, it's perverted that perfection. It's good that Adam loves Eve as much as he does, and it says that God saw that it was good, that they complete each other so much. But now, despite Eve turning from what's correct, Adam still has that full love, and he's still fully dedicated to it. See, if this were any other story, this would be seen as admirable. This would be a beautiful part where a character sacrifices himself for the love of his
Your
life.
skill has
But here
increased.
it's so agonizing because the consequences cannot be worth it. But to Adam in that moment, that's all he cares about. He doesn't care about becoming a god. He doesn't care about tasting of knowledge. He just cares about Eve. And as he said, he's resolved to die for it. And that's what makes it so sad, right? Because it was just this perfect picture that envy broke
Incoming
into
towel.
the form of the serpent. And from there, everything fell apart. Whenever Adam begins to speak directly to Eve, the first phrase he says is, "Bold deed thou hast presumed, adventurous Eve," almost in a playful nature, knowing that he's already decided what he's going to do. And with that, Adam steps forward and eats of the fruit. And it says that the earth trembled from her entrails at the completing of mortal sin. So now both of them are not just divine creatures of love, they're beings of temper, of guile, of worry, fear, lust. Specifically, according to Milton's story here, the first emotion that the two feel is lust. As mentioned earlier, there's several times throughout the story where the two are intimate, but it's always framed as this beautiful act that is purely romantic and has no feeling of temperament or of need or of conquest in any form. It's seen as wholly beautiful until this moment. It says that Adam looks at Eve for the first time with lust throughout his being. And then from that, another moment of intimacy happens, but it's described as much harsher compared to what was seen before. It's done in a dark, hidden corner, and he's much more violent than previously stated. It's the first physical corruption of love, because Adam thought he was doing the right thing, and if even not the right thing, he thought he was doing what was right for him by sacrificing himself to be with Eve, because he wanted to maintain that love. But as we see from that scene, the love itself isn't there anymore. It's already been decayed ever since Eve made her first decision. And part of the tragedy of the fall is that Adam sacrificed himself to chase a ghost. So after that, the two fall asleep, and when they wake up, they're immediately afraid. They wake up with fear of turmoil, of everything that could possibly go wrong. See, God never lied to them. It was a tree of knowledge, and as Raphael said, it's a tree of knowledge that you don't want any part of. But now that they've eaten of it, they're full of chaos, of fear, of guilt, and of shame. So you remember throughout the story they've been naked this entire time because shame and concepts of that don't even exist. But now, for the first time, they recognize themselves naked. So they go and gather fig leaves and begin to weave them together so that they can cover themselves. They are no longer humans of divinity, but instead these corrupted beings and humanity fallen. Adam is terrified and sad as he knows that he can never look on divine beings like God or angels again without feeling shame and fear. Immediately, as soon as Adam begins to say this, he starts to yell at Eve. There's never been anything close to an argument. When I mentioned they kind of get into it before they separate, by get into it, I mean, well, maybe we should do this. Maybe we should do this. You're right, sweetie, and that's as far as the argument goes. But here, Adam is hateful. He blames her for everything, says it's her fault for falling to the serpent, saying that they never should have left each other in the first place. And Eve bites back, saying that if it wasn't me the serpent got to, then it probably would have got to you next. Adam then says that Eve is ungrateful because he sacrificed himself and took on death to be with her, and now she's blaming him for it. And then the two just continue to bicker, as the section ends by saying, "Thus they, in mutual accusation, spent the fruitless hours, but neither, self-condemning, and of their vain contest, appeared no end." The tragedy of it, like, the sorrow, is that the sacrifice of Adam meant nothing. He was like, oh, this love has been lost, so surely if I follow you to death, the love will be there. But it's not that pure, uncontended love that he had before. He's not following her, he's falling to her level. And now they're just both equally hateful. And the story paints the idea that wronged actions, even if done for the right or just reasons, are ultimately fruitless. Back in heaven, the angels are asking how Satan managed to step in. And God in heaven says that he allowed Satan to come in because humanity had the option of what it wanted to follow. See, it's a question throughout a lot of Christian and just, theology in general, of why the tree of knowledge was in the garden in the first place. As established, the purpose of humanity, as mentioned in most biblical ideas, and especially in Paradise Lost, is to have a perfect world for these beings of free will who can do whatever they want. But love and freedom are meaningless if there's not choice. At any point, Adam and Eve could leave the garden, they could separate themselves from God, they could give themselves to their own actions, and take on the chaos and turmoil of the universe around them. All they had to do was choose the way out, and the tree of knowledge was that way out. Without the tree of knowledge, free will doesn't exist. With that, the Son of God, which is again an extension of God, is
Incoming call.
the Son, referred to for the rest of the story as God, walks through the garden calling for Adam and Eve. Initially, the two are hiding from God, not wanting to face the consequences. Finally, after God yells for long enough, Adam and Eve step out. God asks why they hid, and Adam said that he was embarrassed because he felt naked. Again, a symptom of sin itself. So, God looks at Adam and says, "Did you eat the fruit?" And Adam says what he should absolutely not say. He says, well, I only ate the fruit because Eve ate it first, and Eve brought the fruit to me. So, since you, God, gave me Eve, I figured that she wasn't capable of doing wrong. Because why would you give me something that would cause me to sin? Which is a horrible answer. That's literally just being like, hey, that whole free will and consequence thing, how's that going? And him being like, well, it's really your fault if you think about it. So you need to clean up your act. God responds to Adam and says, oh, is Eve God now? He then moves to Eve and says, why did you eat of the fruit? Eve says that the serpent tempted her, to which, as seen in the book of Genesis, it says the serpent was cursed to crawl on its belly and to bite the heel of man, and man bruise its head. There's a lot of argument and debate over whether this means like physically snakes or like the serpent as in Satan or the visage of Satan, but whatever, the serpent gets cursed. God says that the heel of man will continue to bruise the head of the serpent until, quote, Jesus, the son of Mary, the second Eve, delivers the fatal bruise. Which, what a beautiful way to think about Mary, right, as the second Eve, humanity's second attempt at perfection. So if you know the book of Genesis, you pretty much know what happens next. Their punishment is Eve will have to endure the pains of childbirth, as will the mothers that come after her. Adam is that he can no longer simply just pick up food and eat it. He must work and toil for food, and he will encounter things like thorns and brambles, and it won't be as easy. And, of course, death will eventually face them. However, while for Adam and Eve this is a horrifying thought, in actuality, it is a form of deliverance. See, whenever God and the Son of God were having the conversation in heaven in the scene prior, God points out that they are now creatures that have been cursed with sin, and because of that, there will always be selfish desires and hate. So because through an action they gave themselves to sin, God offers them an out. Through another action, they can save themselves from sin. At the time of Adam and Eve, that was through the following of the new law that God would set up for them and the sacrifice. To represent that sacrifice, sheep are then killed in the garden, first deaths, as sheepskin is draped over their body as actual clothing. To maintain free will and the importance of humanity, as humanity committed an act of selfishness in order to give themselves to the devil, they must commit another act of selfishness, a sacrifice, in order to remove that grief of sin in order to be acceptable to re-enter heaven. In that way, death is not as much a punishment as it is a readmittance into the family of God. This is something that would be talked a lot throughout the entire Bible, of the idea that death has no staying power or sting, because if someone believes and follows God, it's a return to what we were always meant to be. In the meantime, while this is happening, remember how sin and death were building a chaos bridge to Earth? Well, they've been doing that through the entire story, and at this point they're almost there. As that's also happening, we see that Satan has now made his way back to Pandemonium. He comes there proud to this cheering crowd and says that he now embraces the name of Satan. See, up until this point in the story, while the narrative called him Satan, he did not have a name, because as mentioned in the beginning, the angels that fell from heaven had their names removed. So Satan says that he's taking on the name Satan as it means adversary. And now, since he's had this victory against God's creation of man, he will forever be the adversary against God. This is intercut with sin and death making their way to earth and immediately beginning to pollute everything. Sin's children, the Cerberus things, which are creatures like greed and discord, go about and cause everything to start fighting each other. The animals begin to fight each other. There begins to be turmoil in the clouds and the weather. Death begins to kill off trees and animals one by one. And sin says that eventually death should kill humanity after she's corrupted them. Again, the consequences of allowing sin and free will of anything to enter into earth. As Satan's giving his speech back in Pandemonium, he says that they have won this war and that now the time to strike at earth and heaven has come. And as soon as he says this, himself as well as all of the other fallen angels in Pandemonium turn into snakes. They all crawl around on the ground as these starving serpents, and it says they're so hungry. And at the same time, trees shoot up around hell that have the fruit from the tree of knowledge. But anytime that the snakes try to eat it, it turns to ash, so they're just miserable. And then after, I guess, a few days of this, they turn back into their normal forms. But it says that every year, that just randomly happens. And while they will continue to spread their influence and tempt man for the generations to come, their transforming into the form that originally destroyed man is a constant reminder of their place, and how they will never be powerful enough to outright destroy earth or God, as it's been foretold that earth and heaven will one day be joined. But again, humanity has free will and can choose to follow the will of Satan if they wish, but that doesn't mean Satan gets free reign to kill and destroy whatever he wants. And that's the last that we see of Satan in the story. His character ends in this kind of place of limbo, where he must continuously fight and toil against God, knowing that he can never get all the way. So then the story then finishes out on Adam and Eve. Adam looks at the world and the destruction around him and wishes that he were dead. As Adam is crying, Eve begins to try to comfort him, and he immediately snaps back and blames her for all of it. And then there's this really sad scene where Eve breaks down and begins crying and begs for Adam's forgiveness, saying that whatever happens, death or otherwise, please don't leave me. And whenever she says that, Adam relents for a moment and recognizes these new emotions that are coming over him are powerful, and he has to keep them in check. Adam says that where they are at now cannot be undone. So the best course of action they have is to just love each other as much as they can in spite of themselves. Eve then says, "Let us seek death. Were he not found, supply with our own hands his office on ourselves." Eve fears that her children will be subject to the same curse that she currently has. So she says, what if we just end it all? Which, in all of my years of philosophizing and considering creation in the biblical story, I never considered that. What would have happened if, after the fall, humanity just stopped right there? Would there have been another similar effect? Would the entire experiment just be ended altogether? While in Eve it seems momentary, to us it would be literally the most monumental event ever that we would never be aware of because we wouldn't exist. Adam warns of this train of thought because he says this is the despair that led Satan to where he is now. And as these creatures who constantly have to battle sin, they cannot give themselves up to despair. Furthermore, he tells Eve to think of the prophecy that God gave them, that one day the Son of God would come, this Jesus, to fatally bruise the serpent's head. So if that's ever to take place, then they have to carry on so that the generations after them can take out Satan forever. He continues and says, perhaps we can live with these punishments, and this time on earth will be a trial, as afterwards we can return to the divinity we once knew. So the two return to the area where they first talked to God and bow on their face and ask for forgiveness. It's then in heaven that the Son of God directly talks to God and makes intercession for man. And it's here at this moment, recognizing humanity's forgiveness, that the Son of God solidifies that one day he will go to earth, he will be made as a man, and by humanity's own actions he will be killed. It will be the final sacrifice. And from that, a direct line will be made from earth to heaven that all can enter in. Because seeing humanity's regret and hope in spite of their despair means that through God they have potential to rejoin him at his side. Now that being said, they are corrupt creatures who will inevitably corrupt and sin more, and because of that, they must leave the garden. But in order to give them faith, and this is one of the primary turns from the biblical account to Milton's account, God tells Michael, the leader of heaven's army, to go and remove them from the garden, but to make sure they have hope as he does. So Michael comes to them and says that they have to leave. It also says that whenever Michael appears, he is fierce and full of glory in his full form, and they can barely look at it. Again, humanity no longer has divinity, so they view these divine creatures as these terrifying monoliths of power, rather than companions they once knew. Eve begins to cry at hearing this, and Adam holds her and says that it will be okay because she's still his holy mother. There's this concept in some realms of Christianity. It's something known as the fortune fall. And it's the idea that the fall was actually a good thing because it caused people, I don't know why that got me so much, Adam's love for her, even in spite of sin. I guess that's the love we know currently, right? Love in spite of sin. But the fortune fall is this whole concept that the fall was a good thing because it allows good to rise up in spite of it. or like all of these great heroes of the Bible would never have existed if they didn't have to stand up against sin. And while I don't agree with that for multiple reasons, primarily I don't think, good people is a worthy trade-off for, death and murder and, not perfection. But that being said, there is a beauty to, after everything, after recognizing sin for the first time and all of the horrors that are going to befall humanity, that Adam still looks at Eve and calls her the Holy Mother. There's something about Eve throughout the story, how she's mentioned as being like this destination of perfection. Even the angels bow at her respect. It's such a romantic picture of reverence. And then even after she fell, and then Adam fell after her, and still in this lowest state, he looks at her, and she's still the mother. Michael reaffirms this by saying that the most important thing that they have on earth is the unity between themselves. And that whatever happens going forward, God's promise to them is that they were made to complete each other. And that promise will never be broken. Adam begins to break down, realizing that he'll never be able to speak to God again. But Michael corrects him and says that he can speak to God anywhere, not just Eden. The first concept of things like prayer and devotion. Michael says that he wants to show Adam something, and he waves his hand over Eve, and she falls into a peaceful sleep. He then takes Adam, and again this is the whole part that's specific to just Milton's account. He takes Adam to a mountaintop, and from this mountaintop he can see an entire hemisphere of the earth. And it's here that Michael gives Adam a run-through of all of humanity. Adam, as the father to mankind, has the privilege or misfortune, depending on how you look at it, of seeing everything that he will begot. Adam remarks at the size of this mountain, and Michael comments that it is very similar to a mountain that one day Jesus, Son of God, will be led to by Satan, whenever Satan tried to tempt God and show him the kingdoms of the world that he could inherit. And that after that, he will be led to another mountaintop, and from there, sin won't matter anymore. Michael then takes water from the well of life and drops it into Adam's eyes. At first, he sees two men in a field, and they begin to fight before one of them kills the other. Michael tells him that this will be the fate of Adam's first sons, Cain and Abel. Adam is horrified by this. You have to realize he's never seen the death before, or at least the death of a human. And he asks, is this what death is? Is this going to happen to everyone? Michael elaborates that there will be many more from the consequences of this world. Fire, flood, famine, disease. He shows Adam something that can only be described as a hospital, as it is some type of structure full of people dying of different slow and agonizing means. Adam asks if there is a way to avoid any of this, and Michael says yes, through temperance, safety, and wisdom, a peaceful death can be achieved. But chaos and chance have entered the world, and good will be rewarded with bad, and bad will be rewarded with good. He affirms that death in itself is a blessing to a believer, as it allows them to return to what they were always meant to be. But enjoying a fruitful life and experiencing the gifts of God on earth is a blessing in itself as well. From there, Adam has all kinds of visions. He sees these great empires start and wars begin, and he sees a man speaking up against those wars before he's carried away into heaven, this man being Enoch. He sees the entire world become evil, and one man preaching against it, before he builds a boat to escape a flood that resets the world, but then he sees the rainbow and the covenant of God's mercy. This is a lot for Adam, as you could imagine, over the course of a couple minutes, seeing from his children all the way to the flood. So Michael says, I'll just tell you the rest. He speaks of how Noah will be righteous, but generations later, a ruler named Nimrod will try to build a tower to conquest heaven. And from that Tower of Babel, the languages will be separated, and humanity will begin to spread across the earth. A lot of the evil that's described comes from the spirit of conquest, with the idea that the reason Nimrod built the Tower of Babel was, we've conquested everything down here, let's go that way. Adam, who again, this is all new information to him, asks Michael how one can wish to rule others if it's so awful. And while Michael remarks that it is true some are ruled over by other people, and it is definitely wrong to rule over other people, several people are ruled over by their own desire and sin. Michael describes sin as this taskmaster who buckles people down and makes them chase their whims and desires, never accomplishing or bettering the world throughout their life. He then speaks of the lineage of Abraham and how Moses will one day come to take Abraham's people out of Egypt, and they will go to a land that was promised to him in Canaan. He speaks of the lineages from Joshua through the Judges to King David, and how eventually the lineage of righteousness will come to a woman by the name of Mary and her son Jesus. Adam is excited to hear this. He says, that Jesus, that's the guy who's supposed to fight Satan. Tell me of his great battle. And Michael says that there won't be a battle, and instead of coming with the glory and fury of an army in order to make humanity bend to his will, then instead Jesus will step down lower than man, and that he will allow himself to be beaten, hurt, and murdered by them so that he can take on the debt of humanity in the ultimate and final sacrifice of love. With one act of envy and pride, humanity was condemned, and then with another act, as Jesus becoming man, one man through an act of love and humility will save humanity eternal. And throughout all of it, the choice never left. The free will, the beauty of humanity was always there. No matter how corrupted or torn apart it was, it's always there, and that choice has always been open. I know it's very cheesy and weird to cry in YouTube videos, and I hate doing it. Every time I see another YouTuber doing it, I'm like, oh, that's cringe, and then I do it, and I'm like, oh, that's cringe. But it's real to me. It's just a lot to look at these stories. I was the same way with Divine Comedy. I remember when I started reading Paradise Lost, I was like, this is a bad idea. It's gonna get me in the end. And the whole story, I was like, and then the part with Adam calling Eve mother, I'm like, I've almost got me. But then this final scene comes with Michael explaining the sin debt to Adam and how it will all be made okay in the end. And to view this, the beginning of humanity, and have Michael explain where it goes, and just, like I said, it's real. It means a lot. Anyway, he continues and says that one day Judgment Day will come and hell will be forever destroyed and earth and heaven will be joined as one. And that, as a matter of fact, this new earth, which Adam and Eve will have access to one day, will be far better than paradise itself. Adam ponders these things and says, well, naturally, if several follow God, then several are going to follow Satan as well. So what happens to the followers of God who are persecuted by Satan? Again, Michael says it's a realm of free will and choice, and that persecution will come, but that the believers will have the Holy Spirit and God with them to endure this persecution. Michael goes on to say, as a matter of fact, there will be several who do evil and are followers of Satan who appear as wolves inside of churches and religious groups, saying that not even all who tout the flag of Christ actually follow him. Adam thinks on these things and says that within himself he contains hope, and that is its own form of paradise. Specifically, he says he carries paradise with him wherever he goes. I love this so much because earlier in the story, when Satan steps into the Garden of Eden and he realizes he doesn't feel better, it's because he carries hell with him, that despair, that hatred. He's always full of it. And that's the reason that he's not going to ask for forgiveness, because he's too bitter. He doesn't want it. And then on the flip side, you have Adam, who has left the garden, but he carries hope with him, and that's his paradise. And the difference is just pure, bitter hatred and envy is counteracted by beings that are us, that yes, while we know all those things, and why we can experience and give ourselves away to them, we also have hope, that peace of the garden, that peace of paradise still inside of us. And that's what separates us from the despair of hell. Just as Satan carries hell, we carry Eden. As they come back down off the mountain, Adam comes to Eve, who's waiting on him. Eve's excited to tell him that she has had these dreams of what humanity will be. But at the end of it all, there is a beautiful shepherd, as she refers to it, a Messiah, who makes all of the suffering and travesty worthwhile. And with agony of leaving Eden, but with confidence and hope for the future, the two step out of the garden. Michael leads them out as a cherub waits guard at the gate. Again, this is mentioned in Genesis. And the story ends with these lines. They looking back, all the eastern side beheld of paradise. So late their happy seat waved over by that flaming brand. The gate, with dreadful faces, thronged and fiery arms. Some natural tears they dropped, but wiped them soon. The world was all before them, where to choose their place of rest, and Providence their guide. They, hand in hand, with wandering steps and slow, through Eden, took their solitary way. And with that, the story ends. But John Milton has painted this picture of, yes, the tragedy and the downfall of the garden. And I skipped over, a lot of the beauty and the poetry, but hopefully from the sections I did read, you can see that the magnitude of what was being decided is hard to even describe. But then there, with Michael's visions to Adam, there is hope at the end of it. So the story ends in this middle area. While, yes, they have to leave the garden, and yes, they cannot know divinity without experiencing death, they carry pieces of that hope with them, and the hope that one day it will all return to a state better than the one they knew. And with those final lines, we have that unity still formed as the first man and the Holy Mother join hands and step into history. What a fascinating look at all this. Again, it's not like, obviously, I believe to be 100% true or accurate, but it doesn't have to be. There are nuggets of beauty and truth that can be found almost anywhere. Milton never claimed this to be some new revelation or new religion from God. It is a picture, a portrait of our history of humanity and the hope we have for the future. Which is why it's a shame to me that most people think of Paradise Lost as the E-Boy Satan story. Which, no joke, if you hear people talk about it, they're like, oh yeah, that's the one where they made him like a sympathetic character. And if by sympathetic you mean they took him from being just like a goat head demonic depiction into a creature with beliefs and ideas, then sure. But the number of people I see who read this story and are like, was Satan the good guy? Is phenomenal. Like, if you look up any academic source about Paradise Lost, you'll find something that's like, was the devil the protagonist? Is this story a critique of heaven? To the degree that whenever I finished reading it and then was reading these articles, I'm like, did I miss something? And I go back and I read parts of it and I'm like, no, everyone's stupid. Got it. Because everyone looks at Satan's arguments whenever he's like, what if we were equal to God? What if we had the power of God? Oh, what if tyranny is heaven, better to reign in hell, blah, blah, blah. And they're all like, this guy raises some good points. Which, I don't know if we read the same story, but Satan invented, death, as well as the word bad. Like, bad may have been a concept, but it didn't exist yet. And all the analysis for this story are like, oh, well, maybe he was rebelling against tyranny. I mean, to be forced into subjugation, and by subjugation I mean existence. What a horrific state to be in. Like, I don't know if you knew this, but Satan was lying the entire time. In the flashback, we're shown that he directly despised the Son of God and was jealous of him. And everything he did was just motive for that. He didn't look at the socio-economic factors of heaven and decide that there needs to be change. He felt envy, and he convinced others to follow that envy. And even if there was, like, some problem, which there wasn't, but even if you feel like there was some problem, is inventing bad justification for that? Like, oh, this archangel, he definitely deserved to be by God's side. That's why it's justified that he made death. Like, I'm sorry, did the snake write this? I know if, like, you're not familiar with this story, that's a weird tangent to go on. But I'm telling you, every analysis of this story is like, wow, it's so wild that a Protestant leader from the 1600s made Satan the good guy. Which, yeah, if you have a second grade reading level, I can only imagine the person who feels that way And if that's anyone watching, I only apologize a little bit. You're still getting roasted. I can only imagine the person reading the story, and they're just fully wanting to be invested in Satan, so whatever his excuse is, they go along with. Like, they read about him talking to the angels and being like, we can be as powerful as God, and they're like, huh, that's a good point. And then whenever he's like, we should destroy humanity because that's worth it, they're like, wow, what a great point. And then by the end of the story, whenever Satan's just like, well, if I can't have Eden, no one can. I just imagine them like, yeah, same here, man, up top. Isn't the essence of sin cool? Anyway, that's a weird rant to go on. I just thought I was crazy, had to reread parts of the story, and no, I'm the only one who's sane, and you all are crazy. As with most of my videos, I am the one who is definitely not insane, and I'm well aware of everything that's going on and capable of myself, and that's why you'll see several more conspiracy and rabbit hole videos in the future, because I am well adjusted. And hopefully you enjoyed this well adjusted content. I know I enjoyed making it.
Incoming
I
cow.
just want to say thank you for watching. I've always been interested in this story, just the concept, the Garden of Eden from Satan's perspective. It always interests me. And I think it was, I don't want to say divine, it's a little too much. I think it was beautiful. And I love a lot of the imagery and the ideas presented. And again, I don't think of it as like the Bible or anything. I would never like preach from it. But that doesn't mean
Your
I
skill
can't
has increased.
from it. And I think there was a lot of wisdom that went into it. And I love this story, and hopefully you did too. I don't know how it ranks compared to Divine Comedy. It's a different kind of setup, right? Because Divine Comedy is more so like a classical epic, like a character going through and observing this world around him, whereas this one's more of a straightforward narrative. And I like both for different reasons. There was a lot, like, I condensed this down. I know, looking at the timestamp, you don't think I condensed this down, but I condensed this down a lot. There are a ton of long monologues and dialogue scenes, but I still enjoyed it. I thought it was great, and obviously you saw at the end how it affected
You've been
me.
examined.
I also wanted to mention
Incoming
that
emote.
there's a sequel to
You've been
Paradise
examined.
Lost that was also written by John Milton called Paradise Regained, and it is about what was foreshadowed by Michael, Satan and Jesus, as Satan is trying to
Incoming
tempt
party
Jesus on
invite.
the mountaintop during the 40 days in the wilderness. So John Milton, with a very similar writing style, and I imagine the same characters beyond just being called the same things. Like I imagine it's the same Satan from Paradise Lost, about him trying to tempt Jesus whenever Jesus was a human on Earth. I think that would be fascinating. So we'll see how this video does. We'll see if you all enjoy it. Hopefully you do. I definitely enjoy making it. And if you all want to see Paradise Regained, let me know, and I will take a look at it. I love these biblical fan fictions, as established. But I love this story. It was great. I understand why it's a classic. It definitely deserves its place. The artwork's incredible, and I loved every aspect of it. So, thank you all for watching. Again, check out the Kickstarter. That is continuing to go. Hopefully we can get it closed up here. We've got 2 weeks left on it at the time of recording. So hopefully we can get that finished. You all can get your rewards, and we'll be able to make some cool stuff. But for now, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Hey everyone, so as you probably know at this point, I for one love horror. And one of the things that's so important for me in a horror setting is that of the setting itself. Most often, horror like Friday the 13th or the Halloween series takes a setting we're all familiar with and that's used as the basis for whatever the scare is. And then several of my favorite horrors, like the 1982 movie The Thing, take a setting that we can sort of relate to, like people at a research base, and then use that for whatever cosmic horror comes out of it. But I think it's especially interesting whenever a horror series creates an entire
Your skill has increased.
world that is so visceral and outside of our realm of understanding that just the thought of it in itself is enough to creep us out. And today I want to bring one of those horrors to you, Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Now, this was originally started by an artist known as Trevor Roberts, who goes by Strange Vehicles on Reddit. And specifically, it began within the subreddit r/world building. It began as a sort of creative exercise of seeing how intricate or heavily put together of a world you could make. However, as you could see, Trevor went way beyond the average or what was required of him, and instead created this super expansive universe. That being of a now defunct national park that was made out of a living cave that is potentially a giant hundreds and hundreds mile long creature underneath the earth itself. Not only that, but Trevor was able to tell this story through a series of brochures and park guides that look like they would be standard of any national park. So there's not only creativity with the world itself, but also the manner in which information is given to us. So today, I want to go through some of the details and break down this entire ARG that
Your
Trevor
skill has
crafted.
increased.
However, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get to every single minute detail, as cool as they all are. So I'm going to leave a link to the original website where all of this information is cataloged for you to find, as well as the artist's
Your skill has
Patreon and
increased.
subreddit, because I'm telling you, this is some wild stuff, and you really need to check it out. And you know what else you should check out? Today's sponsor that allows you to save money while shopping for free. Because if you're like me, nowadays online shopping is pretty much all that you need. Like if there's a specific item that I want, I just find it online for the best deal and have it sent to my house. And now those best deals can get even better with Honey. Honey is the online tool that scours the internet for the best promo codes available and helps you save money on your order. Being the #1 shopping tool in America, it is seamless and easy to use. You can get Honey on your computer for free in just 2 easy clicks. Then all you got to do whenever you're at checkout is hit the apply coupon option, wait a few seconds as Honey scours the internet to find the best promo codes, and then apply it to your order. And if Honey finds a working code, your price will drop with no extra effort to you. I cannot tell you the number of times that I've been ordering pizza.
Your skill has increased.
And they go, no way, let me do it on the laptop. Because whenever they get to the checkout, Honey pops up, they hit apply, and then we get our pizza for $10 off. And it just doesn't stop there. Everything from shoes to tech to video games or whatever have you, Honey does its best to find codes that save you money at no charge to yourself. Take it from me, as someone who's used it before, there's nothing more satisfying than whenever you're at a checkout to have your friend pat you on the shoulder and go, hey, you want to get $7 off that? And of course I do. And just saving money as easy as can be. Haha, get it? B, honey. Anyway, so all that you have to do is go to the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon to immediately put it on your computer and just start saving cash. Once again, that is joinhoney.com/Wendigoon, and I ask that you please use my link because it lets them know that I sent you, and it helps me and it helps the channel, and I really appreciate it. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It means the most. I hope that you check it out. I hope you use the link in the description. I hope you all have a great day, and we are back to the video, which is again 2 feet this way. So just cut back. So without further ado, we are going to go ahead and break down the horror of the Flesh Pit. But first of all, and as always, thank you for watching. So the story of Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is told very non-chronologically. Basically, Trevor will release these incremental posters and pictures that allow us to paint a picture of the world together. So lucky for you all, I already did all that and believe I can track down what the first references to the park, or at least, you know, on a timeline, what the first references to the park can be. We'll break down more of the actual details of what the pit is like, as well as the quite literal anatomy of it later. But right now, we're just getting an introduction to how this thing came to be. In our first letter from James Jackson, also known as Jim Jackson, which we'll see more of later, he writes in a letter to Mr. Colton Fleming explaining the finding of this cave itself. The letter reads, "Dear Colton, Now you know more than most how I may be prone to hyperbole on occasion, but those Whitmer boys that called on Monday are on to something amazing. I mean really, truly amazing. This isn't any mineral deposit, Colton. At least not like anything I've seen. I went ahead and sent some samples for you and Chris to start looking at. I didn't think you all would believe me if I didn't. This thing that those old boys found is some kind of organic deposit that must go down at least 500 or 600 feet by my reckoning. Not a fungus either. This thing breathes and makes sounds same as any other creature, and it bleeds. God, how it bleeds. Colton, it's a mess out here. John and some of the others think it might be something from outer space. Most of the hombres we brought out to start the excavation call it Diablo de Bajo, and are real weary of going too close.
Your skill has increased.
Must be the mouth of this thing. Right now, I don't think I care what it is or where it came from. I'm an oil man, and I think we're onto something real big out here.
Your skill has increased.
Once you and Chris start looking at these samples, go ahead and give Lenny a call to send out his crew, and make sure they bring at least 4 excavators. Pay them whatever they ask to make it fast. Also, there's a card in here for a fella in Carlsbad with some pretty heavy-duty spelunking gear. Pay him whatever he wants to get here by Friday or Saturday. I'll call Beverly to have her put out other jobs on hold for the next 3 weeks, but you should remind her anyway. We need to move real fast on this. Dale Whitmer already left this morning to find someone in gumption to come take some photos. It'll be a circus once that happens. God help us if the feds come out and lock it down. There's something about this thing that's important, and I don't want to see something this special get in the hands of some game warden. Regards, James Jackson of Jackson Surveying Incorporated. So as you can see there, it seems that just a normal mining operation or oil drilling operation came across this giant creature hidden underground. Now Jackson was right as to say that this thing underground, whatever they walked into, was actually the mouth of it. Because, as we're going to see in a little bit, this thing has entire nervous systems, muscles, and stomach components, and it seems that this agape opening is in fact the mouth of this creature. Now before we get into a lot of the details, or my favorite part, the tourism surrounding the flesh pit, I need to go ahead and read the second letter from Jackson as to make sense of it. Dear Colton, things are really starting to take off down here. At around 3 or so last night, we broke a new depth record of 1,800 feet vertical descent from the maw. It's a damn shame you and the other folks are so spooked by this pit. To be down there in it really is something else. Now don't misunderstand, I'm not saying it's easy. God Almighty, is it tough getting around down in its gullet and such. A man's got to have an iron constitution or a mighty thick skull, and lucky me, the good Lord has seen fit to bless me with both. Some of the boys here have rigged up scuba gear, and we've been able to squeeze around down there with some effort. Giant muscles, giant bones, innards so big you could drive a trailer truck through. Strange critters scuttling around in the dark down there too. Big bugs and germs and worms and other queer things that you wouldn't believe. Some kind of crab thing the size of coyote crept out a week and a half ago, and we caught it crawling around the feed trailer. I got a good look at it before one of Dale's boys shot at it, and it skittered away. We had the funeral for the third roustabout to pass away this month on Tuesday. The papers are already talking gossip more than I like, and I'm hopeful that Bill and the other attorneys can keep the vultures and the feds at bay. People don't understand until they've seen it.
Your skill has increased.
We're pioneers and explorers here. This is good work. This is God's work. Nobody knows what this mystery pit is or what it eats, or how long it's been here. We need some guys with real smarts, not oil men. Doctors, scientists, and good decent folk who would have nothing to do with us. I'm mighty glad that you've taken responsibility for holding down the fort back home while I'm out here playing the cowboy. You're a good man, Colton, the kind of quality individual they don't make anymore. Maybe I'm hoping I can find some of that goodness myself someday, maybe down in the belly of this beast. Give Samantha and the baby my regards. Jim Jackson. P.S. There's a company out of Fort Worth that I've called up to help with the exploration. I attached their card to this letter. Give their geologist a call and let them know the details. I'm told they're very good at what they do. And attached we see a business card for the Anodyne Deep Earth Mining Company. Now, Anodyne's going to come up a lot because they're pretty much responsible for everything that happens after this point. So, the pit was discovered in 1973. And as Jackson talked about in the letters, very quickly the local populace as well as the authorities began to grow interest.
Your skill has increased.
Duh.
And one of the most interesting things about this story is the immediate rush of consumerism that happens surrounding the pit. See, initially, it becomes a competition of what certain groups are going to do with it. But through what you can kind of pick up on as some government influence on Anodyne's behalf, they managed to get the park sanctified as a national park. What that means is that the park itself is treated in the same way the Smokies or Yellowstone would be treated, as in it cannot be destroyed by any newcomers coming in. However, it can be hosted by different companies like restaurants or lounges, and more importantly, Anodyne maintains access to the resources. So the main questions going in at this point is how big is the pit and what exactly did they do to it? And measurements of tissue as far down as they could see initially are about 30 kilometers, which again probably isn't even close to how deep it actually is. And charts like this one that have the original surveyor's mark show that they mapped it out down to about 4,000 feet. So in other words,
your skill has
pretty
increased.
big. And if you'll pay attention to that part in the second letter, people are not the only creatures alive inside of the living cave itself. As
your
a matter
skill
of
has
fact,
increased.
as you can see on the major parasitic fauna chart, there are several massive creatures that people have to worry about. Like, for example, the abyssal sopapod. That's probably not how it's pronounced, but whatever.
Sopapod.
When I initially saw this, I was like, oh, well, what is that? Like a really big beetle like that? And then I was reading in another entry about how they eat people and can grow up to 20 feet long. So in other words, a small school bus that eats people.
Oh my gosh.
Which would mean all these other creatures you can see there are probably much, much bigger than people are. Also beneath several of these posts is a sort of explanation that goes into more detail around whatever's being discussed. So underneath the bug chart, we can see in the description that it reads, this chart and many others like it were produced by Park Service as an educational tool for use in classrooms, museums, and universities. Popular among natural history enthusiasts, the illustrations featured on these posters were the result of an intensive expeditions and surveys into the mystery flesh pit. While visitors are almost certain to encounter common fauna, such as the myriad of macrobacteria subspecies, many organisms such as the Venice shamble and the abyssal sopapod, probably pronouncing that wrong again, tend to evade trails and high traffic areas, making them difficult to spot. As a practical tool, these illustrations were useful in training wildlife management rangers in proper firearm techniques for safely dispatching a dangerous organism. For this reason, the designers of this and other charts attempted to represent the scale of the organisms in relation to each other as accurately as possible. So if you're going into the pit, you better be strapped. And also, like, look at all the detail in these different designs. Like, for example, the lesser sopapod, which looks like a giant tendril shrimp thing, and then the gastric bristleworm, which is huge and terrifying. And there's some more specific entries about some of the lesser known or lesser seen ones. Like, for example, here with the evolution of the amorphous Shane pamphlet, which is presented as a sort of brochure for people taking a hike through the trail, you can see the life cycle of something that is believed to be an ancient descendant from a weasel that over time crawled into the cave and slowly lost so many traits of itself, it eventually just became a blob of organs that crawls inside of crevices in the flesh walls of the cave itself and just like absorbs the nutrients, which is And as you'll remember me mentioning earlier, the flesh pit itself became a national park, hiking and all, which means, as pictured on maps like this that show the orifice or mouth of the pit, as well as an interior trail map, people would go on these very long excursions walking through the innards of this creature. And people could visit such amazing sights, such as the northern bronchial forest, which is the sort of lungs of this creature, the amniotic thermal springs, which is something we are going to talk about in a minute, the gastric sea, which is digestive enzymes, or the fondue village, which is bone marrow so large you can walk inside of it, which is a very comforting thought. And some of the dangers that hikers through the park, and I'm going to continue using park, but by park I mean giant flesh underground monster thing, we can see in the wildlife safety pamphlet some of the things people hiking would have to worry about. Like with the introduction, it says your visit to the Mystery Flesh Pit
Your skill
can
has
be
increased.
the most pleasurable and rewarding experience, or it can be a time of vexation, distress, or even tragedy. Much depends on how you and your family observe these simple guidelines and avoid designated hazards. Take a minute to read these simple but important safety rules, then go on to a pleasant park experience. I also want to mention all of these pamphlets, as well as everything that I'm going to mention that's been industrialized within the park, has been done by the Anodyne Corporation. Visitors and wildlife within the Mystery Flesh Pit often frequent the same areas within the park. It is likely that park wildlife and visitors will encounter one another, but by remaining calm and following the basic advice of experienced veterinobiologists, you increase the odds of a positive outcome for both yourself and the wildlife. All visitors who partake on self-guided excursions beyond reinforced and enclosed trails within the Mystery Flesh Pit are required to attend an orientation at the lower visitor center. During this orientation, a park ranger will inform you about areas that are closed to visitors due to high fauna activity or recent wildlife-human encounters. It is important to be aware when camping and hiking within the Mystery Flesh Pit to avoid wildlife foraging areas, chimal deposits, gastric bladders, surface wildlife carcass mounds, etc. So not only do you have to worry about the giant bug things that are essentially this creature's
Your skill has
immune
increased.
system, but you have to worry about the creature itself digesting you. We'll talk about that in a minute, but a final thought on encountering this thing, it says at the end of the pamphlet, if you see flora or fauna within the park and it does not appear to notice you, back out of sight and change your course. Move out of the area or quietly observe at a safe distance without approaching or otherwise disturbing it. Disturbance is evident whenever wildlife change their behavior because of you. If it stops eating and looks up, raises its antennas, or secretes scent enzymes, or begins making territorial clicks while trying to locate you, you are too close. While many life forms within the pit seem to be tolerant of human presence at a distance further than 200 yards, each creature is different. Use telephoto lenses and endoscopes where possible. Allow migrating bacterial colonies to pass by your camp undisturbed. If you have made sure that the wildlife is aware of your presence, so it is not surprised, and have kept all your gear under your direct control, allow any organism you encounter to travel unhindered. You may just be afforded the opportunity to safely observe these amazing creatures in their natural environment. Yeah, these giant 20-foot tall shrimp things that eat people, just don't panic and just let them walk by your camp. Which I guess, their resistance to gunshots is mentioned earlier, but I guess that's all you can do. Also, not only mentioned here, but in other places, it seems all the creatures within the pit itself is blind, which makes sense because before we opened up the hole into the mouth of this thing, it was entirely underground, and everywhere throughout the pit is just pitch black. So none of these creatures use eyesight, it's all sound and pheromone tracing. So remember how just a second ago I said that the pit or park itself can eat you? They know that can happen because it's happened. On one of the deeper trails through the park itself, you can come across something known as the circus clown chimus. The description of it reads as, though it may look like a colorful ice cream birthday cake covered in a glazed frosting, this calcified formation is anything but festive. In 1976, a group of performers accidentally fell into the upper maw of the entry orifice. While the soft flesh of the pit throat somewhat cushioned the performer's fall, The unexpected dilation of an epiglottal fold allowed them to slide down into a then unreinforced area of the pit. Rescue personnel were able to locate the performers inside a digestive
Your skill
sac
has increased.
later. By that time, all 50 stunts people had already begun being digested by the pit. Rescue personnel cut them out, correctly guessing that many were still alive. An experimental antacid spray was discharged on top of the gooey, shrieking mound, but it was too late. Instead of reducing the acidic effects of the partially digested bodies of the performers, the experimental compound flash calcified into the multicolored formation that you see in front of you. Though hauntingly beautiful, the circus clown chimus is a somber reminder of why it is always important to observe all safety instructions and to always stay on the marked trails while visiting the interior of the mystery flesh pit. So, a group of clowns were performing above the flesh pit itself because people are going to be stupid, and then 50 of them fell into the pit, couldn't be located for hours, and when they did locate them, they were trapped inside of a digestive, enzyme sac, like a giant lysosome. And then when they cut them out, they were all melted together and screaming and shrieking, and then froze like that. And they just left it there. And then they had the audacity to call it hauntingly beautiful, which, no, it's not. It's just haunting. But despite all of this, people still visit the park. And while reading this, at the first moment, I'm like, that's dumb. They wouldn't. And then I thought for 3 seconds, and I'm like, yeah, they probably would. So once Anodyne had the initial park opened up, or at least the central part of it, that's when the advertising began. Such as this poster for the park itself, which says, discover verdant forest, majestic scenery, and cosmic terror. Enjoy legendary trout fishing, geotonic carnal moans, broken philosophy, backcountry hiking, and camping. I love the broken philosophy because, yeah, where's your God now? A lot of the supplemental material you can read on your own is about how it was hard for businesses to at first sell the idea of the flesh pit because, people were reasonably afraid. So one of the things they did was they came up with this mascot called Caver Coop, who would do these animated sort of Looney Tunes style films talking about going through the cave and why it's really not something to be afraid of, in a sort of propaganda technique. And they would have several events, and some catered towards children, like Caver Coop's Spooky Halloween Carnival, where among the activities for children to perform is haunted hay rides, campfire stories, safe trick-or-treating, and blood. Because if there's one thing this giant cave has a lot of,
it's blood.
It's interesting with these, a lot of the brutality that occurs behind the scenes, just for all of the happy sort of national park vibes that are put on the display. Like, for example, in one letter called Experiences of a Flesh Pit Mine Worker, a mine worker writes to a child telling them what it's like to work for Anodyne in the flesh pit, where essentially a full crew of people work outside of this giant mining rig that works as a boring machine cutting through the cave. And by cutting through, I don't mean in the way that other things dig through rock. I mean quite literally, it's hacking and slashing and there's blood everywhere and it's insane. In describing to the boy how the rig works, he says, ideally the rig cuts as it goes, leaving a burnt cauterized path through the meat while also crushing and processing any minerals it runs through. In the real world, the pit isn't uniform, and you end up running into all kinds of obstacles requiring interventional solutions, or the brass up top decide that they don't want you just cutting through certain parts of the anatomy. So you suit up and get out ahead of the rig to poke and prod and pry at a walking pace. 8 hours a day for weeks at a time. Rigs have a big hydraulic arms that reach forward and push, lift, and splay open organs or muscle bundles before us roustabouts would go in and suck up or hose out any blood, cut tendons, cauterized tissue, rinse, and repeat. So while you're thinking that whatever's going on may harm this creature, this thing is so big, it's the equivalent of having legit, basically, everything that these people are doing. And as you can see from diagrams like this with the
your
park
skill has
over
increased.
here, some of the places inside of the pit are so tight or so inhospitable because you're in a giant immune system basically that you have to wear these full body suits and put these stents up everywhere that you go so that the muscles don't collapse in and crush you to death. And vehicles like the Park Ranger utility vehicle shows you what you need in order to traverse through this myriad of guts. Also, like a lot of these smaller touches that he puts into the world building, like for example, this necklace that was taken off of a mine worker that says, "A flesh pick worker's prayer. Each day I descend into the deep, cutting meat to earn my keep. Pray to my Father in heaven above that I return to those I love. If somehow death and I should meet, as even the flesh pit needs to eat, I want my loved ones to be sure that in Jesus' arms I am secure." And it's an interesting way to combine these West Texas vibes, of which the pit itself takes place in, with this horrific cosmic Lovecraftian horror that the authors built. And it is dangerous. You can see in several of the different designs that are posted on here, trail engineers, surveyors, and commercial mine technicians all these need these massive spacesuits, and there's even special weapons shown, like the Anatomical Environment Multi-Tool, or AEM, which was made to shoot spikes into walls in order to hoist the wall.
Your skill has increased.
Through it, but they later realized was really good at taking out these giant lobster things that attack the workers. So you may be asking,
your
all
skill
these
has
workers,
increased.
all these miners, like understandably it's hard, but what are they looking for? And the answer is all sorts of stuff. Like using chemicals and enzymes found within the cave, Anodyne became this multi-conglomerate corporation that made things from laundry cleaner over to powerful computers that use the nerve fibers of the cave walls as a means of processing information, and things like Coke Heartthrob, which is a special flavor of Coke that has some very special abilities. As the description reads on that, it says Coke Heartthrob was first introduced on Valentine's Day in 1985 as a limited promotion, but sold so well over the summer that Coca-Cola added it to their primary beverage roster in 1986. The defining ingredient in Coke Heartthrob was, of course, amniotic ballast, harvested from special glands deep within the mystery flesh pit. The potent aphrodisiacal properties of amniotic ballast were diminished by heavily diluting the chemical before adding it to the beverage, but Coke Heartthrob still developed a notorious reputation for its unusual intoxicating effects. So remember earlier how I said there's the amniotic pools that we're going to mention later? This is the part where I mention them. So hidden deep within the cave, they found something that they believe is a part of the creature's endocrine system, known as the amniotic thermal springs. And it turns out these things have insane healing properties. We see images of how this is used as a treatment for Alzheimer's or better aging in the elderly, as well as being used for cancer treatment and all sorts of different illnesses. There are several spas in and around the pit that use this amniotic ballast as a source of physical healing. On the Mystery Below Journey pamphlet, among all the different lounging and dining options we see, like the Marriott Hotel that they have, or the Hard Rock Cafe located just outside of the pit, and even things like an IMAX theater, we can see the advertisement for the amniotic thermal springs. It says on there, located on the ground floor of the visitor center, by the vending machines are the amniotic baths. So this is above surface before you go into the pit. Amniotic secretion are pumped from glands deep within the pit for visitors who are unable to descend into the pit. These springs are known to have a range of positive effects on human psychology, physiology, and well-being, and are enjoyed both medicinally and recreationally. Note, as the visitor center is a family-friendly facility, the surface spring baths are diluted to a 1 to 20 potency ratio with filtered water. For higher concentrations within adult-only baths, park guests are encouraged to visit the pleasure domes located east of the lower visitor center complex within the Mystery Flesh Pit. Okay, so these amniotic things are used as aphrodisiacs in Coke, and it says here that they are heavily diluted in the park itself because it's a family-friendly atmosphere. Or I should say within the hotel itself in the park, they're not diluted at all. For those that don't know, an aphrodisiac is something that gets you in the mood. And if you were curious how effective of an aphrodisiac this stuff is, in the chart that shows us details of the amniotic thermal springs itself, we can see a spring potency chart. Now, essentially, remember this is a giant creature, the thermal springs are these glands that you can walk through the canals of and bathe inside of these giant hot tubs, essentially, made out of enzymes. And all the different nodes of this gland act as different bathhouses. On the chart for the spring potency, you can see that there
Your
is
skill
a
has
green
increased.
line. And for the green line, it says, visitors are encouraged to consult a physician before entering baths below the green line, because it can have different effects on your well-being. And then the yellow line on the super potent baths, the most potent of which being the libido bath, it says, visitors are encouraged to consult a religious, mystic, or sexual wellness counselor before entering baths below the yellow line. Because the more potent this stuff is, the more in the mood you get. It says that outside of the main bath, which remember is very, very diluted, users have to be 18 years old to go into the main baths. Also, because you can't bring any clothing in there, you have to be naked, because of course you do. It even says on this chart, a secondary and infamous property of amniotic spring fluid are the psychoactive and aphrodisiacal effects it has on those who consume or topically apply it. Bathers describe a gentle euphoric sensation when soaking in
Your skill has increased.
springs, with the effects of concentrated exposure being well documented by several best-selling short films, many of which are available for purchase by request in the Upper Visitor Center gift shop. Beyond the physical sensations, visitors often claim that they develop deep emotional bonds with those they interact with while inside the thermal springs. So you go inside the nodes of this giant monster thing underground and fall in love, which is a story as old as time. Also, looking at this chart, I just noticed a bottle of water is $13 down here. Oh my gosh, that is price gouging. That's the real horror of this whole thing. These horrible amusement park level gouging, my word. Anyway, also, looking at this node chart, there is a small sort of squishy node that comes off to the side, and it says, undeveloped ballast bulb. Visitors are encouraged to experience the traditional bathing process
Your skill
by
has increased.
crawling into the bulb orifice. No thank you. And then over to the side, we can see pumps that work as a way of pumping this amniotic fluid to the surface. What's interesting
Your
is
skill has
reading
increased.
the final paragraph of this entire chart. It says amniotic spring fluid is safe to eat and drink and has enjoyed limited exposure as an additive to a variety of popular consumer foodstuffs, such as the seasonally available Coca-Cola Heartthrob, Feel Good McFlurry, and even a ballast-based cordial liquor. And if you'll remember what I talked about at the beginning, this is a since shut down national park, and it was shut down over a specific event that happened that we're going to talk about in a minute. Now, several may be curious as to what the actual layout of the park is. As far as the hiking routes go, it says several of the different routes you can go on. For example, the Bowels of the Earth route, it says the basic tour through the Mystery Flesh Pit. It is a 7.85 mile self-guiding stroll through many large and famous features like the Thor's Ribcage, Septum Falls, God's Mistake, and Oyster's Shame. Then there's some more adventurous ones you can go on. There's some guided ones by a ranger that you have to go through, where you pretty much have to crawl through these really tight blood vessel things, which also in the description for one of those tours, known as the Swallowed Whole Tour, it says, note, this tour is not recommended to those who suffer from claustrophobia or a fear of being eaten alive, also known as those with common sense. What's also interesting that you can find while looking through this is several of the park signs that are shown. Like, for example, this one that says, notice respiratory mucosal folds are unmarked, exercise caution to avoid entrapment, because you can walk into the cilia of one of these things and get absorbed. Now, if you were to be absorbed, what might happen to you? And I assure you now, the answer is not good. See, on the identifying wildlife pamphlet earlier, there was one specific creature called compound surface fauna. And the description says, on rare occasions, abyssal whatever that word is, and other park wildlife will venture outside of the pit and will pull surface animals such as deer,
Your skill has
livestock,
increased.
coyotes, and rabbits into the mystery flesh pit. If not eaten by park fauna, these animals may undergo a fascinating phenomenon known as anatomical amalgamation. This process, which is not fully understood by park scientists, results in the creation of a compound organism, which is a hybrid of constituent surface animals. No two of these amalgamations are the same, though the resulting physiology often results in similar conditions such as partial fusing of major body elements and relocation of internal organs to locations on the exterior of the body. Because of the gruesome and seemingly haphazard nature of the combinations, many compound surface fauna do not live beyond a few hours or days from the time they are discovered. Should you encounter a shambling compound surface fauna, please do not feed it or otherwise engage in activity which could prolong its suffering. And then the most terrifying note in red at the bottom, in the extremely unlikely event that you encounter an amalgamation containing one or more human constituent organisms, contact a park ranger immediately via one of the emergency telephones installed along trail routes. And in horrific images like this, and descriptions around it, we can see what happened to those people. It says, while HIPAA and similar regulations prevent me from finding out exactly how many people even suffered amalgamation, it's estimated that fewer than half a dozen ever survived the treatment process to recovery. Recovery, though, is a loaded word here. The treatment co-developed by Baylor Medical Center and Anodyne Corporation was highly dependent on the nature of the amalgamation and seems to have been most successful with combined masses containing only human tissue. The procedure for treatment involved removing the brain and as much of the spinal cord as possible from the amalgamation.
Your skill has increased.
Extraction of other organs such as eyes, cochlear tissue, tongues, and larynx would later enable the recovered patient a sensory experience much closer to that which they had previously enjoyed, since medical technology is even still unable to replicate the organic sensory quality of human sensory tissue. However, the difficulty and cost of this additional procedure all but ensured that this rarely took place. Once extracted, the brain of the individual patient would be placed in a nutrient cell, and connected to a proprietary interface and life support system developed by Anodyne Company. A rudimentary, computer-based system could be used to communicate with the recovered patient after several months of therapy, and in some cases, individuals were reported able to use vocoders to synthesize speech. It is unknown how many, if any, of these individuals are still living today. So, most likely, through the cilia in the wall that it said do not get stuck into, you get mushed together with a bunch of other stuff that also got stuck in the walls and become these blob creatures that they try to harvest some organs from to keep you kind of alive. I hate it here. But those visitors that still decide to go in through this massive elevator into a central thing called the Lower Visitor Center, located in the essentially throat of this creature. And as you can see from this image, it is a huge multi-level shopping mall with vendors and gift shops and restaurants and everything else you could imagine. In the description for it, it says, your adventure into the wonder and magnificence of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park begins as your enclosed gondola begins to descend down into the darkness, away from the blistering heat and light of the Permian Basin. Just when the 20-minute twisting and turning ride down into the maw of this immense organism feels like it might never end, an illuminated structure comes into view beneath your feet. Steps out of the elevator car and into the well-lit and comfortable lobby of the Lower Visitor Center, your gateway to an unforgettable visit to one of the world's most unique natural wonders. So this thing is so far down there, it takes 20 minutes on an elevator to get to a 8-story shopping mall. And if you look back at the maps of this entire thing, that is still nothing compared to the full size of this creature. What is interesting is that in several of the supplemental materials, you can find audio like this that shows what noise is played whenever you make it to the visitor center.
Hello, welcome to the Lower Visitor Center. Here, you can start your incredible otherworldly adventures with our child-friendly tours. For the daring thrill seeker, set up for private expedition orientation classes at the front desk. For other questions, feel free to ask any of our park rangers. Remember, adventure awaits in the underground.
Also inside of these restaurants in the Lower Visitor Center, for a long time it was said that they served meat from the cave wall itself, which is gross. However, in one of the Q&As that the creator did, he said that this is not true. However, people have ate the meat and says it tastes too gamey to serve, but that the giant lobster things taste delicious. And I've
Your
also
skill has
talked
increased.
already about the amniotic springs, also known as the pleasure domes. But another superstructure that you come across, which is actually at the furthest traced or at least mapped out point in the pits, is the Intra-Park Wellness Resort. This is essentially a giant resort or ski lodge type thing that is built onto the walls of what is basically the stomach of this creature, overlooking something called the Greater Gastric Sea, which, remember, everything in the pit's like dark, so you can't see forever, but as far as the people can see, it is an endless sea of bile and stomach juices. And this resort has pretty much everything, from beauty shops, convenience shops, a comedy depot, an arcade system, a techno biz, a dance club. It has a dance club, because of course it does. This entire thing is a monument to man's arrogance. There's a petting zoo as well, where you can pet the
Your skill has
deep-clawed
increased.
lobster creatures. Anyway, and in all the details about the spa treatments and the thermal things you can go to, it talks about the controls that you can have for your room yourself, like a humidity control, and also a window cleaning knob, because since you are overlooking a sea of gastric juices in your hotel room, they keep popping up on the window, so you have these giant wipers to clean it off, which, again, disgusting. I should also mention, speaking of humidity, you're inside of a living thing, so anywhere that is not on the main trail, where they have constant AC systems running, is 98.6 degrees and 100% humidity, so miserable. Which is something a lot of the miners talked about having to deal with, the constant heat and pressure being inside of this thing, because you're essentially a foreign pathogen inside of a giant body. So it's absolutely unbearable if you're not in one of the park designated areas. And even then you could still get killed by the lobster creatures, so just don't do it. One of the last details of the actual park layout that I want to mention, besides the fact that, if you're not thinking about already, everywhere through the park has to be held open with stents so that the muscles or systems don't close back around you, is the emergency telephones that are placed throughout several different points in the park. Like on this poster, you can see that there are these phones placed around that were done by AT&T, and in the description, it describes that 150 miles of cable were laid as a means of getting communications outside of this organism. Also, seasoned hikers and park field staff referred to these as lighthouses, as walking through the dark with your flashlight, you would see these random blue phones while walking along your path. Which, with all of these, I want you to imagine like the flesh and the noises and just the fact you're walking through something's giant body system, and to just be walking through such an alien place and come across a blue telephone box is so cosmically terrifying.
I love it so much.
Another thing to mention is public reaction to the pit itself. And as we can see through several images, the town of Gumption, Texas, that the pit is located in, absolutely loved the tourism and capitalized on it. However, some were not so happy about it. For example, an advertisement that was hung on hotel doors within the pit is an ad for someone called Homer Litfer Butcher, who works as an attorney for people who were injured while in the flesh pit. And as we can see on an April 1981 issue of Sanctified, the magazine of the Southern Baptist Association, it says on the cover, "Baptist Convention denounces exploration of Mystery Flesh Pit, calls it a foul tunnel to Lucifer himself, buried by the Almighty, enjoyed by the damned. And then in a very interesting picture, we can see a image of Dante's Inferno comparing the pit itself to the mouth of hell, which is really cool, and I think I agree with the church on this one. There's also 3 Q&As, or at least 3 so far, that Trevor has done to explain people's questions about the entire world of Flesh Pit National Park. And one of the questions that he was asked is, how long could someone live in the Flesh Pit long term? To which he said, archaeological evidence of prehistoric human activity within the pit has led to conjecture among scientists that long-term habitation within the anatomy of the pit is possible, but unlikely. Without modern technology and tools, any humans living long-term within the entrails of the superorganism would need to adapt to the perpetual darkness, subpar oxygen, constant high humidity heat, and continually changing fleshscape in order to survive. Fleshscape is a fantastic word, oh my gosh. Over hundreds of generations, when combined with poorly understood long-term effects of consuming amniotic ballast fluid, it is entirely possible that humans adapt to this lifestyle would be fundamentally different from modern humans. Or in other words, if people lived long-term down there, they would probably adapt into these amorphous creatures like the other things that are down there, which who's to say some of that stuff down there isn't people, but whatever. A couple things that I can't find exactly where it was mentioned because I've read through so many of these pamphlets and I can't remember where everything was. But while first exploring the pit, they came across armor from around the period of the Spanish Inquisition, which implies that people got there way earlier, or at the very least they were dragged underground by the things that were there. And one of the more interesting things said in one of these Q&As is someone asked the question, are there any Jumanos, Apache, or Comanche, the American Indian people native to the surrounding area, folk tales or oral histories concerning the superorganism? To which Trevor answers, there is a fascinating legend from the near Caddo people by the name of Sacred Medicine Water, which I will reproduce here. The favor of the Great Spirit rested on the abundant forest, flowers, songbirds, and small animals of these quiet hills. Then a fierce dragon devastated the land, bringing disease and hunger and hatred and greed on the people. The Indian nations pleaded with the Great Spirit to subdue the dragon into a deep slumber, and the night of all the heavenly forces contrived to bury it under the world, where it shakes the earth even today. Once the Great Spirit had vanquished the dragon, he caused pure water to gush up through the earth from the beast and asked that his favorite place be held neutral ground so all can share in the healing waters. So here we see this dragon mentioned in Native American folklore is the thing that got knocked out and buried underground. Because if you remember, this thing was completely underground until the oil man Jim Jackson found it in 1973. And these healing waters that it mentions the people would drink that came up from the ground after the dragon was put to sleep are quite possibly the amniotic fluids that we have found in the current day have healing properties. So, if this creature was knocked into a deep slumber, then we better hope it never wakes up. Which it definitely did, and that would be the situation that led to the shutdown of the park in the 2007 catastrophe. Now, the incident is hinted at several times in different stories, or images I should say, we come across, because everything that's shown, all the brochures, are relics of the now shut down park being put together by this creator online. That is, until we get to the official U.S. Commission on Geobiological Resource and Public Safety, who did a final incident report on what happened to the park. In the executive summary, they say, at 9:41 p.m. Central Standard Time on July the 4th of 2007, the Permian Basin Superorganism Natural Preserve, known colloquially as Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, experienced a catastrophic disaster which resulted in over 750 fatalities and over 1,800 major injuries. In the weeks following the incident, approximately 18,000 individuals from the surrounding communities sought medical and psychological treatment for ailments including breathing problems, chest pains, shortness of breath, nausea, birth defects, hallucinations, depression, anxiety, internal bleeding, sore throat, and headaches as a direct result of contact with gastric ejecta, which had been introduced to the atmosphere. Investigators have concluded that this disaster was chiefly characterized by a premature geobiological consumption event caused by the catastrophic failure of critical park infrastructure to constrain and limit the gastric, motor, and neurological actions of the Permian Basin superorganism. Investigators have concluded that the failure of these critical safety measures are the direct result of negligent practices by the primary site operating contractor, Anodyne Deep Earth Mining, a subsidiary of Anodyne Incorporated. So essentially, they are saying that 750 people died and a whole lot more were injured because of negligence on Anodyne's part, and then it goes by a step-by-step collection of what exactly happened on the night of July the 4th, 2007, and we are going to go through that report now. So, start of relevant timeline. At 10:29 a.m. on July the 4th, unreasonably high rains forced park administrators to cancel a July 4th concert and fireworks display scheduled to take place on the surface park grounds. Many visitors who had already purchased tickets to the event become upset, and a decision is made to extend the park hours until midnight for those who had purchased event tickets, and that was their first mistake. 8 p.m. normal closing time for the national park. A typical shift change of reduced night staff in the control room takes place. 9:16 p.m. Harvesting crews working in the western extremities of the organism set a new extraction record to meet a quota for bonuses in time for the holiday weekend. 9:30 p.m. Control room operators initiate a routine system self-test and discover a relay fault error resulting from increased electrical demand from mining equipment and tourist infrastructure. A control room operator logs the fault and notifies an on-duty engineer. Basically, because they were running over shift and because on another end of the park they were trying to mine really fast, the electronics became overwhelmed. 9:41 p.m. Water drainage from surface rain into the entry orifice begins to collect in the sand gullet. Drainage pumps are automatically activated by a sensor system but fail to initialize due to the relay fault. An emergency backup pump running on a separate emergency circuit is automatically activated. 9:42 p.m. A critical alarm in the control room alerts operators that the emergency water pump has seized and is inoperative. Under lubrication of the pump's impeller bushings resulted in corrosion due to the moist interior of the flesh pit environment. Because yeah, if you've got all this equipment inside something as humid as a living, breathing organism, stuff's gonna rust. 9:48 p.m. Technicians arrive at the primary pump station to discover the sand gullet almost completely submerged. Water begins to pour over the dorsal respiratory ridge and into bronchial bulbules. Control room operators divert power to hydraulic stent rams to brace for expected choke response. So essentially, normally, water goes down into a first little dip inside of the throat and pumps move it out, but because the pumps are not working because they're rusted, the water keeps pouring, and it's now pouring into the lungs of this thing. Which again, this has never been a problem for hundreds if not thousands of years because it was all underground, but because we had to go doo-wop and then blow the lid off of it and then build an entire amusement park inside of this thing's mouth, it's causing problems. So all of those giant rods that are placed inside of it to keep the throat open all double down and brace, because if this thing coughs, it's going to be really bad. 9:51. Technicians A repair the relay stuff as control staff reset the park's electrical grid. The grid is offline for 45 seconds. The automatic PA system does not notify guests as the system is scheduled to automatically shut down at the normal 8 p.m. closing time. The temporary lapse of lighting causes many guests to become panicked and return to the main gantry lift at the lower visitor center. So the park's supposed to be shut down, and because it's supposed to be shut down, no one is told by the PA system that all the lights are going to go off. So once it's blackout, people panic and start running for the elevator. 9:52 p.m. A choking action from the organism begins 31 seconds into the electrical reset. The main dorsal trunk violently flexes. Lack of power to hydraulic arming rams causes irreparable damage to several sections of internal infrastructure. So when this thing had a little cough, it crushed everything in certain parts. We'll get to what happened to the parts with the people in it in a second. 953. As the electrical system finishes the reboot cycle, the dynamic hydraulic actuator supporting the lower visitor center overcorrect for stability, not accounting for the shift in the wall lining of the nexial cavity in which the visitor center facility is anchored. 2 of the 6 structural supports are torn from their foundation, which causes the facility to list 20 degrees off vertical. The base joint of the vertical entry gantry is bent beyond its design limit angle. So the giant 8-story shopping mall gets broken a bit and does this, and now everyone's fallen over, and now you can't get out. 954. The master alarm is tripped automatically. Surface facilities are notified as response teams are given the orders to mobilize. 956. Park rangers are dispatched to rescue groups of visitors trapped in partially collapsed tunnels and trails. 1003. Continued movement of the organism combined with rainwater causes one of the upper entry gantry supports to slip. An outbound elevator conducts an emergency stop, stranding over 24 visitors. 1005. Tremors registered as far away as the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. So this thing starting to cough and move is causing massive earthquakes across the state of Texas. 1006. Soil liquefaction destabilizes surface facilities in and around the organism. Dilation anchors begin retracting to keep the entry orifice open, so now this thing is trying to shut its mouth. 1012. The master failsafe is activated by the automated park management system. 20,000 liters of acinitin compound are injected into the superorganism via a distributed network of relay stations located through its known internal anatomy. So essentially now they're trying to drug this thing. 1012. Tremors and convulsions intensify as the entry gantry connection to the lower visitor center detaches completely. The lower visitor center begins to collapse downward into the nexial cavity. So that entire thing full of hundreds of people just starts falling deeper into the creature's stomach. 1012. Peristaltic muscle action of the nexial cavity begins to exert substantial pressure on the outer structure of the lower visitor center facility. 1015. The prime laboid junction just west of the Septum Falls geobiological feature flexes into an open position, releasing a torrent of lagogastric chyma into the dorsal trunk. It is likely that this was the reaction to the acinin injection. So essentially, because they tried to drug this thing, it started to throw up. 1016. Peristaltic spasms force the caustic chyma slurry through the nexial cavity and up through the lower and upper moisture crops towards the surface orifice. Okay. 1016. Many guests attempting to flee the stalled elevator near the entry orifice attempt climbing out of the upper moisture crop, but are ultimately unsuccessful due to torrential rains causing the surface to become very slippery. Many end up falling back into the maw. Now it's a sarlacc pit. People are literally trying to crawl out the sides and keep slipping back into the mouth. 1017. The chyma slurry erupts from the surface orifice in a geyser several hundred meters in height. Large pieces of undigested organic matter crushed several vehicles and damaged windows. So at this point, it's thrown up, meaning anyone who was still inside of this super acidic acid when it got shot out they're out now, but they're also melting. 1019. Following the several minute-long ejecta event, a deep and incredibly loud roar erupts from the entry orifice as ground tremors intensify further. Large extremities begin surfacing through bedrock and soil approximately 30 to 120 kilometers from the entry orifice. So now other parts of this thing are shooting above the ground up to around 100 miles away from the mouth. 1025. The acid smell of the gastric ejection can be detected as far as Odessa, Texas. 1026. 2 park service vehicles and a tour vehicle containing park service employees and several guests attempt to ascend through the entry orifice tube. Because remember, way down in there, and past different from the stomach, there were still these truckloads full of people. 1027. Peristaltic action crushes one of the TOR vehicles and sucks the other two vehicles back into the nexial cavity and down into a digestive organ. These vehicles are presumed destroyed. So as they're trying to get out, it essentially swallows them, because now all the inside structures are broken and it's starting to actually move its body. 1058. The Pentagon is given authorization from the White House to use nuclear force if necessary to prevent the organism from entering an active and/or ambulatory state, which I'm not really sure that'd do anything, but okay. 1102. The on-site operations director within the lower visitor center control room, so he's down there being crushed by the gullet, initiates a final failsafe measure in the form of the contingency measure. 1102, master event log records successful spin-up of the contingency measure. So we don't know, and we're not going to know specifically what this contingency measure is, but I have a theory I'll talk about near the end. 1105, lower visitor center structure integrity is critically compromised, resulting in total collapse, meaning everyone in that lower visitor center, including the operator who gave the contingency order, were killed by the crushing. 1105, data connection with lower visitor center is severed, because yeah, it got crushed. 1113, spasms and motor action of the superorganism begin to noticeably subside. Response teams begin to descend into the surface orifice to attempt rescue operations. 1119, response team encounters visitor group which had attempted escape from stalled elevator. Most are dead, the remainder are mortally wounded and partially digested due to the caustic gastric ejecta. So it's just an elevator full of melting people. 1142. Radio contact and also when I say I mean like a cool because this is awesome. Radio contact established with Ranger vehicle trapped within Oyster Shame due to ventricle closure. No feasible rescue strategy can be developed before complete mastication occurs. 1156. Response team confirms that contingency measure and associate facility are still intact and operating. 1158. Texas Governor Rick Perry formally declares a state of emergency for Gumption County. 1222. Response teams route data and power umbilical to new base camp in the contingency measure facility. 1235. 3 interpit life forms are identified as having been ejected onto the surface. 15 visitors are injured and 7 are hunted by interpit life forms during panicked evacuation of surface resort. So, some of the people who were just on land and around are now being killed by the giant crab things that got shot onto the surface. 1241, park staff managed to kill the 3 large life forms. 102, National Guard helicopters began delivering supplies and personnel to aid in site containment. 158, field hospital is constructed to care for wounded visitors and staff. 237, initial damage surveys report catastrophic destruction of internal park infrastructure. Pit geobiology has dramatically changed in hazard level. 3 a.m. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne Executive Leadership, National Parks Director, and Security of the Interior are present. 312. Executive decision is made to initiate FEMA response and assemble a task force for containing superorganism. 4. Media helicopters and vehicles begin to report on scope of disaster. 439. Base camp technicians begin to spin down contingency measure. Large fractures due to internal stretch have appeared on mineral components. Engineers advise against reinitializing contingency measure until mineral components can be replaced and repaired. 608. Ground personnel begin assembling a pump system to inject industrial sedatives into the superorganism. Transport trucks containing industrial sedative arrive. 9:45. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne shareholders. 11:20. Several injured visitors inexplicitly leave field hospital and begin walking towards open pit orifice. Approximately 38 individuals are able to crawl back into the orifice over the course of 8 hours. None are recovered. 3:51 p.m. Radio transmission from the trapped Ranger vehicle ceases. Many speculate that other small groups of visitors and staff are still trapped, and that's the end of the relevant timeline. So a few things to note here. Essentially, all of these people died, and all of this occurred because the creature coughed and moved its arm a bit. to give you a scope of how huge this thing is. So, if it's not clear, I'm pretty sure what's going on is there's several supernatural things happening just below the surface. The number one being the contingency measure. See, if you look on the map of the above ground section, there is a side place that is a ritual site. And apparently it was a ritual for the natives who would perform these sort of ceremonies in honor of this great being, or in order to keep it down, one way or the other. And on this device pictured, in which we can see what the contingency measure device looks like, it operates off some sort of mineral that they said became compromised while they were performing it. And obviously, whatever the contingency measure was, it worked, because only 13 minutes later, the creature went back to sleep. I think that this rock that is placed inside of this device in order to make this thing go back to sleep is an ancient relic of whatever this great spirit is that put this dragon underground. So the contingency measure itself is essentially worshiping it the way that the natives used to, and that, or alternatively worshiping the spirit that fights the dragon and therefore forcing it to go back to sleep. And this dragon itself, or at least that's as it's described in the old legends, has a sort of hold on the people that were in it, which is why 38 people who barely escaped with their lives crawled back into the mouth of this thing. I also want to mention the terrifying fact that transmission didn't cease with the one car that was cut off by a closed up mouth, or essentially tubule of this thing. That probably still survived and either died of starvation or were eaten by the creatures down there or something, because they were on the radio for like 14 hours and then went out, and then it says they never got them out, which who knows how they went. And at the end of this entire thing, the report essentially says that it's Adonine's fault that any of this ever happened, and the company shut down shortly afterwards and went bankrupt because, you know, public opinion wasn't exactly great after this. And as far as that limb that raised above the ground, this is what that looked like. 100 miles away, this giant thing that shot miles and miles into the air is just maybe a shoulder or an arm or even a finger of whatever this creature is. I also want to mention, to further back up my theory about the contingency plan being a sort of religious or ceremonial kind of thing, in the Q&A, someone asked rumors of religious facilities built in the pit, and in the answer, Trevor says, "I don't have many details on it, but the contingency measure facility referenced in the 2007 disaster overview report was designated as an ecclesiastical religious observance facility in a 1998 GSA construction budget report. Make of that what you will." So absolutely, whatever this contingency report is, it's something spiritual, and whatever it is, it works. Also on a chart that shows you signs of the Mystery Flesh National Park, and one of them that you can see in 1973, it says ecclesiastical personnel proceed to ritual site encampment. So even in 73, when they were putting this together, they realized there was some ritual practice that went into it. And then if you look at Hey everyone, so as you probably know at this point, I for one love horror. And one of the things that's so important for me in a horror setting is that of the setting itself. Most often, horror like Friday the 13th or the Halloween series takes a setting we're all familiar with, and that's used as the basis for whatever the scare is. And then several of my favorite horrors, like the 1982 movie The Thing, take a setting that we can sort of relate to, like people at a research base, and then use that for whatever cosmic horror comes out of it. But I think it's especially interesting whenever a horror series creates an entirely unique world that is so visceral and outside of our realm of understanding that just the thought of it in itself is enough to creep us out. And today I want to bring one of those horrors to you, Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Now, this was originally started by an artist known as Trevor Roberts, who goes by Strange Vehicles on Reddit. And specifically, it began within the subreddit r/world building. It began as a sort of creative exercise of seeing how intricate or heavily put together of a world you could make. However, as you could see, Trevor went way beyond the average or what was required of him, and instead created this super expansive universe. That being of a now defunct national park that was made out of a living cave that is potentially a giant hundreds and hundreds mile long creature underneath the Earth itself. Not only that, but Trevor was able to tell this story through a series of brochures and park guides that look like they would be standard of any national park. So there's not only creativity with the world itself, but also the manner in which information is given to us. So today, I want to go through some of the details and break down this entire ARG that Trevor has crafted. However, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get to every single minute detail, as cool as they all are. So I'm going to leave a link to the original website where all of this information is cataloged for you to find, as well as the artist's Patreon and subreddit, because I'm telling you, this is some wild stuff and you really need to check it out. And you know what else you should check out? Today's sponsor that allows you to save money while shopping for free. Because if you're like me, nowadays online shopping is pretty much all that you do. Like if there's a specific... Hello everybody, today we're going to be telling the story of when angels fell from heaven. Find as well. So you know how sometimes I'll come across a series that kind of can't be described with just a couple sentences? This is one of those. The Hypnagogic Archive claims to be a catalog of old media from the early days of the internet. However, after reading through the archives and finding the clues left behind across the internet, I can assure you it is something far more interesting and far more terrifying. There you can find a series of supposedly archived text files and videos, as well as a guest book for site visitors, along with a blog that is used by the website staff. If anyone were to read the text files or click on any of the videos that are listed on the site, they would be greeted by tales of the supernatural and videos whose purpose is unexplainable. We will be looking at stories of aliens, the Hat Man, hallucinations, time dilations, zombie birds, government conspiracies, haunted VHS tapes, insane stalkers, spiritual/demonic encounters, and ghost hitchhikers, just to name some of it. If I had to describe the Hypnagogic Archive in one sentence, it would be a Twilight Zone ARG. While the entire presentation is dedicated to the idea of being a normal catalog for old web content, every story is comprised of the paranormal and the sinister. Not only that, but the videos contain ciphers and puzzles that seemingly connect it to other websites across this expanded series. There's a lot going on here and a lot that I think is worth talking about. So what I want to do is go through the main entries of the series, in other words, the videos, blog posts, guest book, and text files, as well as some of the websites and entries on message boards that I believe tie back into the overall experience. I also want to talk about my own discoveries with the series before turning it over to you guys to try to make some sense of this. So this video is going to be the text files, and then hopefully within the next week, another upload will come out that is an analysis of the videos, the puzzles, the clues on other websites, etc. So the link to the original website will be in the description, and while we're going to go over the stories and videos here today, I highly recommend, especially for the short stories, if this sounds interesting, read it yourself first. What we have here is essentially a horror anthology puzzle game, and we're going to try to put the pieces together. And if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad, because hopefully you're as excited to hear about this as I am to talk about it. But as much as I want to talk about something as cool and exciting as that, you know what isn't cool or exciting? That's right, having your personal data stolen while on the internet. But thanks to today's sponsor, you'll never have to worry about that again with Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is the digital tool that keeps your information secure and private whenever you're online. Atlas's servers take your IP and DNS address and mask it with their system, so that way whenever you're browsing the web, if someone wants to figure out your personal information or location, they'll be unable to see it thanks to Atlas's security system. Not only that, but Atlas's user-friendly system has a series of other internet tools that can help you out as well. For example, Atlas has a data breach monitor, so you can put in your email and password and see if they've been leaked anywhere on the web. So now you don't have to worry or wonder if your information's secure. You can just run a check through Atlas and they'll let you know for sure. You can also use Atlas to change your digital location. Say for example you want to watch a movie on Netflix, but the movie or show that you want to see isn't available in your country. All you have to do is log on to Atlas's system, pick a server in a different country, and you'll be able to view the entire catalog as if you were within that country. Atlas VPN is offered on all digital devices, and right now is featuring a 30-day money-back guarantee. This is definitely a deal you don't want to miss out on. And that's because if you go to the link in the description, you will be able to get Atlas VPN for 82% off. And yes, I said that right. That's the ability to keep your information secure, use the data breach monitor, change your digital location, and much, much more at the link in the description for 82% off. Or in other words, just $1.99 a month. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Atlas for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. I originally found the Hypnagogic archive in a 4chan thread from December of last year. In the thread, someone linked the YouTube channel. Also, later on in the thread, people were saying that I was going to make a video on it, so I guess that came full circle. What I didn't realize at the time, and didn't end up realizing until I began to do my own research into the series, is that the YouTube channel is secondary to the website. And whenever you travel to the website itself, you are greeted by this, something that looks like a very old internet database. The homepage reads, "Bringing yesterday into today. Here at Hypnagogic Archive, we're dedicated to preserving the weird and the wonderful from years gone by. Are you a fan of Web 1.0, otherwise known as the Old Web? You've come to the right place. Our team of experts scours pages of Web 1.0 material to bring you forgotten gems and hidden treasures, many of which you probably forgot about. Whether you're in for a classic blog post that'll make you roll on the floor laughing, or videos filmed in 2007 on a Nokia smartphone, we've got your back. We stock new material regularly from a wide variety of classic sites, so stay tuned. We're dedicated to keeping the past alive by any means necessary." I'm not going to read all of the text, only short excerpts from them. Again, if you want to see the whole thing, link is in the description. But in the blog section, we see our first post from June 18th, 2018 with the title, "Hypnagogic Archive is Back." The intro reads, "Hi everyone, Ellis here, new owner and operator of the Hypnagogic Archive and the Hypnagogic Forums. During the last few months, we've undergone some significant changes in staff. We know the last few months have been hard on the community as a whole, especially considering the allegations that came out over our former vice president. We just want you to know that everything is taken care of, and as of now, the archive is under completely new management. We plan on taking things in a bold new direction from here. Don't worry, the things you've come to know and love aren't gone. We will be moving to a new host soon, but aside from that, there won't be many changes. Please check your inboxes regularly for new information as it comes out." So we have our first hints at the overall story. This character known as Ellis will come back up a lot in the future, but we also have that mention of allegations at the old staff and specifically the vice president. Also, there is the entire title of the post itself, "The Hypnagogic Archive is Back." We'll see this more as we get into the blog post and discussions surrounding the website itself. But it seems that part of this ARG is that the Hypnagogic Archive was an old website that was destroyed and brought back for some reason. Even when going to the guest book on the main website, you can see users who are happy and nostalgic for the site's return. And since you're probably getting bored of all this talk of archives and forums, let's go ahead and get into the fun parts of the story, the stories themselves. On the text file section of the website, you'll come across 12 different short stories. At the time of writing, there is a hidden 13th story, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. The first story, Alien Chain Email, gives you a basic idea of what kind of stories we're going to come across. The specific subtitle of the story saying the following is a classic chain email sent to numerous college campuses in 2005. The email claims to be from a Gordon Wimbledon who works for a government space agency. He describes an event in which his team made contact with a UFO, and after waiting for 5 days around the UFO, an alien stepped out, grabbed Gordon's head, presumably stealing some of its knowledge. Before the alien went back into its spaceship, they left, and this chain email is to alert people so that they can tell as many people as possible that aliens are coming. This seems like a perfectly normal prank email, and it gives us an idea of what kind of information the website holds on to. People who have gotten responses from Ellis through the email have said that Ellis specifically requests content of the weird and the bizarre. Again, keeping up the motif that this is all just an internet catalog. Our first real narrative comes in the next entry, Call and Response, Trial and Error, which comes from a Talk.Experience group from 1992. In this entry, our writer tells us that they are sharing this story in order to get over their past trauma. That trauma being an experience they had on their way home from soccer practice. It began to rain, and the rain was so intense that it made it hard to see where they were going. Because of this, our writer eventually became lost while navigating the neighborhood. Whenever the rain finally let up, they were able to see around them, however they didn't recognize their location. Not only that, but something seemed off about the houses themselves. These houses weren't any I recognized. The porch lights were on with about half of them. A lot of them were completely dark. Some of them were on hills, located up flights of stairs. This wasn't my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, the houses are all located on the ground, and the elevation is pretty flat. To add to this confusion, the sidewalk was still very wet and it was reflective, meaning my eyes were bombarded by a light show. Something didn't feel right. The streets kept repeating. So did the houses. Eventually, I knew if I walked far enough, I would reach a main street or a landmark or something, so I just kept going. I knew about suburban sprawl, or how in lots of suburbs, all the houses look the same. About a year ago, I visited my grandparents who live across the state. They live in one of those suburbs where every house is identical, and you can only tell them apart by their addresses. This was different, though. Like in my neighborhood, all the houses looked different. They all had different attributes and features. Some were bigger than others, they all looked fancy, but some had patios and some didn't. Some had garages and some didn't. One had lawn sculptures. One had a fountain in the yard. It was bubbling, but I didn't see anybody around. It was like the street was being generated randomly by a computer algorithm at the horizon, and that these houses were randomized while I walked past them. Some of them didn't make any sense. There were just possibilities stuffed together, like 3 stories mashed together in an ugly way that nobody would buy. They went on to say that there were no cars on the road, or any people in the entire neighborhood for that matter. Eventually, they began knocking on doors to ask for help. There was no response. Eventually, the threat of whatever world this is makes itself known. After walking some more, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that somebody was following me. I could hear their footsteps on the concrete. I thought I heard breathing, but I wasn't sure. I could have asked them where I was, but I knew somehow that they were a threat and they weren't here to help me. They got closer. I turned around, saw who it was, and then I started running away as fast as I could. So, I'm doing the thing. Unlike most of the horror series that I cover, I feel like today's horror series needs no introduction. Five Nights at Freddy's has quickly become one of the most popular video game IPs ever. Five Nights at Freddy's currently has 9 games in its main series, as well as over a dozen books written about it and countless fan games. Not only that, but even people who hate the games have to admit that it was probably the most impactful indie horror series of all time. And the craziest part about it is, to this day, no one really knows what happened. Like, if you play through the games, it's very clear that there is a story happening in the background. However, the gameplay always takes center stage. And despite the countless Reddit threads and YouTube videos made on the topic, there still doesn't seem to be a clear answer of what happened in the games themselves. So I'm here to throw my hat in the ring and present to you what I believe to be the story of the Five Nights at Freddy's series. See, this video started out, I just wanted to cover the FNAF VHS tapes, because a couple people, specifically Squimpus McGrimpus, which is a funny name, has made fantastic horror set within the universe of Five Nights at Freddy's, but taking its own story direction with its own characters and events. However, after getting all of my research done for that, and then thinking how I would describe it to you all, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to someone who wasn't familiar with the Five Nights series. So I asked myself, what is the minimal amount of information I need to tell you about the Five Nights series in order for you to understand the VHS tapes? And that eventually devolved into me breaking down the entire story with all of the characters and major events. So I'm doing great. However, I'm only partially joking on that because I do believe that the Five Nights at Freddy's storyline is a very interesting story that deserves to be told. However, if you're familiar with the series at all, then you probably know that the problem with telling the story is the story itself. See, the story of the game takes place across the first 7 entries. The game's in chronological order, or at least my chronological order, because we can't even agree on when the games happened. But in my chronological order, it goes 4, 2, 1, 5, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, and the reason that it's so confusing for newcomers to the series to try to figure out what's going on is because anytime you search something like Five Nights at Freddy's Theory,
Your
there's
skill has
usually
increased.
videos from 5 years ago, whenever the 3rd game was out, so we didn't know the events in the 4th game were going to happen. But then the theories from the 4th game didn't know that the events of the 5th game were going to happen. So people kept trying to glue together a puzzle because all the pieces weren't out yet. But now I, in the future, with the privilege of hindsight, can put together the puzzle the way that I believe it was always meant to be viewed. And I'm going to do that in a kind of controversial way. I want this video to serve, again, not only as my take on the timeline for those out there who are a fan of the series, but also as an introductory point so that new people coming in are able to view all the information and better understand the story. And when you look at the entire series as one narrative, I think it becomes far more interesting and far more terrifying. So in order to achieve both of those ends, and again putting emphasis on the fact that this is a cool story that deserves to be told, I am simply not going to explain myself. At least not entirely explain myself. Like, several of the things on this board go against the majority of the community's interpretation of what happened. So whenever I have a real controversial take, I'm going to explain that. But like over here, I have one of William's children listed as being named Evan. In order for you to understand the story, I don't need to sit here for 10 minutes and tell you about we got the name Evan because in the survival book, which is an accompanying book for the games, they found a series of numbers on one page and then added them together by the page number at the bottom and then went over to a letter grid and input those values and got the name Evan. Because if you're not familiar with the series, that's how we found out everything. And again, while I think stuff like that is cool, more people, at least currently, are focused on if his name's Evan or not, rather than the entire plot and story of what happened. And I think that the latter is far more interesting. So I know this has been a long introduction, but there's a lot to explain. As always, there's going to be timestamps in the description for what I'm describing, but I'm going to go through the timeline, or my opinion of the timeline, for the Five Nights at Freddy's video game series, as well as talk about the characters, and then from there, we will begin talking about the VHS tapes and the other YouTube horror shorts based around Five Nights at Freddy's, because I think they're really cool. And if any of this sounds cool to you, stick around after the ad, as we're going to get into pretty much the entirety of the Five Nights at Freddy's series. But before you listen to me ramble for an absurd length of time, let's make sure you're listening the right way with today's sponsor, Raycon earbuds. With over 48,000 5-star reviews, Raycon is the best audio quality and the best package available. Thanks to the rubberized oil design of Raycon earbuds, not only do they fit comfortably in your ear, but as you can see, they're very slim and discreet while you're wearing them. And thanks to that design, whenever I sit down at my computer to play video games or edit videos, I can just leave them in and it's never a problem. Not only that, but as you can see, Raycon earbuds latch comfortably into your ear, and regardless of how you move your head, they won't fall out. Not only that, but Raycon also offers a 32-hour battery life with 8 hours of playtime, so as soon as you charge them up, you're good to go for the rest of the day. Furthermore, Raycons offer a push-button feature on the side of both earbuds, so if you need to skip through the music or pause the music or even pick up a call, you can do that by simply tapping the earbuds and never taking your phone out of your pocket. And thanks to Raycon, if you go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to get your Raycon earbuds for 15% off. That's right, just go to the link below at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon and you will be able to get this fantastic audio package at 15% off. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. The first thing to understand about the Five Nights at Freddy's series is that at its core, it's the story of two people. And those two people are William Afton and Henry Emily. Henry and William were business partners, and they went in as partners together on a new branch of children's entertainment. This new style of children's entertainment would be demonstrated on their first business venture together, a restaurant known as Fredbear's Family Diner. With later entries of the series, as many people have pointed out, you could think of the restaurants as a sort of Chuck E. Cheese establishment. The kind of places that would have singing animatronics, as well as arcade games and pizza parties for children of all ages. However, at least in the beginning, Fredbear's wasn't like that. It was a much smaller establishment that boasted two animatronics. The down-to-earth, homey nature of it is even present in the name of Fredbear's Family Diner. It certainly seems like a passion project, not only in the name and very nature of a children's entertainment business, but also in the attitudes of the two owners. From everything we see later in the series, it seems like Henry was the business and managerial side of the partnership, while William was more interested in the day-to-day operations and specifically the construction of the animatronics. What made these animatronics unique, and the thing that set their business apart from other competitors, was the addition of something William dubbed as spring lock suits. The core idea behind a spring lock suit is that it is initially a normal animatronic. However, if someone were to twist the gear on the back of the costume, the animatronic parts would slip to the sides and allow a worker to step inside of the animatronic itself and use it as a costume. Whereas at other establishments, the children would see an animatronic on stage and then a worker would come out to serve them pizza in a kind of dollar store mascot version of the costume, at Fredbear's Family Diner, they could watch the animatronics get off stage themselves and come play with the kids. It seems like in the beginning that was part of the goal for William, to keep the magic alive in the mind of a child. And in the beginning, it seems that they had such humble beginnings that William and Henry were the people running the costumes themselves. Despite being owners, they would take the time to step into their own respective spring lock suits and go play and entertain the children. Henry would pilot the restaurant's namesake, the Fredbear suit itself, whereas William would slip into the secondary mascot of the business, a golden rabbit costume which would later be known to the community as Spring Bonnie. Perhaps part of this dedication to the project came in the form of their own children. William having 3 children himself, Elizabeth, Michael, and Evan, and Henry having one daughter by the name of Charlie. I know that in the books it mentions Henry has a son as well, however he's never mentioned anywhere in the games, so again, I'm just talking the games, he doesn't exist up here. Something that I want to mention really quick on this timeline is if an event is inside of a red box, that is a definite year that that event happened. There's not a lot of surefire times we get in the series, so the few that you see with the red box are times we know this happened on this date. The blue boxes are more so guesstimates. In other words, the thing I'm about to talk about says 1980, but it could have also been 81 or late 70s, or the year doesn't really matter, 1980 is just a guess. Looking at the timeline, we can see that William and Henry started Fredbear's Family Diner around 1970. And then, thanks in no small part to the dedication of the owners themselves, as well as the invention of spring lock suits, a decade later they are able to expand their brand, as around 1980, William opens Afton Robotics, and William and Henry continue to expand the business itself with Fazbear Entertainment, which becomes a sort of industrial chain of Freddy Fazbear restaurants. Things were going great for the two. Henry was continuing to manage the brand as it was expanding, and William continued to create more odd and interesting robotic figures. One of these inventions that we see in the games is a small Fredbear plush that seems to have a camera inside of it, as well as a series of animatronics later dubbed Funtime animatronics that it seems William was building during this time. Everything was going great, and it seemed that nothing would stop the pair from accomplishing great things in the realm of children's entertainment. That was until the accident that happened in 1983. For whatever reason, it seems that Evan was particularly terrified of the animatronics his father was building. And no one's really certain why, People who have gathered information from the books have speculated that perhaps William was purposefully making his child afraid of the animatronics because William knew that they were dangerous. Because, animatronic suits that have like wires and gears holding the animatronic pieces from flying back into place and impaling you, it's called foreshadowing, would be dangerous to go around, especially if William is building them in his house. From what we see in future games, it even seems that William had put cameras throughout his house so that while he was working on his animatronics, he could monitor exactly what his son was doing. In the meantime, Evan's older brother, Michael, began to torment Evan over his fear of these creatures. See, at this point, the brand had extended from not only Fredbear's Family Diner, but there was also Fredbear and Friends, and there were several other mascots that would stand on stage along with Fredbear. One of these was a character by the name of Foxy. So, Michael would wear a Foxy mask and begin tormenting his brother because he thought it was funny. William didn't seem to mind this, perhaps even encouraging it, as he saw it as another way to keep his son safe. The events of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, which again according to me is the earliest game in the timeline, followed the nightmares of young Evan Afton. The reason the animatronics look so over-the-top creepy and terrifying is because these aren't real animatronics. These are the nightmare imaginations of a young child who's afraid of his father's creations. And Evan is spending these sleepless nights trying to evade these creatures of his own imagination. That is, until the end of the week, whenever Afton and his family go to Fredbear's Family Diner. While there, Michael and his friends, all wearing the mascots' faces, begin to torment Evan and make him get closer and closer to the animatronics themselves, until Michael makes a joke that Evan wants to give Fredbear a kiss, to which the boys put Evan into Fredbear's mouth, and whenever the animatronic bites down, Evan doesn't die yet, at least not immediately. His family rushes him to the hospital where he remains comatose for the next couple days. In the final levels of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, it's possible when looking back at the bedside to see things like a hospital IV bag or flower pot. Not only that, but the nightmares within the final nights of Five Nights at Freddy's 4 transition from being the general different animatronics from the restaurant to just nightmarish apparitions of Fredbear himself. While Evan is lying in a hospital bed, we hear Michael tell Evan that he's sorry and ask for his forgiveness, until the Fredbear plush itself begins to speak to Evan. As established earlier, this is one of William Afton's camera plushies, so it's safe to assume that this is William speaking to his son. In his final moments, we hear William say that it's going to be okay and that he's going to put Evan back together, before everything fades out and Evan seemingly passes away. Now, if you're a big aficionado of the series, you may disagree with that placement in the story. However, this, as well as the events that happen directly afterwards, are so debated, and there's so many different options of when this happened, or this happened before this, or blah blah blah. But again, as a story, this makes the most sense to me as the catalyst that began everything. William, a man who wanted to entertain children and managed to do so for decades, began his mad descent when one of his children used one of William's own creations to kill his other child. And then in that father's desperation, he begins experiments and procedures to try to maintain the soul of a child. See, that's where the horror comes from. For those of you who may have not known anything else about the Five Nights at Freddy's games, you've probably heard it has to do with dead children possessing animatronics. And while the rules of it aren't explicitly laid clear, at least not in the video games themselves, it seems that if a child is killed by an animatronic or a piece of their body is put into that animatronic after death, that their soul possesses the animatronic itself. You can essentially think of it as a haunt or a haunted house. If someone dies in a derelict mansion, then they haunt that derelict mansion. If someone dies and their body is put inside of an animatronic, then their spirit possesses that animatronic. And that is exactly what happens here. While we do not know the details of how or why or what happened, either because Fredbear killed Evan or potentially afterwards William put pieces or all of Evan's body into Fredbear, Evan's spirit possessed the Fredbear animatronic. See, now the color coding makes sense. This wasn't just Sunday school teacher gimmick to make the letters look cool, it had a purpose, because now Evan is the spirit of Fredbear. I don't know if you can see Fredbear good. If I turn the lights off, the reflection isn't there. So yeah, Fredbear is Evan, at least for now. I'm not sure how, perhaps just being around Fredbear and seeing signs that his child was still inside of the suit, or maybe even some kind of weird science that William applied to the suit itself whenever he made it. Either way, it seems that William figured out his son Evan was inside of the Fredbear suit. As you can imagine, not only the death of William's child, but now his child being trapped in a suit of his own invention changed William's life forever. It seems that from here, William wanted to better understand what had happened to Evan. So he began to modify the aforementioned Funtime animatronics with the express purpose of trapping another child so that he could figure out how the whole soul possession works. His primary contender in this being an animatronic known as Circus Baby. Circus Baby was specifically designed with a giant claw inside of its chest cavity, as well as sensors that would always calculate and determine how many people were currently in the room. He did this with the intent of Circus Baby managing to get a child alone all by themselves so that its claw could then come out and grab the child before dragging it into its chest cavity to be killed.
She can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at
Your skill has increased.
She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
This is,
your
at
skill
least
has
according
increased.
to my timeline, the beginning of William's evil and murderous intent. It seems that the death of his own child pushed William to such extreme lengths that he was now willing to kill another kid in order to either see what happened to his son or
your skill has
even
increased.
find a way to bring him back. During the construction of Circus Baby, William's daughter Elizabeth was in love with it, probably because it was an animatronic that looked like a young girl and had the ability to serve
Your
ice
skill
cream.
has increased.
On the opening day of a new Freddy Fazbear's sister location known as Circus Baby's Pizza World, Elizabeth managed to get away from her father and go see Circus Baby all
your
by
skill
herself.
has increased.
The Circus Baby animatronic, calculating that Elizabeth was the only one in the room, put out a piece of ice cream to serve her before grabbing her and bringing her into her chest, to which Elizabeth was killed.
Did you know that I was on stage once? It wasn't
your
very
skill has
long,
increased.
only one day. I would always count the children. I'm not sure why. I was always acutely aware of how many there were in the room.
Your skill has increased.
There were 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. Something happened when there was 1. A little girl standing by herself. I was no longer myself, and I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream. I couldn't move, at least, not until she stepped closer. There was screaming for a moment, but only for a moment. I still hear her sometimes. Why did that happen?
We're never shown exactly how William reacted to this, although I imagine this is never what he wanted. In Five Nights at Freddy's 5, also known as Sister Location, Elizabeth mentions many times that her father tried to keep her away, and she specifically went against his will in order to go see Circus Baby by herself. It seems that he didn't want Circus Baby to kill his daughter Elizabeth, however that's exactly what happened. Despite this, however, his plan seemed to work, and the soul of Elizabeth began to possess the animatronic known as Circus Baby. Now, whenever Evan died, it was simply seen as an accident. While Michael and his friends caused the death of Evan, they were children as well, and it could be seen as a bullying incident gone wrong. However, when Elizabeth disappeared, that raised a lot more questions. We're told in the games that the sister location known as Circus Baby's Pizza World, again the place where Elizabeth was killed by Circus Baby, we are told that it was closed due to gas leaks. This obviously being a cover-up for this event here. However, there is no way this could have happened without Henry knowing. He was essentially the acting CEO over Fazbear's Entertainment, and there's no way that they would close down the brand new location on the first day due to gas leaks without him knowing any better. What I think happened, and this is supported by things that happened shortly after this, is that Henry found out what William was up to. Whenever William sees that Henry has created a robot whose sole purpose is to bring in children and then kill them, it probably raised a lot of red flags. We're never told this in-game, but perhaps at the same time, Henry also saw that William was trying to rebuild his son Evan, or put Evan back into the Fredbear costume, or whatever I will put you back together means. Either way, Henry was so disgusted, at least by what he saw with Circus Baby, that he kicked William out of the company. Potentially, Henry never alerted the authorities because, for one, him and William had been friends for at least 10 years, and two, William's actions has caused the death of his own daughter, so perhaps Henry saw that as punishment enough. Either way, Henry didn't alert the authorities, but he did kick William out of the business. There is a scene within a minigame in Five Nights at Freddy's 6, also known as Pizzeria Simulator. The minigame's called Midnight Motorist, and there is a part in it whenever you're playing as a little sprite that is believed to be William Afton. Again, everything in this entire series is entirely circumstantial. And while playing as William Afton, you walk up to a building called Junior's. Now, a place called Junior's is never mentioned anywhere else in the series. However, general consensus is that Junior's is the first offshoot location of Fredbear's Family Diner, which is a place known as Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So whenever William goes to the door of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the worker at the front door says, "You know you can't be here, don't make this any harder than it has to be." Which means the person at the front door, either Henry or an employee of Henry, recognizes William and says, "You can't be here, don't make this worse than it has to be." A lot of people say that minigame takes place during the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. However, I don't agree due to something I'll mention in a minute. In the rest of that Midnight Motorist minigame, it seems that William goes home, to which someone on the couch tells him, quote, "Leave him alone, he's had a rough day." Before William goes to someone's room, yells at them to let him in, before he walks outside and sees that whoever was in the room broke the window and went to, quote, "that place again." Now, this is all speculation because most of the stuff in this series is speculation. What are you going to do? It seems to me like this person sitting on the couch is probably William's wife, and although she's never seen in the series again, that's the only character that can make sense here. And the child that he is berating is his only surviving child, Michael. Michael is now terrified by his father and remorseful for the actions that he himself committed that led to the death of Evan. Perhaps whenever William says that Michael is going to that place again, he's referencing Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, because maybe Michael's trying to figure out what happened to his sister. Like I said, that was speculation, but it makes the most sense to me. The core takeaway from it is that William is now being kicked out of the locations that he helped create by his business partner, Henry. And while Henry was in his right to do so, I mean, he found William with a child scooping animatronic that he built. Like, you can't let that guy keep working around children. Henry becomes paranoid of the idea that William will try to retaliate. During this time, William makes a new animatronic. An animatronic known as the Marionette, or just the Puppet. This puppet is designed for the express purpose of protecting Henry's daughter Charlotte, also known as Charlie. One day William, perhaps in the midst of a rage towards his business partner Henry, William decides that he is going to take from Henry what William had accidentally taken from himself. Again, as we can see from minigames placed throughout the video game series, one day Charlie is locked outside, to which William Afton pulls up in his vehicle, kills the young child, before driving away and leaving her body in an alley. Now, normally, the marionette puppet would have stopped this from happening, as its entire purpose is to follow Charlie around and protect her. However, during this event, it seems that the puppet was trapped and unable to get to Charlie until it was too late. Eventually, the puppet works its way outside in order to find the young girl, to which whenever the puppet gets there, the deed has already been done. The puppet, unable to do anything else, lies down next to Charlie, to which it seems through whatever supernatural means is filled throughout this narrative, the spirit of Charlie possesses the puppet. Perhaps William killed Charlie outside that day because it was just a moment of opportunity, or perhaps he did it away from the animatronics because at this point 2 of his own children had been killed in the proximity of an animatronic and their soul had been taken into it. And perhaps William killed Charlie outside in order to prevent her from possessing an animatronic. However, despite his efforts, as noted here, the spirit of Charlie now possesses the marionette puppet. I like the idea of Charlie being the first murder victim of William, not only because it matches the story more and it makes the first intentional kill more purposeful, but in the events that follow, the animatronics are only possessed because the puppet attaches that spirit to each animatronic. So in order for any of the victims to possess future animatronics, the puppet has to be dead first. Not only that, but a line that Henry says in Pizzeria Simulator heavily implies that his child was the first victim of William's killing spree.
Not until I undo what he has done and heal this wound. A wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all of this.
So due to Charlie's death, the restaurant is shut down. A couple years later, it reopens as the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I think it is shortly after the reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that the missing children's incident occurs. For those that don't know, there is a mention in the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, and at the time this was the only lore for the overall series that we ever got, in which a newspaper clipping says that 5 children went missing at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and that's the reason it got shut down. That Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that got shut down because 5 children went missing is the current pizza place that I'm talking about in the timeline. And I'll pull the timeline back up in a second to look at, but I want to add the final names to this board first. But in short, we have the original Fredbear's Family Diner, and then we have some restaurants like Circus Baby's Pizza World that open and get closed, and maybe some other projects that we're not told about in the series. But after Fredbear's, we get Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Charlie is killed outside of it, so it is shut down and now reopened. It is shortly after this reopening I think the missing children's incident occurs, and here's why. Whenever you are playing as the security guard, a man by the name of Jeremy Fitzgerald in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, phone guy, or the guy who is giving you the instructional messages over the phone, says that you are at the new reopened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
And over the course of that week, he says that an investigation is taking place.
Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may end up having to close for a few days. I don't know.
Now we know that the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, that week that you're playing as the security guard, take place in 1987. Most people say that the missing children's incident happened before the old restaurant was ever shut down, or in other words, around the same time that Charlie was killed. However, that wouldn't make sense if it's a current ongoing investigation. Think about it. If the children disappeared in 1985 and all that time had passed, why would the investigation now just be starting in 1987? We know that the investigation is not over the bite of 87 because that happens at the end of the work week. Also, to make sure everyone's still in the loop, in the original Five Nights at Freddy's game, which takes place after the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I know
your skill has increased.
All over the place. The phone guy in the first game mentions that the old location, the location from Five Nights at Freddy's 2, was shut down due to something known as the Bite of 87, in which an animatronic bit out someone's frontal lobe.
They used to be allowed to walk around during the day, too, but then there was the Bite of 87. Yeah. It's amazing that the human body can live without the frontal lobe, you know?
So a lot of people say, oh, well, the investigation that's happening over the course of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is the Bite of 87. But like I said, that happens to Jeremy Fitzgerald, the security guard you play as in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, at the end of the work week. So what is the investigation happening over the course of the week itself? Well, on the fourth night in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the phone guy says there is an investigation happening. On the 5th night, he says that the business is on lockdown. And then finally, on the 6th night, he says that you're not even supposed to be here. Someone used one of the yellow suits in the back, and now none of the animatronics are acting right.
Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may end up having to close for a few days. I don't know. Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while. Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right.
We find out in later installments that what had happened during this time is William Afton donned his Spring Bonnie or Golden Bunny suit that he used to wear back at Fredbear's before luring children into the back room and killing them one by one. We don't know William's motives for doing this. Perhaps he was doing it to try to experiment on the same conditions that caused 2 of his children to possess animatronics, or perhaps it was just an evil bloodlust that set in after the now death of 3 children in his life, one of them directly murdered by him. Either way, 5 children were killed, and it seems that in order to cover his tracks, William stuffed their bodies inside of the animatronics in the building itself. I believe that this missing children's incident, or in other words, the murder of 5 children, occurred immediately before Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and that is the investigation Phone Guy's referring to which at the end of the week he says someone wore one of the yellow suits, and now none of the animatronics are acting right. It's even mentioned at this Five Nights at Freddy's 2 that they trashed the old animatronics.
Your skill has
and
increased.
brought brand new ones in, known as the toy animatronics. And those old ones seem to be a perfect place to store the bodies of his victims. Remember earlier how I said the Midnight Motorist minigame is believed by most to occur during Five Nights at Freddy's 2? And the reason William isn't allowed back into the building is because he would have just murdered 5 children? Well, the reason I don't think that's the case is because if you go all the way back to the first game, and again, read the newspaper clipping about the missing children's incident, it says that the suspect who wore the costume has been identified and apprehended. Of course, he was never convicted because they couldn't find the bodies. I don't know why they never checked the reeking animatronics, but that's besides the point. So if Midnight Motorist takes place during the investigation of the children that William had murdered, which, keep in mind, during the course of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, all happened in the span of about a week, there is no way William would have got to the pizza restaurant and been turned away because he currently would have been in police custody. And also, I know this is being super hypercritical of specific story moments, which doesn't always work, but I still think it's kind of weird. If William had just murdered 5 children, and this isn't debatable if he murdered 5 children, this is he was identified and arrested and they just can't find the bodies to convict him. But it's known by everyone around that William killed those kids. I think him, when he's supposed to be in police custody, coming to the door of the restaurant and then the bouncer being like, hey, you shouldn't be around here. Doesn't that seem like a very low power push off to a guy who just murdered 5 kids in your restaurant? That sounds much more like William was doing some shady stuff and accidentally killed his own daughter and got kicked out. Not he murdered 5 kids last week. And again, he should be at police custody at this point. Midnight Motorist happens before the death of Charlie, not during Five Nights at Freddy's 2. You can fight me about it. We find out these names from a point later in the series, but the 5 children who were killed by William Afton during the incident were Gabriel.
Okay, guys, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you so much for your time.